Since I was born, but now I am getting old. Hakuna motang, hakuna kogabu.
I'm on this way. I'm on the apologies that it's so dark. All of my lightings are on, but it's just the unpredictability of the English weather. You know how it is. But nevertheless, hopefully you can see sufficient enough of me, but thankfully not too much of me, not to scare the kids or anything. So good to see you. Good to have you here. And welcome. So welcome to you all. So apologies for that. There was no session yesterday. You know, I do this thing every day, and you may think that this guy is just a talking head, but it can be wearing sometimes. So sometimes you start to feel a bit jaded from it. Then you have to take a day away from it just to reset your senses. Otherwise, you can't do it on autopilot, and you cannot do it if it's not fun. So if it's not fun, then there's no point. So you have to sometimes just leave it alone for a while and then come back. So that was what happened yesterday. I just had to leave it alone for yesterday. So hopefully you did miss me. If you missed me, let me see that reflecting on the like button. So that then segues me into it. Click on the like button just as soon as. And by the way, this is exactly the sort of welcome I like to see. So that's Ayo as ever. So that's Ayo. So that puts a chair on my face. It's just the acknowledgement, really. And of course, I'm not going to sniff at a payout, but really the acknowledgement is it shares, is an encouragement. That's what he does it. He does it to encourage. So thank you, Ayo. So click on the like button, as I said, just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't. Sorry, yes, I knew you pick up on that, Ayo. So click on the like button if you haven't done that already. Subscribe, of course, you should already be subscribed. So if you're not already subscribed, then please correct that. And then that hyperlink that says StreamYard. We've been on a streak of new voices. I think the last time we ran, it was Okwitan TV that joined us. That was the new voice of the day. So every single day, we seem to be discovering new talented voices are coming to join us. So you'll be that new talent that comes to join us in this particular session. Because that's the whole point of it, by the way. This spaces is to canvass Nigerians' opinions on the goings on in the country. It's not for me to talk at you or for me to tell you what I think. I think broadly you already know what I think, but really this space is to invite what you think. Do you understand? This space is to invite what you think, and you can only really express what you think by popping on. So especially the new voices, we're forever canvassing for that. We're on a constant talent search for that voice that will then tell us the panacea to the Nigerian Malay. So you be the panacea, you be the medicine to the Nigerian problem. Bring your voice on board. Let's hear you. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join us on the studio. So those two, the first two, like and subscribe, of course, they are compulsory. The hyperlink that says StreamYard is highly recommended. So you are highly recommended to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And of course, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. I am determined to resuscitate that at some point if it's the last thing I do. So I'll continue to present it until somebody picks it up. So do all those. Like, share, subscribe, and then the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So let's go straight, quickly and immediately to what we're going to be discussing. So that hyperlink that says StreamYard, by the way, is pinned on the comment section. Not the hyperlink that says StreamYard, or the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee. That's pinned on the comment section. It's just 3 easy steps, and you can go as wild as you like. But let's go very quickly then immediately to what we're here to discuss. So let me bring you this first. You remember the last session we did, and the theme around the last session was the Tinubu administration telling us that they were going to turn the Nigerian economy into a $1 trillion economy within the course of the 8 year that the Constitution facilitates for. And I was saying that was that even an under ambition? Was there a lack of ambition in that? Even though some people are suggesting that it might not be achievable, I felt there was a gross lack of ambition in that ambition that has been expressed, because I feel just through liberalization and policy positioning, they can quickly turn Nigeria's economy into a $5 trillion economy within 3 to 5 years. And if they turn it into a 3 to 5 trillion naira economy within 3 to 5 years, just through liberalization and policy repositioning, when those liberalization and policy repositioning actually turn into physical structures and infrastructures and vested and investments, then within 3 to 5 years, that 3 to 5 trillion can ratchet up by doubling again. So very quickly, they can rapidly ratchet up the Nigerian economy because all of the instrumentalities are there. And the only thing holding that economy in bondage is just policy positioning. So I've always been of that thought, and no lesser a mind than Goldman Sachs. They agree with me. So let me bring with glee. I bring you this with glee. So I bring you this with glee. Let me just get this one out of the way. Goldman Sachs projects Nigeria to become world's fifth largest economy by 2075. So you think 2075, that vast time in the future, that's only 50 years away. So that's only 50 years away. Within 50 years, the projection is that the Nigerian economy will be one of the top 50, top five, not the top 50, because Nigeria already one of the top 25 economies in the world. You may not know that because we're Nigerians, we don't really know the value that we present internationally. But Nigeria is already, even with the brutalization and the bastardization that they have made of that country, especially the Buhari administration, I think it actually dropped to 27 under Buhari because everything dropped under Buhari. But Nigeria has always comfortably been one of the top 25 economies in the world. So now, with serious minds that know what they're doing in charge of that country, you can see then how quickly it can ratchet up. And Goldman Sachs agrees. Goldman Sachs projects Nigeria to become world's fifth largest economy by 2075. Let's ratchet through this. It's not a long read, so let's get this one out of the way. Goldman Sachs has projected that Nigeria, Goldman Sachs has projected that Nigeria, the most populous African country, will become the fifth largest economy in the world by 2075. This translated to Nigeria overtaking the likes of Germany, Russia, and Japan in 52 years' time. In the report on Monday, the American multinational investment bank and financial services company forecast that China will be the world's biggest economy with $57 trillion. India is expected to be the second with 52.5 trillion. The United States will be third with 51.5 trillion, and Indonesia will become fourth with 13.7 trillion. Nigeria with 13.1 trillion will be the only country on the dark. I really hate that terminology, dark continent. What is dark about the continent? Nigeria with 13.1 trillion will be the only country on the dark continent amongst the top 15 as forecast by Goldman Sachs. The country is still faced with economic and security challenges that could mar its growth by President Tinubu's I don't know what they are writing here. I'll highlight it for you, and then you see that it's written in gibberish. The country is still faced with economic and security challenges that could mar its growth by Bola Tinubu's administration. That should be Bola Tinubu's administration has vowed to address these issues to put Nigeria on the path of economic growth. Nigeria's gross domestic product GDP grew by 2.31 year on year in real terms in the first quarter of 2023. So that's the prediction right there. Nigeria then to become the top 5 economies in the world. And it's not the Nigerians projecting this, it is the Americans. So Nigeria to become then the top 5 economies in the world. So there's a space that usually carries all of these things. So let's go there then to see. If I would recommend that you follow this particular Twitter handle on Twitter. I would recommend you follow this SCISM, because what they just present is data. So if you're interested in data, that is where to go. So this is what SCISM is saying. They were the ones that actually highlighted it for me to go and research it. It says by 2075, Nigeria is projected to be the world's fifth largest economy, Goldman Sachs. And then it gives you the top 5 table: China, India, United States, Indonesia, and then Nigeria. So there it is. So like I said, it's a rich harvest for statistics. If you're ever interested in statistics, it's always the place to go. Let's see other statistics from that space. So this is still static sense, giving us some numbers. So yes, let's see. For consumption before and after subsidy removal, it says average daily consumption before removal 66.9 trillion, 66.9 million liters. After removal, 48.43 43 million barrels. So that just tells you the level of looting that's been going on. Outgoing governors are debts. So this tells us debt growth between 2015 and 2022, what they met and what they are living. So Sokoto State increased its debt by 472%, Niger State 336%, Kaduna State 287%. So you can see that the abundance of and is there anything commensurate with the level of borrowing? Of course, there isn't. They just borrowed it to loot it, isn't it? And it's all mainly in the north. Mainly in the north. There is only one southern state that intersperses it, and that's Abia State. So Alex Oti has to ask whoever left, whoever handed over to him to come and give account. So the debt so this is the percentage of increase from 2015 to 2022. So that would be the 8-year complement of whoever the governor was. This is Tambuwal in this instance. He increased Sokoto State's debt by 472%, and Niger State increased by 336%, Kaduna State, Rufai, 287%, Katsina State, 266%, Abia State 260, Taraba 247, and Benue 237. So that Benue State, Samuel Otom, I was just reading earlier on as I was scouring the news, the incoming governor to replace him, he was reporting that they stripped bare totally the state house and carted everything away. So far, they have recovered 29 vehicles from Samuel Otom now, who is always screaming piety on national television. So there it is. So that's the rogue list right there. Let's see if we can see it in let's see what it looks like. Let's see if we can see it in greater. Let's see if that space has anything else to offer. Let's have a look. Right, Edo and Delta are key developments. Number of business enterprises. So yes, number of business. So we've always speculated as to we've always speculated as to where the wealth concentration is in Nigeria, where the money is. So we've always speculated as to where the wealth concentration is. So now this data, it tells us where the wealth is concentrated. Number of business enterprises 2021, Southwest, Northwest, South, North Central, Northeast, and then Southeast. So this Southeast now, it's not so much that the Southeasterners are not industrials, but what we're looking at now are the fallout effects of all of this sit at home and the unrest and insurgency in that space. So this is what this is really telling us, that the Southeast is at the bottom of the 6 geopolitical zones in terms of businesses. So that ties in very, very much with the sit at home narrative. Jump remittances to federal purse. Just endless statistics you get from here. Data after data. Human Development Index, Southwest, South, Southeast, North Central. So no human development in the North is what these are. So like I said, you can spend endless times on this on this Twitter handle. It's just data after data. Average price. So you see, it keeps on refreshing, bringing up more data. Average PMS. I'll make this the last one, and then we go back to our session. Average PMS price per liter in and around Nigeria. So So in Mali, they're paying 1,169 naira per liter. In Ivory Coast, 1,100. Cameroon, 986. Ghana, 948. Togo, 945. Benin Republic, 887. So what? And Nigeria, 533. So what this data tells us is that even with the removal of the fuel subsidy, that doesn't stop anything fuel smuggling. They'll still be smuggling fuel into these countries that they're selling them. Look at that. They're selling it for almost twice as much in Ghana, certainly in Togo, and then in Niger Republic, in Benin Republic, almost twice as much. So of course, the fuel subsidy, the fuel smuggling rather will continue. But speaking on the impacts of the sit-at-home in the southeast, you all remember, of course, that Simon Ekpa has now extended to a 2-week sit-at-home. So Simon Ekpa has extended to a 2-week sit-at-home. But then, of course, the impact of that sit-at-home, because he's joining the sit-at-home, by the way, in Finland as well, and the impact on the sit-at-home, as it is impacting on the people in the southeast, it is also impacting on Simon Ekpa. So Simon Ekpa has now released a video to tell the people of the southeast that the sit-at-home that he ordered is also impacting on him. So now let's now see now how the sit-at-home is impacting on Simon Ekpa. And that's Simon Ekpa right there, suffering the brutality of this. Based Biafra Prime Minister Simon Ekpa enjoying himself after issuing 2 weeks sit-at-home in the southeast. So there it is. So that is how biting the sit-at-home is on Simon Ekpa. So the biting sit-at-home on Simon Ekpa, but the Nigerian authorities have not had enough. Sit-at-home, Nigeria's chief of army staff take key action against Simon Ekpa's controversial directive. So you have to hang around for the readout of that one. So hang around for the readout of that one. And please make sure you're sharing the link to the stream, by the way, just to build up our numbers. This next one now, I'll only really give you the headline. I won't probably give you the readout. Let's see. Yes, I'll only give you the headline. It's too lengthy for me to really make the effort. ABDULLAHI ADAMU, APC ready to receive Wike Makinde orders. So a lot of people did have the fear that Tinubu might well run the risk of turning Nigeria into a single-party state as it maneuvers the opposition space into his under his influence. So that echoes with that fear. So now the biting, grueling tax changes and new policies that Tinubu instituted, help is at hand. Tinubu rolls out plan to pay 8,000 naira stipend per month to 12 million households in Nigeria. So this is our headline story. So this is the main meat of the session. So now that palliative, and by the way, it is a targeted palliative, of course. So these are 12 million people. It's not 12 million people really, but 12 million households. So now I'm suspecting this will be a targeted parachute payment to the people they have identified as at the bottom of the ladder. So the poorest of the poor is the expectation that that's where this money is going to. But we'll find out shortly what this means. Tinubu rolls out plan to pay 8,000 naira stipend per month to 12 million households in Nigeria. So quite what that means, we'll reflect on that shortly. So what that means, we'll reflect on shortly. Only really to land on this. So a lot of criticism has gone Peter Obi's way, and not only Peter Obi, a lot of the seniors in the Southeast, but especially led by Peter Obi, a lot of criticism have gone his way about his sort of silence about the goings on in the region. So it looks as though those criticisms have cut through to him, and he now comes out to speak. Obi, IPOB has disowned sit at home. Security agents must tackle criminal activities. So there's somewhat of an ambiguity to that. So we find out exactly how Obi is positioned on that. It may well be just a little bit of let's see. Okay, let's have this one. Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP in the 2023 elections, has described the sit-at-home directive in the Southeast as the handiwork of a criminal enterprise. In a statement posted on his official Twitter page on Thursday, Obi said the sit-at-home order have been denied by the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB and called on security agencies to take urgent steps to deal with the heightened insecurity and crime across the country. So this particular sentence right here, it bothers me somewhat. It says, Obi said the sit-at-home orders have been denied by the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB. So to say that is to give some legitimacy to the IPOB space. The IPOB space, of course, has been designated a terror organization by the Nigerian state. So him quite quoting them that they are distancing from it is somewhat to give credibility to them. So there's somewhat of an inferred endorsement in that statement. In a statement posted on his official Twitter page on Thursday, Obi said the sit-at-home orders have been denied by the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB and called on security agencies to take urgent steps to deal with the heightened insecurity and crime across the country. Obi also commended Southeastern governors for their efforts in curbing criminal activities in the region and asked for more strategic and intelligence-driven approaches to reduce the suffering of the citizens. The situation in the Mangu local government area of Plateau State has raised a lot of anxiety because of the number of lives and property lost with very little resistance from security operatives, Obi said. Also disturbing is the continued disruption of business and social activities in the southeastern region over the sit-at-home directive purported to be coming from the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, when the body has publicly denied issuing such a directive. What is going on in the Southeast, therefore, is essentially a criminal activity that must be nipped in the bud. So this is Obi. Is it somewhat taking on Simon Ekpa? That is really where the question is. That must be nipped in the bud with all hands on deck, security agencies and the people alike. The Southeast governors are to be commended for their renewed efforts at curbing this menace, but there is a need to be more strategic and intelligence to be more strategic and intelligence-driven in our approach to reducing the suffering of the innocent people. Security agencies should take necessary and quick steps to arrest the ugly incidents because the country cannot be spilling the blood of innocent citizens. We as a people, through our various governments, should up our value for human lives in the way and manner we respond to issues that touches our lives. So that's what we then giving some sort of non-committal, that's non-committal and middle of the road, if you have to say. The implications of this, the implications of an insecure environment for development are far-reaching because no investor will consider going to an area where their resources will not be safe and secured. Obi called on religious, traditional, and stakeholders to continue pushing for peace amongst their people and called on government at all levels to take urgent steps to address the widespread poverty and youth unemployment in the land. Therefore, I would like to urge critical stakeholders in these areas, traditional Christian and Muslim leaders, to continue pushing for peace amongst their people in the way and manner they conduct themselves. He said the various governments at all levels should also take deliberate steps to address the issue of poverty and youth unemployment because the provision of stomach infrastructure is the surer way to tackle insecurity. Also, urgent steps should be taken consciously and intentionally to ameliorate the hardship of the people. So it was a non-comment comment really. There was nothing really there that anyway, it's not you don't want to come across as always bashing this guy, but it's not full throttle in the manner that he should be full throttle in the condemnations of these things. So there's an implicit undercurrent. There's somewhat of a dog whistle that is a tacit, and I don't know quite he's not able to criticize that space. But when it comes to praising that space, the eulogy comes thick and fast. So we're still with Peter Obi, and we're still with public commentaries being run by the Anambra born man. So we go to this headline. Obi extends his congrats to other receivers of Diana Award. So this goes to a narrative of Peter Obi congratulating one of his tribe's persons who did well, who got some award somewhere in the UK. But then, of course, he singled out this. Anyway, let me give it to you. Oyenye Omanugba, a winner of the Diana Award, was earlier honored by Peter Obi on his tweet or on his Twitter page with the following message. I congratulate and celebrate Miss Oyenya or Omegbe, a Nigerian woman of 24 years old who just received the renowned Diana Award, which is often given to exceptional young people in the UK and throughout the world. This was mentioned in the following article on the first page of Naira Land. However, a Nigerian named official something or the other questioned him about why he would only congratulate a Nigerian of Igbo descent when other Nigerians had also received the coveted prize. He apologized and thanked every Nigerian who received the Diana Award. When I honored Miss Oyenya Omenugba, I unintentionally left out other young Nigerian change makers who were also 2023 Diana Award winners. These individuals have now come to my attention. So I think there were about 30 or so Nigerians honored, but he, of course, only really recognized anyway, let's see. These individuals have now come to my attention. Favor Abatang, so that would be somebody from the South. So he wouldn't acknowledge that. Oladotun Ajayi, he would not acknowledge that. Olalekun Ajayi, he would not acknowledge that. Regina Ateb, South, he would not acknowledge that. Abdul Hamid Babatunde, he would not acknowledge that. Yusuf Babatunde, he did not acknowledge that. Blossom Agbedu, that would be an Edo person, he would not acknowledge that. But Chiamaka Juliet Asweke, so that's one of his, he forgot to acknowledge that. Joel Modi, Covenant, Odedele, Joy Efere, Melody Okereke, Eyiola, Oladunjoye, Oluwatomi, Olunuga, amongst others. So there it is. 80% of them are Yoruba people, but he singles out his own. We're increasingly now seeing that this guy is just really we know. Anyway, let me not go too far because I have always said that I think Nigerian kids can achieve great things and have a great effect on the world. I salute these talented young Nigerians for their accomplishments and for elevating the country through them. I wish them luck in their future endeavor and exhort them to keep working hard towards making Nigeria better. But you have to understand that Obi was attacked quite fervently on Twitter before he then did the vote phase. I think somebody sent something to me. Let me see. Yes, I think somebody sent something to me about some lady rebuking him. That why did he single out his own clan for this special praise? But I can't find it immediately. If you're the one that sent it to me, resend it and then we share it on the screen. So resend it and we share it on the screen. And then we're looking to spend time with this video as well. I have not had misunderstanding with President Tinubu since convention, not confession, but convention. So this is Abdullahi Adamu taking the knee now to the powers that be. So that is Abdullahi Adamu taking the knee to the powers that be. So that's Abdullahi Adamu taking the knee to the powers that be. So I think that's sufficient enough for us to wrap a session. Actually, let me bring you this one as well. So let me bring you this one as well. Even if Peter Obi says we should move on from 2023 election, obedience won't accept. So this is Charlie Boy. Charlie Boy, a Nigerian activist and singer, has stated that supporters of Peter Obi, the candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 presidential election, will not accept if he decides to stop challenging the outcome of the poll. Obi and his party are currently challenging the victory of Bola Tinubu of the ruling All Progressive Congress at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal in Abuja. Charlie Boy took to Twitter to express his belief that the obedient movement, which refers to Obi's supporters, is bigger than Peter Obi. So that is the one thing that a lot of people converge behind. The obedient movement is certainly bigger than Peter Obi. So he has, as a lot of people will say, he has created a monster that is beyond his control. Now, it's a bit like Frankenstein. I don't know if you saw, I saw the Frankenstein in black and white. I don't know if you've seen the Frankenstein movie, but it's a bit like Frankenstein. He has created a monster that are completely out of his control. Charlie Boy took to Twitter to express his belief that the obedient movement, which refers to Obi's supporters, is bigger than Obi himself. He stated that even if Obi tells them to move on from the election, they will not agree. So I don't think it's a matter of agreeing or not agreeing. No, I think if he feels that he wants to move on, they will have to move on because he will withdraw his petition, and that will be the end of all of that. So, but a lot of people, I certainly am hopeful that he does not move on. So let this thing run to its natural conclusion, so that anybody then does not have the wiggle room to say X, Y, Z. So let the run, because Obi, of course, he became a governor off the back of the judicial system. So now he cannot now not have faith in that judicial system if it doesn't go his way this time around. So let the legal space run its course, and then let's see where it lands. So all of that. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then do the buy the coffee thing. So we'll have a micro musical intermission. I've got only one panelist at the moment, so you know what that means. So we'll have a micro musical intermission, and then when we come back, we do the rest of the readouts, and then we see what conversation can take place. But first, to the Kaga.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water, 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 water. Only water, where they see my. Hapa oh naido. Hapa oh naido. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Oro keke keke elemu ye o. Oro keke. Ide shodi ya keke elemu Master kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Chief palliative kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
It is right there. Yeah, Eku Koniriwa Gbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So I've got Thomas joining me for the moment. So anybody that wants to come join, you can come join. So Thomas, are you there, Thomas? Oh, all right, we don't appear to have Thomas. All right, if we don't have Thomas, Thomas, are you there? All right, I'm going to.
One man, are you there?
Yeah, no, I was just going to wrap it up.
Why?
Yeah,
Where are you going?
No, when I'm saying Thomas, are you there? Yes, and can't
No,
hear anything.
I didn't pay attention to my system.
All right. So, to the headline on the screen, then, even if Peter Obi says we should move on from 2023 elections, Obedient would not accept. So this is Charlie Boy doubling down on that space. What do you think?
One man, thank you so much. So our listener, like, share, and subscribe. And you can super chat as well. God bless you all. One man, it's supposed not to be surprise to you. We know obedience. They will never move on. Even if Peter Obi tell them to move on, they will never move on. I know you also are YouTuber and you listening to some channel, which I don't want to mention name. If you see how people were raging about this election, you will know that they will never move on. Some people even go to the extent of over my dead body. Do you know if somebody can even say over my dead body, only just a politics, just election over my dead body, this person will never be my president. He will never is selected. Yeah, why am I on this platform now? People do make that comment now. Annex selected president, Tinubu. So is that kind of person you want to tell them to move on? Move on to where? So since they don't, their brain now has been projected to that the election they would declare Peter Obi the winner. Some people are still thinking that till now, that come rain, come shine, they would declare Peter Obi the president. They are going to sack Tinubu. So is that kind of people you want to think they will just forget it and let it go? Forget about it. They will never move on. Yeah, I don't think they are ready to move on either. Never. They will never move on. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. And to the Goldman Sachs prediction that Nigeria will be one of the top 5 economies in the world by 2075. Can you see that? Is that something you can see?
One man, I can see that if we can have good governance, maybe 3 or 4 governance consecutively. Like Tinubu now, another one coming, like continuity. If we can have that, and they are good leaders. One man, we are on the right path. We are what? We are on the right path. With Nigeria, we don't have problem. It's just policy, position, and leaders. If our leaders can get it right, give us good policy, one man, we will be there. I think so. We can be there. But if Tinubu decide not to perform, which I think he will not, he can't afford to fail. If Tinubu fail, one man, forget about all that thing. We have reached our like the end. Like it's just going to everything is just going to crash. So Tinubu has, I'm praying for him to work because now he's our president. I'm not disputing that. He's my president, even though I don't want him personally. I don't want him. But now he's our president. We hope, we pray that we give us good policy, good leaders, good ministers that can make things happen. But if you don't have that, one man, if Tinubu fail, possibility he failed the second time again, one man, Nigeria is going to a ditch, like like end, yeah, because he can't afford to fail. Because if he fail, if we have failed the future. Buhari has taken us like century, like decade back. One man, the decadence in that country right now, what Tinubu is even facing now, and I'm telling Nigeria,
Thomas, Bishop Kuka came out yesterday or the day before to tell us that the Buhari administration was probably the most corrupt we've yet ever experienced. But hold your thoughts. Let's hear from Alexander Gomez, who makes his rare appearance. So, Alexander, a real delight.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Yeah,
bro. Quick cameo. I'm expecting someone very soon, so I'm not going to stay too long. Regarding Tinubu and success that he's going to bring to the Nigerian economy, I think that he has the best intentions. Nigeria is. I've been saying over and over again, I begin to sound like a broken record. Nigeria is a fabulously well-endowed country. So taking us out from the dungeons, the worst we've ever been, to 2-3 steps above where we are now shouldn't be difficult. We couldn't have had a worse president than Buhari. He just didn't know his left from his right. It was just a figurehead, and people under him were just doing what they had to do to enrich themselves. So I do not think we should hold our breath, because I think he's going to do an amazing job. But like Ajale Koko would say, and I think I'm beginning to subscribe to that too, it would get worse before it gets better. But it would get better because the country is well endowed.
But what are you making of the Goldman Sachs prediction that Nigeria will be the top, one of the top 5 economics within 50 years?
I think that's an underestimation. I'm thinking in the next 20-25 years will be. I know for the next 10 years will be a top 10 economy. So I don't know whether it's going to be, if we harness our resources and we get investors and we're able to improve our GDP and GMP or whatever you call it in economics, which I have forgotten, and I did study that. I don't think it's going to be difficult. One man, it's like, let me use a scenario. It's like someone giving you a Ferrari to drive at 120 miles per hour. That would be very easy because that's a very fast car. Nigeria is a very rich country. So we just need capable hands to take us to where we're supposed to be. I've said it on this platform before. If you get the top world administrators and the top key positions in Nigeria, in 10 years, Nigeria will be a top 5 economy because we have what it takes. We can eliminate this.
Are you coming down with something?
I don't know. I went to the barbers and they cut my hair so low and they gave me the flu. I don't understand that.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I was going to say that Tinubu are promising to turn the Nigerian economy into a $1 trillion economy. I thought that was still under ambitious, just in terms of the capacity of that economic space. Because
Yes.
I've always thought that if he realigns some policies, that economy can quadruple very, very quickly within 2 years.
If we can cut our corruption level to about 5 to 10% from what by 90% based on what the projections are on paper under Buhari, I think we can do a wonderful job. That corruption is killing us. We're beginning to stop it. You look at what's happening in the Niger Delta. Look at the way they're capturing stolen oil and byproducts on the River Niger. It's amazing. On the Atlantic Ocean, it's amazing. I've said it also on this platform. Some countries, if you're United Kingdom, my favorite part of the world, goes through this kind of corruption, that country will shut down in 2 years. And Nigeria is still
you know, Alexander, the real eye opener was that intercepted oil vessel. The estimation was that vessel, the content was actually worth $100 million.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's just one vessel. That was the one.
Yeah,
that was
look
it.
at that.
And they've been doing this for decades.
Look, let me say this. Let me say this on this platform. In the early 80s, I think I told you I traded in crude oil. And I made quite a lot of money out of it. And I can tell you, I went to Nigeria, I think in the early 1990s, and they took me to, they told me that I was a crude oil trader, and they took me to a houser man in Victoria Island who was an ex chief of army staff. And he sat down with me. We talked. He was very friendly, very humble, typical Northerner, very humble, very unassuming. We sat down. We did some negotiations. He had three telephones on him in front of him. I'll never forget this experience. And then I remember him picking up a phone and asking Guarantee Trust Bank, have the buyers put that money in my account? And what they were doing was, he had the military boys who were loading crude oil into vessels, and this is what we call off OPEC, which is OPEC does not know anything about it. And this is what they do. And you can imagine they've been doing this since the 80s. The military boys have been doing this. In the trading world, we used to say that Buhari, Babangida, had a million barrel crude oil exportation per week when he was president of Nigeria. A cargo of crude oil, 1 million barrels of crude every week when he was president of Nigeria.
What chance do you think Tinubu has of stopping this? Because these people have been doing it for a very long time. They're used to doing it. They control in an inordinate amount of wealth. And I don't think they are going to let some guy that just thinks he's president come and stand. This
service chiefs that we have in place now, especially this Lagbaja, they're not playing. Well, man, they're not playing. These guys are out to curb this unnecessary events that occur now. Look at what they're doing with the Southeast now, where Lagbaja, Chief of Army Staff, has ordered his boys to go and raid all the active areas of the Southeast where these ESM guys are committing these atrocities. The Nigerian government know, like I was saying on another platform, I hold the platform back, name back out of respect. The Nigerian government.
Sorry, Alexander. Akim is actually speaking to you. He says, Chief Alexander, good evening, bros. Just a reminder regarding your comments on another platform. I am here. So I'm not sure. Maybe that's a private conversation.
Yeah, I wanted his email address. Remember I told you one, man?
Yes,
I wanted to complain. Because I know he's very close to the moderator over there, and I have a major complaint about somebody over there, and I need to talk to him because the CEO of Nigeria Watch is a very good personal friend of Akim. So Akim can talk to him directly. So they have that kind of relationship. That's why I wanted to talk to Akeem about that. But going back to what was I saying? You kind of threw me off a little bit.
No, apologies. Yeah, you were speaking about the excesses in the oil space and Lagbaja coming in to cleanse the
No,
space.
Lagbaja. So this is where I am at. So this Nigerian government know that the crime in Igbo land is an Igbo crime, and that's why they turned a blind eye under Buhari. Because I don't think Buhari is very fond of the Southeasterners. Actually, let's call a spade a spade. But this man here, who is a Lagosian, and by his very nature should be, because of his upbringing, should be a detribalized Nigerian like a Woman or an Alexander or an Abjelikoko, because we're not, like someone said on the other platform today, the old Bini guy that used to come on this platform who lives in Sweden. You know, the average, and I think Akeem said it too, and someone got upset. The average Igbo man who was probably born and raised, this is what he said, and I agree with it totally. The average Igbo man who was born and raised in Igbo land is not very tolerant of non-Igbo people. Let me say that again. The average Igbo man who was born and raised in Igbo land is not very tolerant of people who are not Igbos, unlike the ones that were born outside of Igbo land, maybe born in Lagos or born in Benin. That was what this guy was saying. Old
Midwest, is it Midwest?
Midwest, yes, Midwest. That was what he said today, and that's very, very true. So this crime going on in the East. What's his name? The president being a Lagosian and wanting in his heart of hearts, and I've said it also on this platform, to really take us to where we're supposed to be, because we're not supposed to be where we are right now, is now trying to curb this nonsense in the Southeast by Samuel Ekpa. And believe me, Lagbaja is not going to play. Lagbaja is a difficult, is one of those godos that we used to have in the 70s, that you see a military officer and you start peeing on yourself. That's Lagbaja. He's got some very, 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 very professional service chiefs. So going back to your question, can he really curb this theft in the Niger Delta? Yes, he can, because these people, like Dokubo says, they know the people stealing this thing. You can't come into the biggest black country in the world, the second or third biggest African country, and come onto our waterway, and the Navy doesn't know about it. You have to get clearance to come into the Nigerian space. They got to give you clearance, otherwise you stay on international waters. So they know what's going on. They know what's going on. They make a lot of money out of it. So yes, it can. If this service chiefs say they can do it, they can. And we're beginning to see. Someone is here with my food. Let me let you go on, man. I'm coming later.
Yeah. All right, cheers, Alexander. I want to continue that conversation. So if you want to come back, then please do. If you're able to come back. So thank you, Alexander. But picking it up from where Alexander was, Thomas, it's impossible because if you look at this vessel that was intercepted and then blown up, like Alexander said, a vessel that size cannot come into the Nigerian waters without the complicity of the Navy. Because of course we have a Navy and they are meant to man our shores. So they can't come into the Nigerian shores without the complicity of the Navy. So that's one. And then they are not able to berth and then load 800,000 liters of petrol without anybody saying it. So clearly there was a military pass for them to be able to do that.
100% one man. 101%. So if the military are not colluded with all these stealers of our crude oil, It's not going to be possible. And we can even say that military men that are still eating under this stealing, they are still eating. Big ex-military, current military men, Air Force, they are still eating on this. So it's very unfortunate, one man. I don't, do you think Tinubu can really fight these people?
I don't think so, you know. I think they are too powerful. Because they've amassed so much wealth for such a long time, it's almost impossible for Tinubu to take them on. He will do one or two things, but he will never really be able to stop it. Unless they set off the oil industry, I can't see how that can be stopped.
One man, these people has grown wings for decades. I can say even 4-5 decades. They have been milking this country. One man, Nigeria is blessed. If I'm hearing all this fraud, I'll just be thinking, what am I even doing in Iloibo? What are we doing in? We have what it takes to be a better country, even more than Australia. What did Australia has, one man? They are feeding on our tax. If I tell you how much I'm paying on tax weekly, it will pay a professor in Nigeria. So because it's just crazy. I don't, maybe Tinubu will curve it a little bit, but not, it can't be eradicated. If it can't be eradicated unless they can even try to yam to him if he wants to go.
You know, I have that fear as well that they will try to yamo to him.
No, because these people, they don't have anything they are doing, one man. This is their life. This is their, everybody, like I'm going to work, you are going to work every morning. This is what they do for living. Stealing. This is what they do for living. There's nothing else they do for living is to steal this crude oil. So one man, I hope he can curb it a bit, unless everybody is on board, one man. If everybody is on board with him, it will be possible for him to do it. But if people are not on board with him, it will be very difficult, one man. Because these people they are just like a god. They are just like a god over that country. I hope God will help him to do the right thing and to pick the right minister. I'm just waiting for the ministerial appointment. I'm just waiting. I'm very curious about that ministerial appointment because he has to be a good people that can work and service chief. If you don't perform, fire them. I am fire. There's no like Buhari is still pampering them, giving them some leeway, giving them some stupid matching order. If I hear that matching order, my head will like my head wants to blow off. Matching order every time. There's nothing to show for the matching order. So I hope he will do good, one man. Maybe you should go to Akim so that we will not take all the section.
Yes.
Come back to me, but Akim.
Yes. Let me go to Akim. See if he's ready. Akim, are you there? Akim. You know, it's always so off-putting. Akim, are you there?
Let's continue. Yeah. It's not here.
All right. Let me take you to Tinubu rolls out plan.
I don't think so.
Yes, Tinubu rolls out plan to pay 8,000 naira stipend per month to 12 million households in Nigeria. So this is now the cushioning.
Let's move on.
This is the cushioning of the subsidy removal and all of the increments in taxation and whatnot. So what are you making of that headline, Thomas? Thomas, are you there? Have I lost you as well? All right. I'm not sure what's going on. All right. Let me go to this ADAMU interview. So I'll play a little bit of this ADAMU interview, and then we may just wrap it up there. Let's go to this.
To both chambers. The position of the party is
All right.
Most probably will give us 2.
All right. So this interview now is Abdullahi Adamu coming on Arise TV to speak about his relationship with Tinubu. So let's listen to a few minutes of this.
2 nominees from each zone. The formation of the simple statement. When we were informed, not by the Senate itself or House of Representatives itself.
All right. I'm not sure. That's okay.
They had conducted now we have been misrepresented to the executive governance of the ruling party, who call progressive governance. Misrepresented because we did not discuss the election or nomination of the principal officers. What was in contention was the way and manner it was handled by way of communication. One, they were support committee, my office, if they had some preferences. Over and above that, once we are...
all right. I'm not sure about the quality of that.
It's not playing very well, one man.
It's not playing very well. So
No, it's very yeah.
Okay, so we thought we had a case, but I'm coming to him. He's not. So I'm just going to let him go because there's absolutely no point having him there if it's not Akim. Are you all right? Akim is clearly not with us. So Akim is clearly not with us. So let me bring you this story then. I'll bring you this story, Thomas, and commentaries on a couple more stories, and then we just wrap it up. No point laboring it if it's not happening.
Prince Daddy,
at home.
Prince Daddy is here.
Chief of Army.
Prince Daddy is there.
All right. Let me. Can you mute yourself for a moment, Thomas? Sit at home. Nigeria's Chief of Army Staff takes key action against Simon Ekpa's controversial directive. It says, amidst the sit at home, this was what Alexander Gomez was speaking to just earlier on. Amidst the sit at home order, this is Oka, Anambra State. Amidst the sit at home order challenge in Nigeria's southeast region, the Chief of Army Staff, Major General Taoreed Lagbaja, has given fresh directives to the 82nd Division of the Nigerian Army. The 82nd Division is operating in synergy with other security agencies to ensure robust patrols to dominate all flashpoints and embrace measures to ensure Southeast residents are free to go about their legitimate businesses. So, yes, speaking with correspondents in an interview on Thursday, July the 13th, the Director, Army Public Relations, Brigadier General Oyema Nwachukwu, condemned Ekpa. Ekpa is behind the controversial sit-at-home exercise in eastern Nigeria. So Simon Ekpa has gotten that much notoriety that is actually now being referenced by the army. the Chief of Army Staff has handed down clear directives to the 82nd Division of the Nigerian Army, operating in synergy with other security agencies. Strangely, Simon Ekpa, a notorious terrorist and self-acclaimed leader of the IPOB, is in Finland making a living for himself and his family, but ordering the people to shut down their means of livelihood by sitting at home. So that is, it looks as though it is still the same approach then by the Nigerian Army towards that Simon Ekpa narrative. So who has thoughts on that? Who has thoughts on that?
Thank you, one man. I think I listened to some YouTuber. They call one guy. One man, can you hear me?
You know, I can hear you. Yeah, carry on.
You can, yes, yeah. So I listened to some one YouTuber called Ijele. He was on maybe AIT or thereabout. He was talking about all this Simon Ekpa and all this shenanigans going on. Simon Ekpa too claimed that he too is sitting at home. So he said if he can sit at home in Finland, why can't the Southeastern sit at home? So if Simon Ekpa is still, but one man, and people listen to these guys truly to this Simon Ekpa, or some people are just using his pronouncement to carry out the atrocity in the Southeast.
Your system is breaking up. Your system, I can't hear. Let's try Hassan. Let's try Hassan. So Hassan, are you there?
Hello, woman. I'm here, but I would like you to skip me for now. Maybe in the next 20 minutes, I'll join.
Can anyone hear me?
Woman, is my network better now?
We can hear you. I don't know if the remaining people can hear me.
Woman, is my network better now?
Yeah, I think my sister.
You are deep in, one man. You are deep in.
All right. Thomas, take charge for a moment. Let me recalibrate my system, and then we'll pick it out.
Yeah, okay. No worries. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's from one man. Yeah, I think it's from his system. Let me just find something to do for you guys. Yeah.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Palliatives kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní rí wa ṣe o.
And there it is right there. Hopefully that's better now. Hopefully you can hear me clearer. Yeah. Hopefully you can hear me clearer now. Let's go to Akim.
Yeah.
Yes. Hold on. Let's go to Akim. I'm not Akim or Hassan. Hassan, are you there?
One man, Azan was telling you that it's not available for now. He'll be available
right.
20 minutes later. You didn't hear him. Your system dip out heavily.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. We may not be available in 20 minutes time because the session is struggling to hold together. So let me just take your commentaries on this headline, and we may just wrap it up there. Tinubu rolls out plan to pay 8,000 naira stipend per month to 12 million households in Nigeria. So what are you making of that?
Yes, I was asking you this question, and then you didn't hear me. Is he going to be paying them maybe just ongoing or just once? Just for clarification.
I think it's for 6 months. I don't think I've read it out. Let me quickly read it out. It says, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has rolled out a plan to pay 8,000 naira over a period of 6 months to 12 million families to ameliorate the hardship faced by Nigerians as a result of subsidy removal. This was disclosed in a letter. This was disclosed in a letter the president sent to the House of Representatives, read by the Speaker of the House, Tajuddin Abbas, during plenary on July 11, 2023. Tinubu said it was support to enable poor and vulnerable Nigerians cope with the cost of meeting basic needs. The letter was approved of the letter was for approval of additional financing for the National Social Safety Net Program scaled up by the National Assembly. He said this will be a multiplier effect on about 60 million individuals. In order to guarantee the credibility of the process, he said digital transfers will be made directly to the beneficiary's account. So that's the plan. So it's for a 6 month period to impact on our 12 million families.
I think Tinubu is going in the wrong direction. Why do I say that? Buhari did the same thing. I castigate him for doing that. And even we can't even identify those people that got those 5,000 for Buhari. This adage from Oyibo always say, teach me how to catch fish, don't give me fish. How long are we going to do? One man, 8,000 in Nigeria now is nothing. What do I say? 8,000 in Nigeria now, one man, is nothing.
Hold on. It's 8,000 in addition to whatever they have already. So they will have their own. I'm sure they will have their own income already. So it's 8,000 in addition to, not 8,000, which would be their. So if it was a family that was surviving on 10,000-15,000 naira, then an additional 8,000 naira just to cushion the effect of the changes in the economy.
Excuse me, Hakim. One man, please. Can I come in after Hakim? I want to come in after Hakim since you are not going to be staying long.
Are you available now? You can go on if you are available now.
All right.
Yes, I'm available now.
All right. So to that space then, to Tinubu's 8,000 palliative.
Okay, how is everyone doing? It's been a while. Sorry, the other day I had wanted to join in, but my network was just so bad. I've been in rural areas most of the past 3-4 weeks, and the internet connection is not that good. One man, quickly to this space. I'm going to chorus what Hakim started saying about this not being a good idea, and I don't think that the president is daft or not intelligent enough to understand that this is this is just a waste. This is just a waste of resources. Well, I think what is happening is actually, the conditions that are behind, the $500 million of the IMF and the $800 million of the World Bank. They give these conditions intentionally so that people will end up, the money will end up not generating anything of substance to the livelihoods of people. How much is 8,000 naira? 8,000 naira is just like $8. It's not even enough for a good meal, in some places. This is I'm very disappointed in the president and his team on this initiative, really, because the average Nigerian, the average household, they spend roughly 100,000 naira. That's a poor household that they are practically living in penury. If you have, say, 6 people in your household, every day, each person must you hardly spend less than 5,000 naira for every head, every individual. Now you have 5 people, we are talking of you spending 20,000 naira. And there's this element of spite in this policy, in the sense that the poor Nigerian, his interest is just not so taken into cognizance, to the point that these elites feel as if this is some sort of favor. This is just a packaged nonsense. This does not make any sense in any way. This program, this whole thing is destined to fail. Because if you calculate what 8,000 naira would do, it does practically nothing. It's not even enough to feed one individual for 2 days. For God's sake, how is that supposed to cover for the effect of fuel, which already has its effect is felt everything.
Hassan, you are speaking on the almost on the premise that 8,000 will be the totality of that household's income. That household, it will be in addition to whatever income that they have already. It's not the totality. It's not what is meant to carry them through. It is in addition to, not the totality of. Yeah.
What I'm speaking to, one man, is the efficacy of policies. Our problem generally in sub-Saharan Africa is that we've been implementing policies from these so-called people economists in the World Bank and the IMF that has not served us any good for donkey years. Our experiment with these people started in the late 80s with Babangida's SAP. And the subsequent governments have all, continued to take these loans and then continue to waste away resources, and then, burden the country with a lot of unnecessary, debt. We cannot continue like this. I was hoping that when this money comes, it's going to go into areas where the poor man, would have some respite, would have some kind of breathing space. But this does not do the ordinary person any good, in my opinion.
Hold on, such as, okay, these policies, all the policy changes now that is biting, before they come into effect, before we get the goodness of them, that's going to be in another 6-8 months down the line. So between that 6-8 months, how do you insulate the suffering of the people between when the policy is pronounced and when the good of it comes into effect? How do you insulate those months that it weighs heavily upon the people?
I would rather this money be put into something that it's tangible, maybe into, say, give people electricity. Maybe that would help some businesses, and it will people will not need to buy what do they call it, PMS or anything like that. Let people have access to electricity, or ensure that there is some sort of arrangement that people will get some kind of respite in other aspects that the government has significant control over. Say reduce school fees, for example, or say you reduce find a way, reduce school fees, or you reduce some form of tax, give people some tax breaks, let people have that kind of respite. But this policy is is just it just
You know this was recommended by the World Bank.
there are elements of spite. The 8,000 naira is not enough to even say do anything in this country with. And you think somehow 12 million people are not even up to 10, just like 10% of the country. And believe you me, the poor, the people who need to be helped, they are more like 40-45%. What are we doing? Are we just is the government just doing this for the optics? I don't want to believe that. Maybe there is some sort of pressure.
Hassan, you know that this was recommended by the World Bank. This position,
Yes.
and you saying that electricity and whatnot. Those are medium term objectives. There's nothing they can do in the immediate, but we're talking about people that are starving right now, today. So those are the people they are targeting. So how do they target that? The people that are starving right now as we speak.
I don't think if people are starving, 8,000 naira will not help them really. A whole household, you divide 8,000 naira by say 4 people, and by 30 days in a month.
Yeah, Walmart, can I interject briefly?
Yeah, come in, Prince.
Yeah, hello, Walmart. Hello, everyone.
Come on, what are we talking about? We're talking of real peanuts.
All right, come in, Prince. I think Prince wants to interject. Prince, come in.
Yeah, really, I don't know what to make of the program by Tinubu, but just like you said, if it's recommended or it's one of the stipulations from the World Bank, he has to do it. Let's keep it real. Nigeria does not have a robust welfare program, even any. I don't think we do have any. And during this past COVID in the United States, because of the tax system structure and whatnot, and people filing taxes, all the IRS had to do was just deposit money into people's accounts. And if most people they file their taxes, they get out of their return, deposit into the account, and those the few percent that did not, they get a check in the mail. So I'm not really concerned about $8,000 or 8,000 naira being for the family. It's to help. Trust me. If people are at the bottom, every little change, if you call it that, helps. My only concern, of course, would be how did they identify these 12 million people? How did they get them? Is it? I mean, that would be the tough one. And of course, we need more than 12 million people to be assisted in this time in Nigeria. So this is the beginning of it. I mean, we don't want to turn Nigeria into.
Sorry, Prince. They are identifying the bottom rung of society, and then the multiplier effect. They are anticipating that the 8,000 will cascade into about 60 million people. So they are targeting 12 million people for the drop. But then the multiplier effect of that will cascade to about 60 million people. So there are people at the lowest bottom of the rung. But then the heavy lifting of that space had already been done by Sadiya Farouk, who was the Minister for Humanitarian Affairs under the Buhari administration. So it's a carryover from the Buhari administration, where they were parachuting parachuting money to people at the lowest rung of society.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure how they determine the people at the lowest rung of the society. Meaning, did they go to, I don't know, not to insult people from Nigeria, for example. I know they've had some millionaires or billionaires that came from there, but did they go to those places and take a registry of people there and see, to register people if they have the need for assistance or welfare? And that's my concern. I don't know how they actually identify these people as the people needing the real help. To help them and their family. That's what I'm talking about. But again, I'm not against the program. I think it's the beginning of something good. But I think the issue here is data collection or identification of people that really need the help. 8,000 again. It's of course it's not a lot of money, but nonetheless, it's for the people at the bottom of the bottom. it goes a long way. I mean, people having free check or free deposit into the account, they'll be elated. Believe it or not, it will go a long way. It will help them.
All right, but Hassan, you disagree, Hassan? All right.
I disagree as well. I disagree totally. Tinubu should not go in this direction. No, you can't begin giving money.
Are you saying to just let them starve? What do you do? What do you do? Oh, okay, the people that are this policy is impacting on the most. So forget about build schools, do electricity, because that takes what 12 years, 12 months, 2 years. So what do you do about people that are starving right now? What do you do about that?
One man, 8,000 does not stop people not to starve in Nigeria. One man, I think it's been 30 years you've been in Nigeria. I was in Nigeria last year, November/December. Things are not rosy. 8,000 is nothing in Nigeria economy now. It's just like you are giving one man, it's nothing. So make a good policy, grow the economy. People don't need to be gifting money. No. It's a wrong direction. It's a wrong approach.
No, hold on, Thomas. Nobody is saying don't grow the economy. So grow the economy. But the first subsidy has increased. It has put a pressure on the cost of transportation, the cost of food, the cost of everything. So, because you can't grow the economy in one day, can you? So, what do you do? Yeah, what do you do to support the people at the bottom line of society before all of these policies kick in? What do you do to support them? Let Hassan come in, Hassan.
One man. Okay, let's do the math.
Yes.
8,000 naira is roughly 250 naira every day. 250 naira every day. Now, what is 250 naira in dollars? That is how many cents?
That's about 25 cents, isn't it?
Come on. Let's not deceive ourselves, one man. This is spiteful. People are not slaves, for God's sake. You know what is causing all this? You see, Nigerians who go and enter lines and then they take tokens from the elite class. The elites, the kind of the way in which they see the ordinary person, they just see him as a beggar, somebody who has no choice. Because this is where NLC should come out and kick and scream and huff and puff. But this is nonsense. This is not a policy that anybody should support. If you support this, then that means you don't know what is happening on the ground. How can you give somebody 25 cents and in a day and you expect that person?
Azan, sorry, man.
And gasoline is being sold at international price, for God's sake. Yes, go ahead, Thomas.
Thomas.
Azan, 250 naira cannot feed a child for one meal in Nigeria of today. One man, go and verify what I'm saying now.
I have a cousin who rears pigeons. He has exotic pigeons. I think one of his pigeon, that pigeon will take more than 250 naira a day, not to talk of a human being.
Are you saying the policy is wrong or the amount is too small? What is it?
The policy is not wrong. Sorry, the policy is not wrong, but the amount is too small. The amount is like, the elite class is telling the commoners, you guys are done for. There is nothing, and you guys have no voice, and we will do what we like. And take this coin, you beggars, you useless people. Just go and deal with your problems.
It's for subsistence living. It's not for living large. And
it's not even enough for dogs. It's not enough for dogs, not to talk of human beings.
Yeah, those are expensive dogs now. But you know that it would have been means tested. They don't just come up with a random figure. They would have means tested it. So they would have said, okay, what's the bottom line income of the lowest household in the country? And if they establish that it's around 20,000 naira, and then an additional 8,000 naira. That's what percentage is that? That's about what? That's about 40% of their income right there. So that's an insulation.
The
I think
money
you're
is
being
not.
I think you're being unfair.
No, I'm not. I'm not one man. You see, I would want this government to succeed. I really want it to succeed, but the brain that I have and my understanding of policy and its implementation, always requires me to apply some sort of reason, to look at it. It's not just the optics. Yeah, it may look good for the government that yes, and when journalists, where when they put them in a corner and they try to, say, okay, you did this, they will have what to say. They will say, okay, we gave 12 million Nigerians respite, we gave them palliatives, so we gave them 8,000 naira, we give them money monthly. But this is just a way, this is just like trying to manipulate people and sell a narrative that does not concur with the harsh economic reality of what this changes nothing. This is just like trying to scoop a spoon from the ocean and expect that the volume of the ocean will drop. This it changes nothing really. So it's just for the optics. If the government had singled out maybe 1 million people and 1 million households and say they are going to help them, maybe that even makes more sense, than say you say 12 million and it ends up not making any impact at all. I don't think this is a good policy in any way. I'd rather that money be spent on something that people can say, okay, yeah, this is better.
And that 500 billion goes into the economy, of course, as a stimulus as well.
Okay, then that is secondary. You see, that is secondary. And yeah, I welcome the idea of pumping money into the economy, and if it is fresh money, that was generated, through value, not money that was generated through credit, that is going to push up inflation, because it's not just enough to pump money into an economy. You also have to pay attention to how that can affect inflation and things like that. The economy is already it's at the rock bottom, and these kind of policies, I can't help but to think that they are being done for optics, because at the end of the day, if they don't change anything for the ordinary person, then what is the government doing? I'd rather them use that money for something else and keep telling people the truth. You know what I'm afraid of? A government that is more concerned about optics than it is about the reality of its policies at the grassroots and how successful those policies are. This direction is not the kind of direction that I really want to see this government go. One man, when this government was elected, I told you, and I said it on this platform, that I'm going to give the government a year before I pass any judgment. And that 1 year is for me, to sift through the chaos, the noise, and for me to be able to see in real terms where the direction of the government is going. Right now, on this policy, it's a balance, everything about a new government. They've done marvelously well on a lot of other things, but on this, I totally disagree. Let me leave the room for others to give their points too.
All right, yes. I want to take your commentaries on the Goldman Sachs space as well. But like you said, let me sample other opinions on this Tinubu palliative. So Prince Daddy, you sounded somewhat aligned with Hassan's view, which I totally disagree with that. But Prince Daddy, let's hear from you, Prince.
Yeah, I was actually the opposite. I said I'm in the favor of it, but the issues I'm trying to identify the real people that will be needing the assistance. But again, you said earlier, I think in your reading, it's the World Bank's stipulation that they do such a program. So the Tinubu's government, their hands are kind of tied when it comes to that. So I mean, I don't think that should be an issue. It's, I mean, just like everywhere in the world, there's always an issue on the process of getting things accomplished. Um, Personally, I think that the 12 million people is not sufficient. But no, it can have a multiplying effect, just like you said. However, um, it's a beginning. Just like I said, I don't think we have a really good welfare program in Nigeria. Not in the system to capture the income or the poverty level, so to speak, right? So this is the issue we're facing. It would be painful for the money to go into the wrong places, and if people needing the money don't really get the help. That's my only concern. But again, it's something that has to be done, no matter how small it is. I'm not too concerned about the $8,000. But again, people that barely, I mean, these people, just like you said, they are already surviving one way or another. So having $8,000 a month for the next 6 months, whatever that may be, whatever impact that may have on their livelihood, it is what it is. I mean, what can we do about it? It is what it is. Of course, I mean, it'd be nice to give them 50,000 or more, but I don't think they have it. But initially, actually, I thought when they first got this loan, which I thought was a grant initially, I thought a 50 million plus household would be affected. That's what I thought the government said, but that doesn't seem to be the case right now. But again, nonetheless, I think it's fine. It is what it is. They can't do nothing about it.
And it's only really for a 6 months insulation. So, and by the way, they would have crunched the numbers, So they would have looked at the numbers to identify just how much the lowest rung of society have available as disposable income. Yeah. And 500 billion as a stimulus to the baseline economy. I think that might well be a clever move.
Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong. I think initially I thought, maybe I'm wrong, that they wanted to do a one-time payment of $5,000 to about 50 million people or household, and maybe they later change their configuration to be just 12 million and sustain them for 6 months. So that's what they came up with. Yeah, one-time assistance is no good. There has to be some kind of a level of a consistency over a period of time. And 6 months it's a good time period. But again, of course, the issue is the $8,000. How far they can go with that. But again, it's the beginning of something. It will get better. But of course, I think even the poor people, whatever, want a more robust economy, a thriving economy, so they can fend for themselves. We don't want to develop or be a master the art of a welfare system in Nigeria. And by the way, just like you guys know, the greatest welfare in the world happens in the West. Absolutely. The Europeans are full of welfare programs. The Americans too, they have them. So only Africans don't have welfare program, really. We're survivalists in the truest form of that word. So it is what it is.
And they'll be transferring these monies electronically as well. So that already creates that there'll be an audit trail, because under Sadia Farouk, of course, she just used to go around with a bullion van handing over 10,000 naira, but they are going to be transferring it electronically, so there's an audit trail.
Yeah, well, that's great. That's great. That's the beginning of them collating people, and yeah, it'll be nice. It'll be nice.
Please, can I interject, please?
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
Let Prince land, and then you come in, Prince. Yeah.
Yeah. I was just saying. Yeah, I mean that's good. Electronically, good to track the people getting the money, and in so doing will help expand. And maybe such people will be given maybe grants in the future, maybe some kind of a favorable loan terms or whatever to help them with some micro business. I mean it's a good way. I mean, if they can collect data, good data, I think it's going to help a lot. It's going to go a long way. So I'm for it. I'm for the other way. Thanks.
All right, come in.
Yeah, good evening, woman.
Good evening.
Yeah, this is the best idea. The reason why people is a little bit hard for people to accept that 8,000 is very important for the poor. I believe some people here, they are very rich. They don't know that some people they don't even have money to, they don't even have they wake up in the day, they don't have 2,000 naira. You see, this 8,000 is very important for some people in Nigeria. And the reason why some people are criticizing this policy is because we are not used to it. South Africa, they have welfare. They give the citizen money every month. 120 rand, 120 rand, 200 rands. There is nothing bad in government to bring one idea for welfare for Nigeria. It's very important for us. That's why they call us poor nation. Everything they call us. But governments want to bring a welfare. Some people are still criticizing it. There is no way. The way Nigeria, we are rich. We have the money. Even all this money is even small. Even they can take it to 20,000. The way to the level that we see. Some even check internal revenue. Abuja internal revenue.
We're not rich, oh, by the way. We are broke.
No. Oh, okay. If you say that, but we are wasting a lot of money. You understand me? If we have a good database and we are not wasting a lot of money, all this money is very small. There is nothing bad in giving. Okay, see people that asking money on the street. Imagine government is giving 8,000 is coming every month from government. They will be happy. It's going to solve. At least they will know that something is coming from somewhere. They can rely on that 8,000 to do whatever they want to do. Any money is very important. The only thing I just want the government to make it that it doesn't go to the wrong people. That's the more important thing. Brazil, they have welfare. They put money on some poor masses. They put like almost 200 rand every month for the citizen. We can do it. We need to support the government. Which anywhere they just make a mistake, we need to correct them. But criticizing this thing that is totally wrong, no, that's not. It's a good idea.
What do you mean? You can criticize the government now.
What, as in the way some people are saying that no, it's totally failure. Like the idea is bad. The idea is not bad to me. It's not bad. There is nothing wrong with the idea. Nigerians, they need welfare. They need money. They need something from government. People are hungry.
Can I ask you something, please, Wama, if you don't mind, please?
Yes.
Yeah. 8,000 naira can it uplift anybody out of poverty in Nigeria as of today?
No. This money is not for taking people out of poverty. They call it palliative, to support. It's the money to support people. It's not money to take them out of poverty.
I split this 8,000 naira per week. 250 naira. 250 naira of today cannot fit.
No, hold on, Thomas. I don't think you are paying attention to what people are saying. That 8,000 naira is not their total income for the month.
I know, one man now. Yeah, I know. It's additional.
Hold on. But you are splitting it that is 250 a day or something. But you are discounting what they already have as an income. That's in addition to that 250 is in addition to the 2,000 or whatever it is that they have already.
One man, but we were here. If you don't mind, let me take you back. You were here when Buhari was sharing 5,000 naira. We were criticizing him. The right people does not get it. We criticize him here, one man. Do you forget?
Yeah, no, but it was the methodology, not the idea itself, because Buhari was not doing it electronically, which left the room for corruption. But they, under this administration, are doing it electronically, so it's going to be a bank transfer. So that was really the criticism of Buhari.
But Wama is I like the policy, Kumi. Don't get me wrong, Wama. 8,000 naira is a trash. It's nothing.
No
it's
matter how trash
even
it's still gonna
even that criticism is misguided. sorry, guys. Even that criticism of Buhari is misguided in the sense that Buhari actually did it electronically. Even the one that Osibanjo was controlling through Ed Power and the one that was coming from the Humanitarian Affairs Minister, they were doing it electronically. I don't know where people got this idea that they were not doing it electronically,
Wait,
but
can I ask a question? Because I'm just chipping in now.
okay. Sorry. Let me just land, and then I'll leave this.
Let him
Mm.
land this. Yeah.
Okay, and somebody was saying that the money is still important. People are poor and all that, but 215 naira, 215 naira. Even though woman, you're arguing that this is in spite of what people already have.
In addition
215
to,
naira.
in
Yes, yes.
addition to, yeah.
215 naira is the money for one water bottle, one bottle of water. That is the money for that's 215 naira. And mind you, 215 naira a day, you are giving it to a whole household. Why you
Please
guys
don't
don't
let
want
us
us to
look
talk
it on
about
this way. Don't let us look
yes?
it on
No,
this
no,
way.
let him
Why
land. Let
not?
him land.
Why
Yeah,
not? It's the practicality of it. For God's sake, if somebody is saying is going to help you, we are human beings. We have dignity. Come on, you guys should know that just because you are poor, and then anything that is being thrown at you, you should be happy. You should be jubilating. And then you should give the government that benefit so that at the end of the day they can use it and say, okay, we did this, and then you just allow yourself to become a tool for propaganda.
Yeah, Hassan,
It shouldn't be that way.
Hassan, are you in danger of coming across as elitist in your argument? Are you in danger of coming across as elitist?
No, I think I'm more aligned with what the ordinary person really wants than you guys that are trying to whitewash what is not justifiable. Because you guys are arguing, this trickle down economics that capitalists have this idea that just because money is pumped into an economy, the money will somehow get to everybody. It doesn't really work. That kind of thinking. You are just singling out less than 10% of the population, and even at that you are giving them a pittance that is not even worthy of dogs, and then you want to take some kind of credit. No, I don't think we should allow the government to have this space. Yeah, if you like, I like a lot of other policies, but on this I seriously disagree. And
Hassan,
if we must uh dissect everything, let's tell ourselves the truth. You guys should talk to people who are in Nigeria, get their understanding of this. Of course, 8,000 naira may seem like it's money to people who have not been in Nigeria for long, but I assure you that 8,000 naira for a family, you might rather even not give them anything and do something with it rather than just do something like this and it changes nothing.
All right,
That's all I say.
all right,
well said,
there's
Hassan.
coming. Yeah.
The truth is that there's so many people that is basically blinded with anything Tinubu does. If you have actually been to Nigeria recently, I'm not sure you'll be saying something like this. First of all, the 8,000 naira, I'm pretty sure, because I didn't start the whole topic from the beginning. I'm pretty sure it's just once. They are not basically giving it like every month or whatever.
No, it's for 6 months. It's for 6 months.
Every month in 6 months. For six
Every
months.
month up to 6 months. Yeah.
Okay. Now you're giving 8,000 naira to some people that eventually you're sending it to their bank accounts, right? That's what it's being said. So even the poor people, the actual poor people that is actually meant to have these palliatives is going to actually be like something for them. Probably most of them are not going to get it because most of them probably don't even have a bank account. Like we all said here, when the election was, when they are trying to do the whole money, whatever, change of money, we all knew that a lot of people don't have bank accounts. So now, those people that don't have bank account are the broke of the brokest. And you're saying that you want to do it online, people that have accounts. I mean, let's just tell ourselves the simple truth. This is a policy meant for people to praise, just egoistic go think of police.
We're losing you at
this. I don't know. My network is cutting off. Can someone take over when I get enough network?
All right. All right. Let's hear from Kumi, who was very keen to come in. Kumi, let's hear from you.
I'm saying where people are taking this thing, no matter, because I'm just taking it from the angle of people that don't have anything. We have a lot of poor people in Nigeria, a lot, extremely poor. Because people here, I believe many of us here, we are okay. We don't even think about some people that they wake up, they don't have even 10 naira in their account, in their pockets. They don't have a sort of means of, oh, this is what we eat today. This 8,000 will make a good impact. At least they can eat, they can use it for at that period. Even they spend it at once, it's still gonna take important thing in their life. Me, I can't I don't care how.
Hey, who's trying to copyright strike me with music? Are you playing music, Kumi? Don't play
I just on my car. That's why the thing just put on.
All right. Okay, carry on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Me, I support the idea. If there is any way they can improve in it, it will be nice. It's going to be nice. If there is a way they can cut off the corruption aspects, I'm telling you, if this 80,000 go out to 12 million poor people, is a huge important thing to the extremely poor one. See, let us go to North now. Let's go and see a lot of people, all those out of children. You want to tell me that if the parents get 8,000, all this money is important to even 5,000 naira is very important. Me, I support the idea. They should just make sure the money go to the right place. So
I don't know if you guys heard me the last time. How would you send that money to all those very poor people that don't have an account? And
it can be sent to them.
They can work on it.
How?
It can be sent to them. One man. I would like to come in if you oblige me later.
Yeah, sure.
Hold on. Yeah, one voice.
Yeah, I need to know how it could be sent to those people, because you're talking about an electronic transfer, right? And those people don't have an account, except you're gonna have to go cash and give them the money cash. Then it's not achievable, right? So let's know what we are saying. I don't know. You can answer that question for me, please.
All right. Let Rotimi Ayeni answer that question, because he's joining us for the first time. So good to meet you, Rotimi. So you have our new voice of the day. So Rotimi, good to meet you. What are you making of the conversation, and what is your contribution, Rotimi?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Carry on.
I'm sorry I cannot hear the question, but all I can read is about this 8,000 naira for for about 12 million people, right?
Yes, that's where we are.
I mean, to me, in my own personal opinion, a lot of people are criticizing it, but I think this 8,000 is actually not for me and you and some people. That people
what's going on with everybody's network?
That doesn't even have an account. We are looking at this 8,000 naira because we believe we have the money. We believe it doesn't do anything to us, my brother. Some people are there somewhere where for them.
Yeah, breaking up, man. Everybody's breaking up today. But I think what you're saying is essentially what I was saying to Hassan, that is an elitist view, turning up your nose at 8,000 naira. Can anybody hear Rotimi? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you. We can't hear Rotimi.
I can't hear Rotimi.
All right, Rotimi, we can't hear you. You've muted yourself. Unmute yourself. He's just talking away. Look at that. It probably making sense, but only to himself.
It's making sense. Yeah, yes. He muted himself.
Rotimi on mute. Look at that. Unbelievable. These are the, look at that. Technology is not your friend, Rotimi.
What I'll show you,
Rotimi, look at that. Look, the way he's frowning his face. He's talking perfect sense to himself now. Rotimi, can you hear me? Because we can't hear you. Rotimi. Let me put on
He doesn't
camera.
have audio.
No, he's muted him. No, he's muted himself. I can see it here on my screen. He's muted himself. Rotimi, you muted yourself. Unmute. Unmute. Look at that.
I don't think he can hear you.
You can take the man out of the village, but you cannot take the village out of the man.
We have a very good network here. Good network.
All right, let's carry on. Let me see if I can.
Can I interject?
Maybe you should chat him. Chat him.
It won't say it. But what I will do is I'll put myself on the screen and I'll wave at him.
Hello, can you hear me?
No, we can now. You muted yourself, Rotimi.
Oh, I did not know. I'm sorry.
So all that, you see, you just gave us the solution to all of Nigeria's problems, but we couldn't hear it, you see, and you can't remember it anymore. So we've lost another solution right there. Rotimi?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You were muted, but thank you, Nnamdi. Do you want to give us a very short summary of what you said, just so we can document it? So repeat what you just said. You were muted, so we couldn't hear you.
Okay. I will say without wasting anybody's time. Actually, I talked to some people that were criticizing this thing. So when I have one of my friends that criticizes, I said, well, you need to understand that this money is not for you. There are some people that doesn't even have nothing in their bank account. They are struggling to eat only 1 square meal a day. You will come to realize that 8,000 naira, some people will still eat for 2 weeks. It's not for me. It's not for you. It's not for some people. People are suffering in Nigeria. So to me, I still believe it's not much, but some people will still benefit from it. You understand? And then, in addition to it, I don't know what is wrong. I think government should also need to take care of these refineries, So that's just the little thing I would say.
All right, stay there.
Mm.
That was why I said it's an elitist view. Somebody like Hassan now, he says that 8,000 naira that he wouldn't even buy a liter of petrol in his Lamborghini, and that's how he's looking at it. So it's not for you Lamborghini people, it's for the bottom of the ladder. But I'll take a final commentary on that space from Paddy, who joins us, and then we move on to another topic. I really, there's been
one man, please let me document my voice on that topic, please.
All right. Let me come to you, and then Paddy gives us the final word. And then, because I'm so keen to get to this space, Goldman Sachs. Just the last session we did, we were talking about Tinubu telling us that he was going to increase the Nigeria's GDP to 1 trillion naira. And I was saying that that even showed a lack of ambition. But Goldman Sachs have now come up with figures that are eye-popping. But let's hear from you, Darati, and then we hear the final word on that space from Paddy, and then the Goldman Sachs narrative, Hassan takes the lead on that. But Darati, let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank you, woman. I can say that that 8,000 that people were talking about, that it is small, it is this, it is that. It is not small. Oh. Last week, I know somebody that told me that, see, I am hungry. I need money. You see, one problem I have with Nigerians is this. Even with some of us that are living outside of the country, probably, I hope you are listening to me, woman.
We cannot hear you. Carry on.
Can you hear me? Okay. So some of us that are living outside of the country, we don't just believe that one money is small. That no money is small. You see, I sent a link to you. before the COVID, when the issue of Ukraine war and stuff like that started, France gave 100, first of all proposed it. I think they carried out with it. 100 euros for fuel subsidy. We all know what happened. For those of us that are living in Europe, for those that are living in Europe, we know what happened in Germany. We know how there was queue everywhere. We know even before that there was value chain issues before COVID, before Ukraine war started in February 25. So they gave them 100 euros. Households that are poor, they targeted them, about 38 million of them like that. Targeted them 100 euros. You will ask me, 100 euros, is it a big money like that also in Europe? When you can do some few things, some people net 2,000 euros per month. So if you give them 100 euros, they'll just say, well, it's going to do something, but it's not actually going to solve everything. So that's what that 8,000 is also doing. You see, people believe that, because we are many. We are many. So if you are doing this kind of thing, people look at it like 12 million people. Oh, will it cascade down? The process by which they do it is what really matters. And don't forget, during the course of Buhari regime also, he did something like this, and he did one public work stuff like that. That in that public work program, they gave them 20,000, I think for about 3 or 6 months or something, and they were forced to go and open bank accounts. Through that particular program, they were able to increase the number of bankable Nigerians. So this is also another opportunity to deepen financial inclusion. And Nigeria, you see, many of us might not understand this. Go and check your history very well. I should ask all of us, does Nigeria has a robust welfare system? It's a lie. We do not have anything before Buhari came. All we just had is, one government coming in, giving us some money. After he leaves, he ends with him. Look at what is happening. It was under Buhari they actually domiciled welfare system within a particular ministry. Now, the new government can go on with it, restructure it, and do it more better. So that is what they have in other countries, but we don't have it. So if we continue to work more on our poor people, 8,000 can do a lot of things. That is not the only palliative that is coming. Actually, I want to believe. There are more palliatives that are coming, more CNG cars and stuff like that. They are coming. They want to increase the salary for the salary now to the civil servants. Those are more of palliatives also. Then by the time this guy Dangote start to dish out fuel from his refinery, things will get a bit better also. Let me tell you, 8,000 is a big money. I can tell you, from Lagos to Ibadan, you can travel.
No. Hold on. You're going a bit too far there. Hold on. 8,000 naira is not a big money. Let's not go that far. Well, how is it a big money?
What I'm saying is that to the poorest of the poor is something reasonable to them. It's not to me. What I want to use 8,000 for, but to them, the person that called me last week is in school. He's a student. If you give him 5,000, he will buy Gary. At least I think they are selling Gary for 500, 600. He will buy 2, 3. You can manage to buy 1 or 2 rice. He will manage himself. He will buy 1 kg or 2 kg of beans. He will manage himself for the month. That boy will manage himself for the month. Even if you are living as a bachelor, if you have 8,000, you can say, even if it's not that much, you still get some few things, and you manage yourself. For that household, it means a lot. The problem we're having is giving it to the wrong people.
Can 8,000 naira cook a pot of soup for a week?
Of course. I'm an agricultural person, so I understand what I'm talking about. Do you know that woman?
Brother,
the people
no. Don't say what you don't know. If you haven't been to Nigeria, brother,
wait,
calm down. If you never go to Nigeria recently, don't say what you don't actually know.
Hold on.
As I'm speaking,
hold on. Can you hold on, guy? Hold on. Just everybody, calm it down. Let's not have the cascading voices one, and then carry on, Dorothy. But I think Des was speaking at his level. But carry on, Dorothy.
You see, with that 8,000 that he was talking about pot of soup. We are not talking about your own pot of soup, which is what Des. We are not talking about you cooking chicken. We are talking about somebody that wants to just buy 1 small fish. We are talking about somebody that wants to even buy okababa, sorghum, to feed his local fowl at the backyard. Do you know that in the rural area, That 8,000 can help a farmer to go to the farm, get seeds that he was going to plant on his land or the borrowed land or whatever, and he can feed his family for the next few months. He can buy seeds. I mean seeds that will multiply itself. He can plant maize. He can plant pepper within his garden. I'm telling you, this guy will even eat better with that just money. That money can make a difference in the rural economy. They just needed these small things just to help themselves. He needs one money to buy one okababa to do his local fowl so that they can eat something in the morning. As he's eating, he's also eating. He can also get some few small private fertilizer, 1-2 kg, just to sprinkle on some of the few things he's planted in his garden that he will use to feed his family of 2, 3, or 4. That is what these guys actually need. You see, so it's not about. There are many other things that are coming. It is not only going to be on the presidents, the state governors now. We need to now pull their if it's possible. We pull their balls. The state governors must now come out and also roll out their own plans too. This thing should. You see, we normally neglect all our useless governors. These guys are useless. By now, I expect many of them to have. I've seen some people doing the right thing. I saw Borno State providing farmers with buses, taking them to farm. This is what we are talking about. And I also want the federal government to should be able to do that kind of thing also. Transportation plays a key role. This is what the rural economy really needs. So to be able to survive this. In France, they give them 100 euros. They give them all this small chicken change, and it helps them.
Before you move to the next topic.
All right, sorry.
That's my own. One man during the time of Oshibajo, we might not know when the initiative of this social welfare scheme was under Oshibajo. Do you know that Oshibajo did a good job? I swear. See, in my church, in Ibadan, I know people that they never know anybody. These are just ordinary people. They put in for these programs, Empower and stuff. These guys got it. They got the stuff without anybody knowing, any human being. I did this for some of them, and they got the job. If we can have that kind of system also, whereby I put my name into the system and I'm able to I was recognized and I was picked, I open an account and it gets to me. And people, I'm able to relate with people that, I got so money. Nigerians, they will not tell you if they get the money. That's another thing you need to understand.
All right, bring it up. Yeah.
So that's how we need to do it. If they do it very well electronically, and people are able to tell themselves that, I got this money, I think I'm getting this, or they can even go through some of these agencies. I mean, they already have data. There is already a data on grant. They can also then go more into kind of expanding that database so that more people can come in. So with that, the palliative will come at different strata. It will come at different strata. That is for the smallest strata, the lowest strata they are starting from. And that is a good thing. So with time, it will get to all of us. It will get to people of our caliber, people that are working in the civil service, level 10, 15, 20, 15, 17, 18. So it will get to them to that level. So that's it. So let's just start with them and we'll go on from there. So that's my point. That's just.
All right, thank you, thank you, Dorothy. So let's hear from Paddy on that space, and then we move on. Now, I was keen to hear from you, Dorothy, but your connection was a bit woofy. But let's hear from Paddy. Paddy, to the palliative by Tinubu, and then there's a breaking story now that I want to go to. But let's hear from Paddy first. Paddy, good to see you. Paddy. All right. Paddy is not available at the moment. Paddy is not available at the moment, but still within this space.
Hello, Woman, can you hear me?
No, I can now. Yes. Good to see you.
I just lost you.
You have the floor. Oh, it dropped. All right. Come back and give us your thoughts. But let me go to this space now. So this is it's still within the impact of the economy on the poorest of the poor and what the government is doing about it. So this comes off the back of the commentaries that we've heard from especially Hassan and Thomas. So let me bring you now this that is just come through the news cycle now. It says that Tinubu declares state of emergency on food production to crash prices. So I think really this is where the palliative should be. It says that President Bola Tinubu has formally declared emergency on food security with back-up agenda to bring about abundant food items, leading to crash in their prices. One of the items the president listed is the urgent move to create cattle ranches, Ruga, in each state. Oh God, in each state, as a way of stopping Fulani herders from moving their cattle all over the place and on streets in major cities. Speaking to newsmen today, July the 13th, the Presidential Villa Abuja Special Advisor to the President on Special Duties Communications, Dele Alake, said that the president is fully aware of the current food inflation in the country. Mr. President is not unmindful of the rising cost of food and how it affects the citizens. While availability is not a problem, affordability has been a major issue to many Nigerians in all parts of the country. This has led to a significant drop in demand, thereby undermining the viability of the entire agriculture and food value chain. Accordingly, in line with this administration's position on ensuring that the most vulnerable are supported, Mr. President has declared with immediate effect the following action: that a state of emergency on food security be announced immediately, and that all matters pertaining to food and water availability and affordability as essential livelihood items be included within the purview of the National Security Council. He said that as a direct and immediate response to this crisis, a number of initiatives will be deployed in the coming weeks to reverse this inflationary trend and guarantee future uninterrupted supply of affordable food to ordinary Nigerians. According to Alake, there will be immediate, medium, and long-term interventions and solutions. In the immediate term, we intend to deploy some savings from the fuel subsidy removal into the agricultural sector, focusing on revamping the agricultural sector. In an earlier meeting with agricultural stakeholders today, we drafted a memorandum of partnership between the government and the individual stakeholders, representatives, that encompasses the decisions taken and actions proposed for our engagement. The immediate intervention strategies are as follows. Number one, we will immediately release fertilizers and grains to farmers and households to mitigate the effect of the subsidy removal. Number two, there must be an urgent synergy between the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Water Resources to ensure adequate irrigation of farmlands and to guarantee that food is produced all year round. He said that President Tinubu made it clear that we can no longer be comfortable with seasonal farming, saying we can no longer afford to have farming downtimes. Read part of the president's measure to address food challenges. It goes on and on, but what are you making of that, or just as an immediate response? Do you want to kick that off, Hassan? All right, who wants to kick that off? Let's come to Paddy. Paddy, do you want to kick that off?
Woman, you know what?
No. Hold on for Paddy. Yeah, Paddy.
I just want to bring. I want you to play the video, the full press. That would be nice for you. It's gonna be easy for you if you can do that.
What video?
Dele Alake a full press on the agriculture. It's very interesting.
All right, if you can send it to me in the
one man I hear.
All right, I was coming. Okay, you lead that space, and then Paddy come after you. But I was coming to you then. The initiative of the Tinubu administration declaring a state of emergency on food. I suspect you've seen the clip. What's your response?
Well, you see, as much as I hated the previous policy, and this is an excellent one, and this is something that I can totally align myself with, and this is timely. Of course, there are a multitude of factors that affect food security, and I have said this before, and I will repeat it again. Sometimes, people are lost in translation on the way politicians put the way they say things, and the true meaning of what they are trying to do is kind of lost in translation. I'm not meaning I don't mean literal translation, just mean the kind of interpretation, the meaning people ascribe to it. Okay, so this is the way I see it. You see, in the real sense in Nigeria, it's not as if we have a shortage of food per se. No, we do not have a shortage of food. We do not have famine. We are producing a lot of food. What our problem is poverty. There is poverty. If you want to buy food to feed Nigerians today in Nigeria, believe you me, you'll find a lot of food to buy. There is a lot of food in rich men's silos, kept there. The problem is why people are hungry is that they do not have money to buy the food. So what is our problem right now? The first thing is to ensure that people have access to the money to buy the food, and in the medium term and in long term, you ensure that supply exceeds demand, and all those economic factors can come into play to a level that it will be of advantage to the common person. This I totally agree with. And in the interim, I would want the government to do something about because this is something that is going to take some time, for it to come to fruition. But it is a step in the right direction. I think this is a very laudable policy, and if it is implemented well, it's going to, really do a lot, because it does no harm if we keep increasing our capacity, because our population just keeps exploding. So anything that has to do with food and water security are not things that we should take lightly. And I talk about this in light of what is happening with climate change and global warming and things like that, because the weather patterns that we have right now, the weather is so unpredictable, and we have a lot of crops that are failing, that do not usually fail, and we've been having consistent flood that destroy crops year in year out. And that aside, uh, water what fresh water sources are drying up, because I like the idea of ensuring water security too, because we have a very huge population. There is a war that is brewing between Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Egypt, and it's around the River Nile. And the UN OCHA, they are estimating that in the next 10-15 years, if nothing is done about clearing all the different fault lines between these countries, there may be a war, because Egypt had even threatened that they were going to blow up a dam that Ethiopia was planning to construct, because the water is not just flowing like it used to. Even here in Borno State, the Lake Chad, it has shrunk. 70% of it is gone. We only have 30% of what it used to be, and people are draining the aquifer that we have, and it's a serious problem. So I know the federal government has a water policy, but I don't think that they put a lot of mind into it and try to ensure that everything is done according to that
Well,
policy and implement.
Hassan, what are you making of Tinubu trying now reintroducing the vexatious Ruga narrative? He's now saying that his administration will facilitate for Ruga in every state to get the herders off the streets and into some sort of a settlement. Do you remember how people fought aggressively against that policy? But Tinubu of all
Yes.
people.
Yes, yes. Well, maybe this is evidence that people were just too emotional about it, and maybe Buhari was right, because in the grand scheme of things and in the interest of the country, maybe it will help. But I do not foresee a Ruga, in states in southern Nigeria. I do not foresee it. I believe that it's not necessary. However, in states where the Fulani have a footprint before, the Ruga should be allowed to stay, because I believe the Fulani are also into kidnapping and things like that, and the Fulani are the worst affected ethnic group because of this climate change. Sometimes we in Nigeria and in forums like this, people just talk about things that happen in their immediate environment or within their immediate sub-region, and they do not really understand the depth of the crisis others are facing. The Fulani are facing a crisis. Instead of Nigerians to condemn them and ostracize them and punish them because of the effects of climate change and and all that, maybe it's a better solution to ensure that they are doing well, so that they will not have the consequences of them attacking Nigeria and attacking Nigerians in the long term. Because you see, whatever happens in crime, there are only two ways to solve crime. It's either you stop crime from happening at its source, where the criminal, you stop the intention, or you deny the opportunity for crime. Because two things will have to happen before any crime is done. There has to be an intention to commit the crime, and there has to be an opportunity. Now, what is done in criminology and what law enforcement do is trying to it's either you stop one of those or you stop both, and then you are done with the solution. If you can stop human beings having the intention in the first place to commit a crime, how do you do that for a group like the Fulani? Is to ensure that their means of livelihood is replaced in some way, in some form, that they do not necessarily have to see that for them to survive they need to kidnap people. Because right now the cows are not getting food like they used to before. There is no water everywhere. The population has exploded such that people are exploring the farms that were used to be their traditional grazing routes and things like that. So there are a lot of myriad of problems, but I think Tinubu is going in the right direction on this. Really.
All right, Hassan, let me read you these two paragraphs. Give me a very short response, because I find it interesting. I want to see what you're making of it. So I'll read you these two paragraphs. Give me a short response to it. Then from you, I'll go on to Paddy, and then next to Uptown, who is also in Nigeria. But let me read you these two paragraphs, because I thought it was quite striking, and I thought somewhat clever. It says, this is number 2 in the itemized list. It says, there must be an urgent synergy between the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Water Resources to ensure adequate irrigation for farmlands and to guarantee that food is produced all year round. He said that President Tinubu made it clear that we can no longer be comfortable with seasonal farming, saying we can no longer afford to have farming downtimes. So what do you make of that? I thought that why should we not be farming all year round, and the facilitation for that?
Yeah, that is essentially smart. And in Cameroon, they farm all year round, and ordinarily on paper Cameroon should not out farm us, but they do. Now, why do they do so? They have invested in the infrastructure necessary to do irrigation farming. It's not that Nigerians don't want to do irrigation farming. It's just that the infrastructure, water, and you need to have access. What do they call these things? That fertilizer and all that. And it's a different ball game. If for somebody who digs his own borehole and buys fuel, to raise the water up and use it, he's going to produce at a higher rate than somebody who is using water that was damped and then was released during the dry season to irrigate his farmland, because that water will come to him at no cost. But the kind of irrigation we are doing right now is people just using boreholes, and that is expensive. Where the government should come in is, there is a lot of water. You see all this water that is being flooded, that is flooding farmlands every rainy season. If we had 3, 4, 5 dams in strategic season, it can also be used, to irrigate our farms. This is a smart move by Tinubu. This is a smart move by Tinubu, and what he's trying to do is just like killing two birds with one stone. Am I deep in?
Yeah, you were deep in, but let's go on from you to Rotimi, but stay with us, Hassan, because you've ignited the conversation now. Let's stay with us. Let's go to Rotimi, see if he's ready to go. So, Rotimi, do we have you now?
Yes.
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 Can you
Indeed, one man.
No. Sorry, we have to Rotimi. We have to let Paddy. I meant Paddy. So let's go to Paddy. So Paddy, yes. So let's come to you. So we kicked it off on the palliative of 8,000 naira parachute drops into the poorest 12 million households. And a lot of people, they were somewhat dismissive of that, even somewhat angered by it. I thought it was a necessary injection. It's for a 6-month period, just to insulate for the changes, for the period that the changes will come into effect. But I'm not sure what you're making of that. But now, as we're just discussing that, the news came through that Tinubu has declared a state of emergency on agriculture and his intention to crash the price of food. And he has come up with a whole raft of policy positionings in that direction. So to that, Paddy.
Yeah. Hi, woman. Good to
Hello.
hear you. Yeah, to hear from you again. I think this just largely goes to speak to the disingenuity of many Nigerians who, in one breath, we are concerned about the poor people, the masses, and then we're asking for palliatives because of false subsidy. And then now that the government has set that palliative into a rolling system, they're not criticizing it again. I guess maybe people don't understand what a palliative is. They probably think it's a poverty alleviation scheme. No, it is like you rightly said, woman. It is something. It's like a stipend. Oh, whilst we are trying to make you get out of poverty, because we understand the inconveniences that you're experiencing, here is something to go along with what we are using. First of all, it's coming from the government, right? So it can't be 800,000. It's not salary. It is something added to what it is that you're supposed to, do in your daily lives. I think it's fantastic, and I think it's a deliberate. In fact, the fact that they made it 6 months show proof to me that the government is indeed on the right path. Because if you match that with the other news, just the state of emergency that was declared, you can tell that it is a projection of, within 6 months, everything will do around the state of emergency should have kicked in. So the fertilizers should have kicked in. It's like maize. It takes about 4 months to grow. So those maize should have fertilized then. At those periods, you will no longer need those palliatives. You now have enough. You can now buy, because you will now be buying food at a cheaper rate. So that means that within 6 months, we expect that so many of the cash crops that we will be having will become cheaper. So why should anyone question that? I mean, are you, I think it was Des that said it, that some people are quite obsessed with everything that Tinubu does. And I guess it's the reverse. It's probably some people are obsessed to just criticize because it's coming from Tinubu. Because, I mean, it's something that people should help. So that means that we think there's an estimate of what the inconveniences for these people, about 8,000 should be able to add to them. So that 8,000 comes to them. And then he asks the question, what does it cost to open an account? It doesn't cost anything to open an account. Tier 1 account in Nigerian bank is just your phone number. That's all. A phone number. And if you go into the banking hall, your phone number and your picture are all you need to open a Tier 1 account. And Tier 1 account, you can have a maximum of 20,000 in there. And if you want to increase, then you can start providing other information. So people just now have banking agents within their localities, within those mass market areas, that they can open bank accounts. So it's not so complicated. And I think the only thing that the government didn't explain is how they intend to pay them. But I'm sure they probably work with the central bank, or probably even work with some domestic banks. They can work with First Bank, they can work with XYZ Bank, and those banks will be the ones that help with the remittances of such funds.
A lot of these people, of course, they belong to some form of trade organization or the other. Market Women Association, tomato sellers body, all of these even broom sellers, whatever. So they already have a catchment area that they can just packet all of these things into. So it's not as difficult as people make it out to be. Paddy.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, man. I mean, it's not a very, it's not complicated. It's not rocket science. It's not quantum physics. Government's just trying to pay people money the same way they've been paying them. There's that data already, and probably government has been able to figure out that there are 12 million people that are probably the highest impacted people with this particular process, and probably are the ones who are probably struggling to buy money and stuff. And so if you match that particular, if you match that subsidy palliative that is being shared, like I said earlier, to what the government is trying to do, and I can marry that, synergy into having to now have the Ministry of Agriculture revive. We now have the Ministry of Water and Resources revived. So water is going to be very available. Agriculture is going to be available. There's going to be subsidy to the farmers as well too. There's going to be, I mean, like I think when you were reading to the last gentleman, that the fact that Nigeria cannot afford to be having seasonal farming anymore. So meaning that those are the initiatives that we've been asking for eons. So whilst we might question the candidacy of the person, however it is that those who are questioning it, but the fact that this is something that is going to impact the same people we've been crying over the months that so just to give a little example, during the cash crunch that happened, we had people who were going to ATMs to ask for 5K. People were desperate for 5,000 naira during Emefiele's saga. People were fighting each other, ripping off their clothes over 5,000 naira. There are people who would call MTN or network or to shout at them for taking 500 naira from their airtime. So why should we now say that 8,000 is too little for you to add to whatever it is that you already have? So somebody who has 20,000 now has 28,000 for 6 months. So it's somebody who is earning 30,000 now is not earning 38,000. That means if you use that 8K for transport as a transport cost, that means you can go home with your due salary. Those are the things that we're asking for. So if you just even imagine somebody who lives in Lagos, how much is going to be your downfall? How much is going to be your BRT, which are already subsidized? How much is going to be your normal Okada or Keke Marwa? That's 8K you don't have to worry about. So that's 8K you're going to save in your savings. So, and those people, so let's not even condemn that particular initiative. If maybe after 3 months we now hear that people are not getting what is due to them, then the criticism can come. Then even I would join in the criticism. But right now, this initiative is very, very wonderful.
It'll be near impossible for us to hear that people are not getting it, because if they've identified the 12 million vulnerable class, and they're telling us that they're going to do it digitally. So that is then to tell us that they already identified that there's the means to parachute this money into them without actually doing it in physical cash. So it's simply a matter of setting up a payment schedule for 6 months. But where the controversy might come will be in the spread. Because usually a lot of this money always goes to the north.
To the north, yeah.
So if that continues, then people will cry foul.
Yeah, I suspect, more often than not, that you might go to the north, and I guess it's the data shows that they actually do have more of the displaced or the deaf poor within that community. But then if you look at the fact that we now, at least in this era, we do have a more southern presidency, I suspect that this quota might be a little bit, so maybe it might be 4 million per region, for the lack of a better examples, okay, or maybe 6 million to the north and then spread the remaining 6 million, everywhere within the south. But I'm pretty sure that it will go around to those who will need the impacts the most. And maybe at some point they might ask for it to be expanded, but this is exactly what the government should be doing with the subsidy money. So the subsidy money that we are now saving for petrol subsidy is not what's now going into our water, is not what's going into our food, is what's going into our agriculture, is what's going to even to the poorest amongst us. I don't think any rational person who's been sincere to criticize this.
There's no legitimate argument against it, really. Even a spiteful argument against it cannot, because people don't like to argue against reason. You have to be of extreme unreasonable to be against this. Rotimi, let me play you a 3-minute clip and then give me a quick sounding on it, and then I want to bring Uptown into the conversation, but I want you to hang around for the Goldman Sachs space, which I'm sure you have thoughts on about Rotimi and others. What this? Paddy, I keep saying Rotimi. There are two Rotimis here. Paddy's name is also Rotimi. That's why. But Paddy, what's this?
News at 10, reaching you live from our headquarters here in Lagos. We begin in the nation's capital, where President Bola Tinubu has declared a state of emergency on food security. He has also directed that all matters pertaining to food and water availability and affordability as essential livelihood items be included within the purview of the National Security Council. The president also says his administration will deploy some savings from the fuel subsidy removal into the agricultural sector, with a focus on revamping the sector. TVC News State House correspondent Femi Akonde reports.
President Bola Tinubu says his administration is worried about the clear and present danger to food security in the country. The recent policy of fuel subsidy removal has taken a toll on food prices and now threatens food security. President Bola Tinubu's declaration of a state of emergency on food security seeks to reverse the inflationary cost of food items and ensure affordability.
The president has declared with immediate effect the following actions. 1, a state of emergency on food security. 2, that all matters pertaining to food and water availability and affordability as essential livelihood items be included within the purview of the National Security Council.
The annual inflation rate in Nigeria rose for the 4th consecutive month to a near 18-year high of 22.41% in May this year. These new measures introduced by the Tinubu administration is meant to stop the hike in food prices and possibly force a downward trend.
We shall create and support a national commodity exchange board that will review and continuously assess food prices as well as maintain strategic food reserve that will be used as price stabilization mechanism for critical grains and other food items.
It seems this time the federal government may be out to find a lasting and sustainable solution to the farmer-herders conflict, which again is a serious threat to food security. President Tinubu's administration says it will adopt ranching as against cattle herding. The president seeks an increased and improved participation of relevant government institutions and stakeholders in the agricultural sector. But he insists the Central Bank of Nigeria will continue to play the lead role in funding the value chain of the agricultural sector that already accounts for 35.21% of employment in Nigeria. This latest government initiative is expected to draw the country closer to achieving Sustainable Development Goal 2, which focuses on ending hunger, achieving food security, improved nutrition, and promoting sustainable agriculture. Femi Akonde, TVC News.
All right. So there it is, Paddy. I mean, you want to contain yourself not to get too excited, but anytime these people, anytime they roll out another policy position, you almost want to give a round of applause.
Mm-hmm. Yes, one man. I mean, first of all, let me probably quickly speak to the Ruga bit. I remember during the peak of such conversations, people were screaming ranches, rather than free roaming animals. And this is exactly what the government is doing. So they're going to set up ranches in states, and the government will pay for those properties. So it's not like it's a dash. So government are going to now buy lands, and then those land, and also are going to now create grazing reserves. I mean, this is what is done obtainable in America. This is what is done in Sweden. This is what is done in New Zealand. This is what is done in Australia. Everywhere. This is what is done in England. So they're not just creating ranches. They're also not creating grazing reserves, because that's because of the kind of herds that we use, the kind of cow that we use, that we have in Nigeria. They're not. You can't keep them. And of course, because of the Muslims who like to eat halal kind of meat, you can't have them kept in a secluded ranch. So they still want to enjoy the spirit of grazing. That's number one. Number two, because of the way our weather is in Nigeria, where we have different weathers from different seasons, you'll be able to allow those cattle to graze. So they're going to create a path for them. They're going to give them a dedicated land that government's going to pay for, and they're also going to give them a grazing reserve, such that they won't touch anybody's land. All the issues of herdsmen fighting and killing people, those things will be a thing of the past. I think generally this government, for this particular initiative, they do deserve a round of applause. And this is just not me trying to be, kiss them behind. It is generally a good initiative. Now the rollout is what most people will question. I think it's just a strongman, argument. But in the true sense of it, I think it's fantastic. And speaking to the rest of the points as well too, and I think I had mentioned before about the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Water Resources merging together. I felt now I'm even very curious to even know who the nominees for those two office cabinets will be. I'm curious to now know who the Minister of Agriculture will be, also the Ministry and the Minister of Water Resources. I would hope that they are very good, candidates. But I think one thing that stood out to me is the fact that they are going to now have this state of emergency is now being declared under the National Security Council. And that kind of got my curiosity. Why is National Security Council, why are they the ones who will be overseeing this entire rollout? And I guess it just goes to speak to the fact that there's been some sort of fraud that's been going on within that agricultural fertilizer scheme. Even under Emefiele, when the CBN of all bodies were the ones who were dashing out funds on fertilizers to the farmers. So that means there was no accountability or cash crops that we are growing in Nigeria are being exported. So the farmers will have subsidized fertilizers. Our local farmers will now take them and then they will take them to the neighboring countries. I guess there's probably that lapse there. So now this is going to be not just even a state of emergency. There's now a security detail that is currently advising, that's going to be advising the presidency and monitoring the flow of everything. That's on one part. It also makes sense that security councils will also be involved in cases of ranching and ruga. So you're not going to just have maybe loose herdsmen fighting a community without the security details monitoring everything. So that means that there's also the attention and there's also the sensitivity of security concerns that can happen during this entire process, and having that security council monitoring, I think, is a fantastic thing. I don't want to hog the mic too much, but I think everything that's done in paper has been said. I think I actually love the initiatives, and I think for me, it's one of the reasons why I'd prefer Nnamdi Kanu to be our presidency. He's blowing my mind, and I'm not saying that because I'm his candidate, because
Rotimi, I don't think we should apologize because I'm somewhat apologetic as well. When I see another stroke of the fuel subsidy stroke of genius, everything. Look at this now. Look at the synergizing from putting this parachute payments into the poorest of the poor, 500 billion both as an insulation to extreme poverty and as a stimulus to the economy, both in synergy as one action, and then declaring a state of emergency on food security, and then coming up with an action plan, synergizing the Ministry of Water Resources with the Ministry of Agriculture, a synergy that should have been there from the word go, insisting that agriculture should be a 12-month cycle, not just a rainy season. These are things that should be in place, and then creating once and for all these grazing reserves for the Fulanis to protect the food and to protect their economy. Well, you have to get excited about that, surely. You cannot not get excited. It's exciting stuff. The implementation, of course, but certainly the man has a plan. I think we're comfortable to say that the man, he has a plan, doesn't he?
He has a plan. Yes, you actually do. I think maybe another thing that people also forget is agriculture is not only cut the crops. The protein you consume is not a part of agriculture. So those cows and goats and rams are also part of agriculture. So you can't focus only on the cash crops, the crops, and not focus on the meat. And Nigeria is a very high meat consuming, population. I think there's another stroke of genius that they also have there, is that they mentioned that they're going to now create land banks nationwide, so to increase the availability of arable land for farming. That to me is another whoa. So meaning that, and that's to solve the case of being able to have farming all year round. So the government will now have arable lands in every pocket of the nation that will be, that viably be able to ensure that there is continuous growth of seasonal crops. So rather than we all wait till January, February for mango, and then we all wait till maybe June for corn, and then we are waiting till cashew is XYZ month. Those things will not be very seasonal. Of course, maybe the taste might change, but instead, what the government trying to say, irrespective of the time of the year, the nation will have enough to feed. So it's not like maybe bread is now expensive in December because corn season has ended in July. No, there's going to be a constant flow of available crops, and those crops will be ensured that they are protected, that they will be for Nigerians, consumed by Nigerians within Nigeria. And whilst we are consuming our food, we are also able to have very healthy meat. So it's not something. I guess maybe yes. We'll have opposition here and there.
Paddy, there was another thing he said, and then I got to uptown now. But there's another thing he said that they're going to create a commodity board in order to ensure food security. So that is to tell you that they are inviting the farmers to farm to the maximum of their capacity, and then the government will be baseline buyers. Stay muted, Okweton. So the government will be baseline buyers of all of these commodities. So they guarantee a baseline price, and then of course the grains will be stored so that there would never be a point in time that the country is ever short of food.
Yes, I agree with you. And it's not just food.
Yeah, woman, don't forget that I was waiting. I was waiting.
Can you hold on up, Tony? Sorry, Sorry, carry on there.
Yeah. So yes, one man, and it's not just food; it's food and water, and not just so it's food and drinkable water. So all those things that we've always asked for, and I think I said that in my first submission, the fact that it's the palliative for the dead poor is a 6-month thing. It means that they've thought through this, and they understand that within the next 6 months we need to start seeing results from this other state of emergency. So it's so that as one is ending, the other one's already picking up. So there's no downtime for those vulnerable people where they are going to have starvation. I think it's a very good thing, woman. I think I'll allow the next person speaking.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Paddy. So let's bring you in, Uptown. So Uptown, I'm sure you don't share in all of this excitement. Uptown, good to see you. Uptown on mute. You know the process now. Uptown, the homie.
Hello. Before Uptown, woman, just to interject before I forget. Because of the previous topics, sir. Please, I beg you.
All right, go on, Tony. I don't think Uptown is quite ready for us.
I'm here, but you can go.
No. But don't do that, Okweton, please. Let me call you. Don't unmute. Let me call you. Yes, Tony.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. First of all, the most vulnerable have no bank account, and then this is a country, sir. Anyway, let me just thank you very much for your presentation. In the last 3 days, because my accumulator have been disturbing me, so I could the other time I came here almost 5 times. But thank you very much, sir, for accepting me all the time. The fact that we have no data for the number of people living in our country, so that is already a scam. It means that those so-called ministers or people responsible for it are going to share that money. We have no data, sir. We have no national census. Okay, we have no data. So let them just invest that money in, let's say, one industry in each of the 700 local governments across the country. So that people can be able to work and help their families. their respective families.
But hold on, Tony. We do have data. What do you mean we don't have data?
No, we don't. Yes, we just say that Nigeria is about 200 million people. We don't know actually how many numbers. And then, that is the plain fact, sir. If you are saying that...
Hold on. We're not doing the population side. We're talking about a targeted 12 million people, and they have their data. They have their data.
Yes, sir. But, no. I don't think so, because the most vulnerable people are those old women, old men, children. Please, sir. You have been doing a great job, because I just love the fact that you have been confronting the government. I mean, try to tell them that whenever they do wrong. I couldn't believe my eye when I just see you or hear you speak against the government in recent times. I say, is it the same woman that was rooting for Tinubu that he should come in, but at the end of the day that you are even thinking about the poor people? I mean, you are a good man. You know that even due to the fact that you are a Jehovah's Witness. It just makes me to believe that you are the best man, because I love these people too much. I used to go to their kingdom halls, you know what I'm saying, play their music.
No. You stay with the topic, Tony. But and thank you for the compliment, by the way. So, but what I am saying to you is that they will not capture every single vulnerable person, but they've identified 12 million vulnerable people that they are able to inject parachute payments to insulate the impact of policy changes. So they are going to be sending them 8,000 naira every month for the next 6 months. So that 8,000 naira is not their money for the whole month, is to add on to whatever it is that they already have, just to help them a little bit to manage the process. And then they are bringing in a whole raft of policy positions so that those people will never need government support again. And we're seeing it in this agricultural policy. We're seeing it with the Dangote refinery, and everything is being synergized. So that's what's going on.
Yeah. Woman, it's still bringing me back to that earlier point that I made. That please, woman, where you are living in England, and then I'm living in Germany. Please, sir, this is it's impossibilidad, according to the Portuguese. It's impossibility. The best thing to do is to look for a kind of industry that is not going to take time to, establish, for the people to work and do something. You know what I'm saying, sir?
Hold on. That is being done as well. It's not an optional choice. It's not either or. It's not one or the other. It's everything. So listen. They've removed the fuel subsidy, which has ratcheted up the price of everything, transportation, food, everything. Now they've introduced this stealth tax into car ownership, which ratchets up everything. They are going to put a bit more on electricity, which ratchets up even more. Now, the income of the lowest rungs of society is not moving in consistent with the inflation that is taking place in the country. So that is the most immediate that is happening at the moment. So that's the most immediate. So now, between creating all of these industries to create jobs, they're not going to create industry today and then tomorrow tell people to go and take jobs there. That's not going to happen. If they're going to do all of that, we're talking about a 6-12 months, 2 years down the line. So to create electricity, do the schools, all of that, they're doing all of that. But this policy, can you just hold on for 1 second? Let me land it. So these are policy changes that they have introduced that have spiraled the inflation out of affordability of the already pressed upon Nigerians. They are parachuting money to insulate that period before those policy changes come into effect to begin to flesh out a permanent solution to that space. So that's what's going on. So it's not that they should create industries. They are creating industries. It's not that they should build schools. They are building schools. So it's not an optional choice. It's not one or the other, but it's just a. Do you get it?
Yes, I get you, woman. You know that sometimes if you see some shows, like let me just give you an instance. I'm sorry for mentioning this guy's name. That he freeze. You see people coming to beg for sewing machine. They can be able to buy sewing machine, and you see that guy try to donate some money. Some fund, raise some funds to give. Look, my brother, let us
Yeah, no,
now that we
hold
have
on,
changed. No,
hold
no,
on,
hold on, sir, hold on, sir,
hold
please, sir.
on. No, no,
Okay,
but
okay.
that is going on as well. There's the
Mm,
Empower program for all of that.
eh,
Dadate was just telling us countless examples. That's why I'm
mm,
saying to you, it's not an optional choice.
yes.
It's not one or the
But
other.
the only way, so the only way that they can do that.
I don't think you get it. But I carry
No,
on.
I get it, sir. Let me just tell you one thing, sir. Please, just pardon me. Look, do you know what we need right now? Now that we have changed all those customs heads, the administrators or whatever, let them look deep into the society and see their needs. Do you know that if they allow us to ship things down to Nigeria right now, like I mean, things like sewing machines, at least sewing machines or things like that. I just want to give that example. Let them bring, let them make the transportation vehicles, let them be cheaper for the people to. I mean, just look at the situation. Okay, forget about the north is looking good. You know what I'm saying. But look at the southern Nigeria. Look at the zincs. The rooftops of houses in Ibadan, in
All right.
Aremo area.
All right.
In Mokola, in Benin City, in Onitsha. Look at the whole roof. Yeah, that is why we say we need people to think about the poor people. We don't have data to say to guarantee that those money are, that's going to go down to these people. Please, sir.
No,
I'm very
no,
sorry.
we do because they are going to send the money digitally. They're not handing. All right.
I get you,
Okay.
but the most
No, no,
vulnerable have been counterfeit.
I
I
don't
get
think
you, sir.
you.
Thank you. Thank
I
you very
don't
much.
think you
Thank you
do.
very much, sir.
I don't think you do.
Okay.
But there it
Oh
is.
I
man,
thank you.
Yeah.
I thank you.
I mean, so many people have said it, and nobody has actually answered that question. Yeah, but then again, I heard you say 12 million people. It's laughable when I heard that. I thought I was getting 8,000. But anyway, um, if you're saying you're going to send 8,000 naira to 12 million people, and you have data for that, I wish they can bring out the empirical data that is showing the kind of poor they are going to send that money, who actually they are sending that money to. Because to be honest, everybody is poor in Nigeria. Everybody is poor in Nigeria. We already know the number. We already know how many million people, 160 what million, are very, very poor. We already know the data. So when you're saying you're giving out 12 million people 8,000 naira, it is laughable. So we need to know who they are sending that money to. Don't be surprised, they might just send it to my account and I'll come and show it. See, 8,000 enter my account. So that is what I'm saying. The
There's,
people that are
there's,
in the village that don't.
there's 8,000 is a packet of cigarette in Germany. And the people
I
smoke
know,
two packets, three
I
packets
know, I know
a
all
day.
that.
I mean,
I know
you
all
know,
that. I know that. That's why I'm saying we need to actually state the fact and say the truth about this. It is just, I don't even know how to explain this. This is just wrong. Whether we want to try to say the 12 million people they need it or they whatever. Come on, we don't know if this money is getting to them. Even if it's getting to some of them, 12 million is not even close to the poor people in Nigeria. It's
Oh,
not.
oh, all right. Uptown. Hopefully your connection is better now. Let's hear from you, Uptown. So you've been listening to the conversation. So come into it. However you choose. Uptown, the homie.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Uh,
Oh no.
And
Hold on. Let Uptown go first. Uptown. Yeah.
do I have a body double?
I don't know. It's
I
okay. So,
was
I want to
yeah,
say, is that Uptown's voice?
yeah.
I,
That is his
I
Yoruba
was even
accent.
my mouth was open. I was like, what's going on here? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Woman. Good day, everybody on the platform, and nice to join you guys. We can be increasingly difficult to join the platform. but we still try. And for our listeners and viewers, please hit the subscribe button and the like button. Thank you. So one man, okay, let me start from the last topic you guys were talking about. I think you guys were talking about the palliative.
8,000 naira parachute payment. Yeah.
Yeah. Some people will call it a palliative. I think I like the fact that palliative was not used because the word has been abused by the Buhari government. But one man, this is my view. 8,000 naira palliative. Let me correct the notion that I heard a couple of minutes ago. It's not 12 million Nigerians. It's 12 million families. So not really 12 million individuals, 12 million families. So perhaps maybe average of 5 people in a family. We know that in the north is far from that, but on the average, just averaging the entire nation, probably 5 people in the family. And that is even a more concerning concern for what.
Apologies, Uptown. I'll try not to
Yeah.
interject you again, but what you
Okay.
just said now addresses what Des and Tony were saying. So that 12 million is actually household, which is to
Yes,
say,
12 million
if a
household.
household is about, let's say, a family of 4. So if you multiply that, then that makes up the numbers. But carry on, yeah.
Yes. So I have decided to use average of 5. That means I'm not like just the kids, like the man, the father, mother, and an average of 3 kids. We know that that's a joke if you're coming from the north, but then let's use that 5. That means we're talking about 12 million times 5. That's just they're about 60 million. Okay, fine. But then that's a good range in terms of covering people. Not good enough, but fair enough. But then it's even a more cause of worry because if there's and others, we are worried about 8K being given to one Nigerian individual. I think they should be more worried about the fact that it's not being given to one individual, but it's given to an entire family. So what it means is that the family is getting there about 53 naira a day for the entire family. That's what it translates to. What is 53 naira going to do for a family of 5 in a day in Nigeria of today? Really, come on, at inflation of what rate, at the subsidy issue and the ripple effect and everything, transportation and what have you. Is a joke, one man, really is a joke. Considering the fact that this was published in the same paper where 70 billion was published for the rep members, as I don't know why they need palliatives, 70 billion, 35 billion to the judiciary at this point, and then you're telling Nigerians that you want to give 12 million households 53 naira a day for papa, mama, picking them. What are they going to buy? One man, it is instructive to note, as someone in Nigeria now, in case anybody in Nigeria does not know, that there's no biscuit that sells for 15 naira again in Nigeria. Biscuit, all those ones, old normal biscuit you used to buy.
In Victoria Island, in Victoria Island, you mean? In Victoria Island,
Uptown.
One man,
Uptown,
there's no
sorry.
biscuit that sells for 15 naira again.
In Victoria Island, where you live.
Okay,
Uptown,
one man.
I'm trying to get something. Sorry. Let me ask you a question because I'm a bit confused.
Okay.
The 12 million family, is it like each families is gonna get 8 million? Is it what you're
Each
saying?
family,
Like
8,000.
8,000. Sorry,
8,000
that is
naira.
even worse than what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's worse than actually what you were thinking about. So
Damn.
so the 8,000 is for
Wow.
the entire family actually to feed themselves or to do whatever they want to do. So I'm trying to be a little bit calculative what exactly are we talking about? And I've tried to break it down by day. That's like 53 naira, 55 naira or so. Now, what the question is, what can you buy in Nigeria 55 naira? And one more, you're talking about VI, no. And right now, I'm actually in the southeast. I'm in Anambra State. I've been here for like a week now. Pure water sells for 20 naira. Pure water, a sachet of pure water sells for 20 naira. So what if you buy 2, that's 14 naira. So the money for the day can only get you 2 pure water, or if the seller is being nice enough, 3 sachet water. That is what is a joke. One man. So I don't even want to talk
no,
to that.
it's not a joke. Uptown, they're not giving them 53 naira every day.
That's what it translates to.
They are giving them 8,000 naira as a lump payment. So with that 8,000 naira, they can go to the market and buy a quantity of gari, and then that's certainly 1,000 naira cooks a soup for a family of, no matter what you are saying here, 1,000 naira cooks a soup for a family of 5 that will last them at least 3 days. You know, they buy gari out of that. They can buy beans. They can buy yam. You know, they can feed. You know,
One man. I think somebody needs to help me here. Maybe I'm not the only person in Nigeria. Someone else in Nigeria should help us with. Maybe if you don't know, you can talk to you. Maybe a wife.
I've told
Tell us the
told
price of food
them
in the
here,
market.
like, you need to go to Nigeria before you make any statement concerning this money. I don't know why
you don't
people
have to
keep
go to
making that
Nigeria.
mistake.
Everybody have people in Nigeria. Don't worry about that.
Okay, so now the truth is, one man. The truth is, 5 what's it called 8,000 naira a month. I broke it down daily so that people will understand the intensity of what I'm talking about. But then it seems that was maybe that wasn't patronizing enough. So 8,000 in a month. Really, what can you do? You're talking about pots of food for 3 days. We're talking about 30 days. So 3 days. Okay, in the next 3 days, what happens? And so it's really a joke, really, one man. Especially, again, let me point out, especially when people are not able to explain to me why 70 billion in the same list is going to the House of Rep, is going to the federal representatives, 35 billion going to judiciary, and
That's for
whatever
them to
billions are going there.
That's for them to administer.
To administer what? It said the new House of Rep members. To administer, no, that's not their budget, woman. That is as partaking this fuel subsidy issue. You know, that has nothing to do with their allocation of whatever official budget, whatever they are running their segment of the government with. No, this is whatever is in that list is tailored because of, hey, subsidy, the impact of this fuel subsidy removal. This is what we ought to do. Blah 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 blah. So, what is the impact of fuel subsidy removal on the billionaires in the House of Reps and in the Senate? And then we're talking about a joke of giving 8,000 naira to an entire family in an entire month. One man, even I criticized Tinubu. I criticized Buhari. I thought the money they were giving out in Empower was not good enough. And guess what? Dollar then was about 400, 350. And I was criticizing how much were they giving, 5K or so. Dollar today is 800 naira in Nigeria as at today's rate, 802 actually. So that means that the money they're giving out now is like giving out 3K, maybe just some 12 months or 24 months ago. You know, so I didn't only criticize, but I also criticized as far back as 10 years ago. I criticized Obi giving out 10K or whatever it is to elderly women every month. I was like, oh no, 10K is not enough. 10K is just little. But then we're talking about, imagine the worth of 10K 10 years ago, 12 years ago when he did that. If you bring it up now, that what is that? We're talking about 70,000 now. That's the actual worth of 10K back then. And now in 2023, with dollar at 800, people come to announce to me, with subsidy being removed, you're no more paying subsidy, and there's a lot of stomach tightening, whatever they're removing, the subsidies are
Sorry.
removing, and then all you can offer is 8,000. No, it's not good enough.
Let me ask you a question. The question I've asked. I think I asked Hassan as well before his system dropped. Is your objection to the policy or to the amount being sent? So, what's your objection? Is it to the policy or to the amount?
I'm objecting to the amount.
Okay. So the policy is a good policy to send these parachute payments to vulnerable households.
Yeah. Parachute payments are always a good policy in very difficult times. Even in more civilized or bigger economies. Even during COVID-19, we saw what the US did for some of the citizens. Yeah, it's fine, but I have a very big issue with what they are giving out. Considering as somebody that is in this country, when I heard that, it was like basketball cracked a joke near me. I was like, no, this has to be a fake news. Come on, guys, come on. What's going on? Is it real? The entire family, not one person, the entire family. So if I have 14 children in Nasarawa, 5K. Okay. One more. Next topic, please. Let me borrow it as well.
Yeah, and the state of emergency on food security. What do you make of that? The state of emergency being declared on food security. What do you make of that?
Good move. The last time we saw that with the former Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, and when he was the acting president, and I think he gave marching orders, and within a couple of days, we saw significant, reduction in food prices across the country. I don't know how he did that, but I know I was in the country and I know it was effective because it translated to what was going on the ground until, the bad news guy, ex-president, comes back in the country and everything gets back to status quo. But then, yeah, good news. At least if you're going to give out 8,000 naira, which is still super ridiculous, I hope the food prices are able to be crushed a little bit for these 8,000 to have a little bit more value. So yeah, I think that I don't have any objection with that. I listened to Alake carefully on that. I think it's well thought out, and I hope it's being implemented very effectively. That it's not just another announcement from Abuja. I need people to go to the market and find out that at least there's been the food prices are reducing. One month, if you check our data in terms of several aspects of our life or things where we spend the most amount of our money in, food consumption almost takes up the entire charts. So food consumption is a real big deal in Nigeria. And one of the biggest things that drive people to immediate criminality, even if they're not criminals, are really when they are super hungry. Like, get the coin hunger, we go hunger, you want man, you won't go carry rail track, or pull up some, government, whatever, to go and sell. So yeah, it's super important. Food, yeah. Food, but then there has to be so many other state of emergencies this country needs. But starting with food, very good idea, perfect idea.
And the synergizing of the Ministry of Works with the Ministry of Agriculture, would you say that was a genius move?
Ministry of Work, Ministry of Agriculture.
So not Ministry of Works, so Ministry of Water Resources, I should say, not Ministry of Works.
Water Resources and Agriculture?
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Come on, we need to implement the Orasa reports real quick. That shouldn't be the only. I think. Yeah. The two ministries. I don't see any reason why they should be apart. Really, I don't see any reason why they should be apart. So yeah, a lot more ministries should be merged. I think in this period that
no, they are not being merged though. They are being asked to work in synergy. because of course you need the water
Oh,
for the
they're not being
irrigation of.
merged. Okay.
Yeah, no, they're being asked to
So
synergize
they
in
have
terms of
different. They're going to have different ministers, as
no,
usual.
yeah, they'll have different ministers, but working hand in hand because of course there's a natural confluence between
Yes,
agriculture and water.
and water. Yes, yes. Yeah, why not? I don't think there's a need for any special presidential order or whatever it is. This is something that these guys should know. They should be working hand in hand. I almost got excited that maybe some elements of our reports are coming on board. But then
No,
this is coming different.
they're going to be. So sorry, Uptown. They're going to be
Yeah.
implementing elements of the Onosaye report, by the way,
Okay.
because a lot of the all these duplicitous agencies, they're going to be they're going to be merged, or one will be destroyed, or So they're looking at the Onosaye report, of course.
One man, I don't know if you saw the video of one of the agencies that was being queried by the National Assembly that I think they were supposed to be and something innovation, blah blah blah. So they were like, what have they innovated in the last 8 years? I think the head of the agency.
Do you know how many billions of dollars they would have been getting in
like Jesus Christ?
The drying of Kilishi is what they've done in 20 years.
Please, reforms. Civil service reforms. It has to be dismantled, reformed from top to bottom. Those agencies, a lot of them have to be scrapped. Then others have to be merged. It's just like a case of where mad people have taken over the asylum. There just has to be a lot of reforms in that space. We need to cut the cost of governance, and we need to also, apart from even that, we need to also show to the citizens that, see, this government is not only telling you to tighten your belt for no reason. The tightening of belt is going to begin from us. Well, you're going to see it in our body language. You're going to see it in our policies. You're going to see it in everything we do, so that it gives some level of confidence to the people that, hey, we are all in this together and we'll get through this together. Like Baba Alexander Gomez said, this country has a lot of potential. And
is that you mimicking? Are you mimicking Alexander's voice? You try to come here, I'll give you Koboko now.
I always enjoy listening to him speak. It has a lot of potential, and the earlier we start bridging the gap between the government and the governed, and start bringing up everybody under the umbrella to understand that we do not have any other country except from this one. And until all of us sit at the table and understand that, hey, we have to make sacrifice A, B, C, D, E, all of us together, not you make and me not make. No, everybody has to make the sacrifice, and this is the clear direction of where we're going to, and we have all the potential to be one of the top 3 biggest economies in Nigeria. Really, everybody's gonna.
In Nigeria,
in the world, really.
I've got something to share with you in a moment, but
Okay.
Uptown, there's a clip I want to play. I was going to actually leave that clip for Thomas to play for his section, but since you are here and you are an obedient, I'm going to play the clip, and then you can just give me a very short response, and then from you, I'll go on then to Okwiton TV, and then from Okwiton TV, I'll go to Des, and then we move the conversation as quickly around as we can. But watch this. This is somewhat it's more to your space, really. So somebody sent this in, so watch this.
Peter Obi, see, to be honest with you, I the best for you. Yes, I the best for you. They're not gonna look anybody ayanya for this life. You look me ayanya, you look me, who they there? Leave that boy now. So this one of those boys. I'm not one of those boys. For this election we passed just now, so I put hits for Labour Party. I try. Nobody will no go talk say, you know, see how I take contribute to Labour Party success. I campaigned, I canvassed both online and offline. The first video I did for Labour Party got 2 million views under 14 days on Tunde's page. Got 1.something million views on Remedy blog, and so on. I was trending all over the place. I canvassed people, a lot of people, and I mean drag the attention called Labour Party. And naked take the campaign for you. Wait be you pick or say hello my boy Nasco, how are you? I see all that you are doing, because you cannot say you not see all those videos where they circulate all over the place from the beginning. I campaign reach the end. I put body and naked take campaign for you. Almost cause problem in my marriage, because people started sending my videos to my wife. Look at your husband. They go mess your family name up. What's your husband even doing? What's the meaning of all this? Why is he going naked? I mean, God come package in my house. I see go Lagos TBS with my money. I mean, pay your boys. With my money, I rent bus, put DJ, put speaker up, and naked again. We have boxer from phase 2 to TBS. You know the crowd on I gather. I mean, pure those Agbero boys made a mad for me. Make other party loyalists made a no attack me. You know, crowd on carry enter TBS. That day I nearly caught gas. I lost strength. I sick that day. Aisha Yusuf, where we say they regard so, where they follow the entire convoy, so where they day for your convoy, so she do pass me. Now I'm not telling you say come and give me money. Recognize me. Recognize me. No look me say who dead here. Who be that when I'm small? I'm not be small boy yo. I'm big. I'm David. I'm not a passerby in this country yo. Make anybody not look me less. I'm not be waka pass for this country. I hope we are whole. My influence for Labour Party, nobody go to say you know see him. But you just want to turn face, you throw a face. Last say you know the see him. Now rerun now is possibly around the corner. Peter Obi, call me. I want to follow you talk. I want to tell you something. They say now who say come, I want to tell you something. I wise pass. Me, I want to tell you something. Make I hear from you. Don't I deserve to be spoken to? Nobody for this Nigeria will no go talk say, you know, no, I'm here to play pass. It got a time where which I started calling me, Nasco, be careful, this thing you are doing it too much. Stay low, you are doing this thing too much. Man, I'm not gonna kill you. I don't see grief for them. I said if you want to come and kill me, come and kill me. If you kill me, you say I'm not gonna die. From worry, yes, so my pulling unit are deliver. The 2 pulling are deliver them. When election no hope for worry, now me scatter everywhere again. Raise alarm. The next day they come, we'll go pulling unit, nobody come outside. Now me can't do video again, begin the court to come outside. Peter Obi, I walk and I deserve to be spoken to. Let me tell you. People carry money can give me to support them. People carry money can give me, but I lose guard them. Why? Because man of the love I have for you, Peter Obi, you share same name with my elder brother. My elder brother that we lost to Ikeja bomb blast years ago. His name is Gregory. It's Gregory, spelled Gregory, but we they call it Gregory. That's why I use that Gregory for that first video when I do for you. Doubled my love for you. So why I go to do all these things? So you know if you call me, and they risk my life, they do all these things. You know if you call me, you know my influence for this matter. You know my influence. They gave me your media aids number. I call them to speak to you. I call Ty, I know they pick up during the election. During the election, media aid know they pick up. Now when you don't be president, now you take pick up. And you said you will be accessible. Rerun is around the corner. Rerun is possibly around the corner. I'm not to pass like this. For now, I'm not to pass like this.
There it is sometimes scammers, chancers, hustlers, class chasers, Obi is a home to all. I'm sure you've seen that already. Just give me a brief reaction and then we carry it on.
Omar, you just said to crack me up this night. You know, I've seen this video, but I didn't have the patience to watch the entire video. You know, but now I've seen the entire video. One man, it's the guy is like it's being currently said in the local parlance, Onkolos, you know. He's Onkolos, you know. It's clear because he said he posted a video that is I got 2 million views on Tunde North's page. That's not true. Tunde North has never gotten 2 million views on any of his posts on his page. This guy, he campaigned for Obi. If I start listing how we campaigned in Lagos, I don't think this guy will be found anywhere, you know. And not once have I ever tried to reach Obi's media aid to call him to tell Obi to come and give me a massage, you know, or to serve me a cup of tea in the morning. He just this guy is nothing serious. He's just chasing clouds, you know. He just wants some
No,
engagement.
You know why I really brought it is that there's a lot in that Obi space to say that because a lot of people feel that money is just being milked from that space, and that's a good example right there. So the guy wants Peter Obi's recognition, which he would then sell to his audience in order to continue to milk them. So it's just that
somebody said Peter Obi created one of the biggest employments in the couple of years, and actually a lot of people had jobs anyway. But it's not the man's fault that he had some value, and even by the mention of his name, both supporters and opposition are all using his clout to remain relevant and do a lot of stuff. So it's not his fault. This guy is just doing what others are doing, call Obi's name, lash out, do something. Obi, you didn't call me on phone, but I don't think he's even gonna get the clout. He probably thinks this is gonna get him anyway, because it's not well as someone that does PR. It's not even well. It's not well organized. He doesn't have the right points to get clout to his site or to his page or whatever it is he's doing. He's probably some comedian. I'm sure he's a comedian. So yeah, 1 month. This guy is just a joke.
All right, brilliant. Somebody sent that in. So thank you, Uptown. Thank you, Uptown. So stay with us. There's something from Goldman Sachs that I'd like your opinion on as well. But before I sample your opinion on that, let me just make sure every voice is documented. Let's bring Okwiton TV into the conversation. So Okwiton TV, speak to us. Tinubu's palliative declaration of a state of emergency on food production. So your thoughts on those spaces, Okwiton. Good to see you again. Okwiton, unmute.
Yeah. Thank you very much. How is the day going for everybody? And first of all, let me talk about the last voices, and let me apologize first because I keep unmuting during the last time everybody were talking, and it's simply because I do not understand what you were calling the last speaker. I later realized it's Uptown, so I keep feeling like you are calling Okita.
All right, sorry, no problem, Zach. Your floor is now yours. Yes.
So I'm still going to emphasize some things on the last two speakers. Even though this amount of money is significant, especially when it comes to those of us that are not living in Nigeria, because I heard somebody says this is the same amount you buy a packet of cigarette or something. Yeah, that might be true. Okay, and I don't think this particular palliative is all about the money. There are more things in it that we need to consider. But let's talk about the money. The 8,000 naira. It is completely insignificant as far as I'm concerned, but not to average Nigerian. I'm sorry to say. One man, you said something about 8,000 naira being able to cook soup for five household, for at least 3 days. I'm not going to agree with you on that because that would be outrageous. I don't know what kind of soup are you talking about anyway, So, but one thing is this: I don't think this particular amount of money is meant to change anybody's life, but it's more or less like a boost. If you go out into Nigerian neighborhood, coming from overseas, wherever you live, if you walk around the neighborhood and you see your old friend that hasn't have a big change of life, probably he remains in the same place you left him when you were traveling. What do? You say hi. How you doing? What's going on? And then by the time you're about to leave, what do? You dip your hands in your pocket and then you give him some change. I say change because it's more or less meaningless. But I can tell you, many Nigerians, if you give them like 3,000 naira, 5,000 naira as like long time no see money, they will thank you, they will appreciate it, and they will feel good about it. But it's not going to change their life. You know, of course, many of us have done what I just said several times without number, but our intention is not to make an imprint on their lives. No, that is not what those amount of money is for. And I will encourage the opposition party, I will call it, or obedient, or anybody out there that doesn't really support Tinubu from the outset. I will encourage them to continue to see things differently. What I mean by that is that a critique is always a good thing in our society. I do not see any of your opinion as completely out of order. No, that is what we expect, because we don't want a situation whereby there will be a government and nobody is actually criticizing anything. You know, we don't want a dog that is let loose that is going to be, you know, doing the same thing that we have faced from the past leaders. So it's very, very, very on point for you guys to not be overly excited about whatever thing that Tinubu do. Okay, and that is why forums like these exist anyway. But one thing is very clear in this issue here is that if Tinubu did not release any palliative at this point in time, or did not allocate 8,000 naira for Nigerians, of 12 million Nigerians who are in the lower, below poverty level, I don't think anybody can do anything about it. You know, when you owe what you see, meaning that if you owe somebody money, if you don't have that money, nobody can owe you. Nobody is going to arrest you for it. You know, this is why I said that. Are we all forgetting that Nigeria is in a deep mess right now? As if we have no money. Nigeria is servicing his debt with 96% of the revenue. 90, for God's sake, 96%. What is that living? What is that living in the pocket of Nigeria? Nothing. So initially, I wanted him to hold off giving anybody money. I wanted him to direct his attention completely on other long-term palliative that can actually have an actual effect on human being. Not 8,000 naira, 10,000 naira, or 15,000 naira that people are just going to blow away within few seconds. You know, because if I look at my life, one of the very good things that makes me good with investment is the fact that I don't like buying things that I'm not going to see there tomorrow. Whenever I have money, the first thing that comes to my head is, what am I going to do so that next year, 3 years time, 5 years time, I will still see that thing right there. That's what will come to my head right away. So for me personally, I would rather Tinubu pull the funds together and do something worthwhile that every human being in Nigeria currently will feel the effect of it. But I'm guessing that doesn't stop him from doing that as well, because I believe he has other plans, other palliatives that can actually make, you know, the effect that I'm talking about right now. But the money he released right now for these 12 million below average Nigerians is not a big deal. But I believe those ones who are going to get this money, if they get it, that's what we need to worry about. If they eventually get the money, trust me, they will really appreciate it more than any one of us who live in abroad. I don't know what I'm going to do with 8,000 naira in a month, and I believe most of us here too. You know, but I am telling you now, from a simple experience, from simple interaction I've had with people in Nigeria, that a lot of people will really appreciate it. I'm running different activities, you know, in Nigeria currently, and some of the guys that work for me, I can't even tell you how much I'm paying them right now, because you will be like, are you out of your mind? You know, but That's the agreement we reached. And by the time we reached that agreement, everybody was satisfied. I'm like, are you kidding me? They're going to do this for this amount? I'm like, but that's Nigeria today. People are badly beaten. People have been panic beaten, both left and right, during the last administration. Don't forget that Tinubu didn't cause the problem he's trying to solve right now. But at least he's doing something. You know? I mean, I appreciate my brothers in the other side trying to actually criticize and, you know, make points that are very, very valid.
We appreciate it too.
It is only helpful to our economy or to our, you know, society to have opposing opinions. Is a very helpful thing to do. You know, that's why when I made a journey. Okay, I said journey because online, when I move around, I call it a trip, you know. So I went to somewhere. I'm not going to mention the name. So I went there, you know, just to listen to people and maybe converse. But I found out that I didn't say a word. I just find out that there's no way you can ever think of bringing on a counter opinion. I'm like, are you kidding me? They literally stayed in the bubble. As in, one of them, who they were in the same movement together for a very long time. One of them actually has a counter opinion to what is currently happening in Nigeria. As far as Peter Obi and Abure, when they said something about the rerun of the election, and the guy just said, I think I said this thing about a month ago. I see everybody now coming back to say the same thing. I've talked about it and we're going to have a rerun. And do you know that just like a shark dog, everybody was biting him left and right? You know, and I keep worrying. And I'm like, Peter Obi said this. Abure himself said it.
Sorry, Okweton. I'm not quite sure because I've been trying to stay away from that space increasingly. You know, that Obi space. But I'm not quite sure where they are getting it into their head that there's going to be a rerun. It was the chairman of the Labour Party, Abure, that he was speaking online with an American, a coalition of American obedient groups. And he was saying that there was going to be a rerun, so they should start preparing themselves for that rerun because that rerun is going to be funded. And when I saw that, what I thought was that the guy was just trying to scam the remnants of what he can scam from them.
That's exactly what I consider too.
Yeah, but nobody is talking about any rerun apart from that guy just saying it to his people. What would be the basis for a rerun? Can you see any basis for a rerun?
One man, even at that, even just saying that, you know, on the platform now I'm talking about now, they keep fighting it, they keep arguing that no, it's not going to happen, no rerun. I said, there's nobody said anything about rerun, but Abure actually suggested it. So leave this guy alone. So I guess Abure is trying to egg on everybody. Like the end point for them in court is not really clear. And so in order to have people keep hanging on, they have to egg on people, you know, change the narratives, you know, continue to, you know, spread something out there that will keep hold of them, you know. But a movement like that don't last. All you need to do, come out, be straight with your people. It will hurt their feelings for a while. But at the end of the day, they're going to stick with you no matter what. But if you keep egging them on, giving them narratives, eventually they will eat you alive. Because the moment they find out that you have been deceiving them all this while, that's exactly what they're going to do. Eat you alive. So, you know, that is just by the way, you know, but the reason why I went there is because I really continue to appreciate this particular platform, knowing that everybody, you know, can come on and bring their opinion and everybody's opinion is welcome. And that to me is a healthy thing to our democracy. That is, if we have any democracy at all. to our government. That is, if we have any at all. You see, but what I will also add is that Tinubu has a mission. Okay, whether the mission is sincere, I can't say, but he definitely has a mission. The reason why I said whether it is sincere or not is this: it is possible that Tinubu is just trying to answer his critics, because they already call him corrupt, right? They already give him all the labels in the book, call him all the names in the world. So I'm guessing right now his mission is to show Nigerians that it's not the kind of person that they portray. So, but whichever way, I think it's good for Nigeria. So initially, when everybody was saying all kind of things about Tinubu, I keep saying, you guys need to relax and actually find the fact before you start saying this. But now I'm beginning to see that it's actually a good thing, because with that in mind, he is being very, very careful. Although I know him to be a performer always, I've always known that. But I think with those things in mind, he's being extra careful, which is a good thing for Nigeria. Sorry, I'm not giving him like all kudos at this point. I'm not overly excited, I'm being cautious. But I think we have a very good reason to be patient and just keep our eyes open.
All right, brilliant. Thank you.
Let me interject him a little bit.
Yeah, interject him a little bit, and then I want to go. I want to go on to Des, who hasn't had the floor. But yeah, have that interjection. Yes.
Oh, how can you guys skip this? Oh, it's fine. Actually, it's not an interjection. Sorry, what's the name?
Okwiton TV.
Okwiton. Okay, Okwiton. My brother, I just wanted to say that I appreciate you. Every single day, that we as analysts, we talk about these things. Me personally, I always pray for opposition voices like yours. And I was just actually for some reason I just wish all the APC guys sounds like you sound. Perhaps we will be having a little bit more civil conversation. But then
okay, my brother, sorry, caution. I'm not APC.
Tinubu,
but
that's
go
what
ahead.
I mean now. Tinubu supporter now. So sorry, any Tinubu supporter, I just call him APC. So I mean, he's running on the platform with APC. But then I just wanted to thank you for the investment tip. That's got to my head immediately. I'm probably gonna hold that for a long time. You said investing on only things that you can see tomorrow. I think I love that a lot. I just wanted to know that. Thank you.
I noted that as well. Yes. All right. So yeah. Des, you're up next. Des, are you there?
Yeah, woman, I'm here. Won't be for that long though.
All right. So let's have you for as long as we have you. Then you've already rubbished the 8,000 naira, but now the declaration of a state of emergency on food production. Are you rubbishing that too?
No, I don't. I mean, it's not all Tinubu's implementation is bad. I mean, some of them are good. Some are bad. He's a human being after all, so we can't necessarily criticize everything he does. But it's a good thing that he's doing that. I'm afraid though that it's probably gonna be all talk and no do. That is what I'm afraid of, and eventually is what is gonna happen. All talk and no do. What is happening, or what I'm seeing in Tinubu's
Do you want him to fail?
administration?
Do you want him to fail? Answer that question first. Do you want him to fail? Is that what you want?
I don't want him. I don't want him to fail. At the same time, I want him to fail. I am not saying it because I hate Tinubu. I'm just saying it because I feel there is someone better out there that can actually give Nigeria the good face and the good governance, I would say. So I don't want him to fail. At the same time, I don't want him to do so good anyway. But yeah, like I say, Tinubu is the kind of person. This governance, I'm seeing it as just talk. We have been talking a lot, and we have not been seeing any single thing. Like I think the last month or whatever, we talked about the way he's trying to do whatever with the exchange, and we see what is going on with the exchange rates. So I feel like it's all talk and no do, and I'm tired of all this talk. He says something, and a few weeks later, I mean, everything goes south, and you'll be like, what is going on? I
Well,
mean, let's hope.
sorry. What has it? What has gone south?
I
And
mean,
what has it said that he has not
we
done, and what
already
has
we
gone
already
south?
know the exchange rate. That, I mean, where Buhari left it, I think 720 or 7 what, now it's 810. So it's basically going worse than it should be, and I don't see the
Is that your
reason why it
understanding?
should be.
Is that your understanding
I
of
don't.
it?
One man, I don't care. We already know what Buhari met it at, and we already know what it is at. And now we are basically going to the same trajectory of Buhari again. So I don't know the science in it. All I know is that when I trade more than I should. That's just it. So I don't want to dive into the science of how money policy and all that works. You get? But anyway, let's hope it's not, like I said. Let's hope it's not all talk and no do. That's just it, one man. I think you had another topic.
Yeah, hold on. But is talking and doing now. If you don't understand it, then that's fair enough. Not everybody can understand it, but you cannot say because you don't understand it, therefore it's talking. Not talk and not do. Let me just a little bit on that space. Did you know that until last month, the Nigerian naira has always been subsidized? Did you know that?
I know that.
All right. So are you saying then that the Nigerian naira should continue to be subsidized?
I didn't say that it should be it should continue.
All right.
I'm just
Let me ask one
saying.
more. Let me ask one more question. Do you think the Nigerian naira should find its true value? Do you think that's the best thing for it to find its true value?
Of course, it should find its true value, but this true value shouldn't be it going up. Should it be? Do you
Well,
think the true value should be it going to 8, 9, $1,000, naira, a dollar?
Well, yes, because if you remove the subsidy, then that tells you what the value of the naira is. If you boil it down, it's demand and supply, isn't it? People want and people, it's demand and supply.
I mean, I bet to differ, one man. I mean, the whole point of is trying to make the life easy for the common man. And if you're not doing that job, I don't care what you're doing or how you're doing it. If you're not doing that job to make that life of a common man easy, then you're basically failing at your job. That is just it, one man. Like I said, I don't want to dive into the science of it. If you want, you can call Colata. You guys can argue that out. That's not for me. I'm for the common man, one man. So, yeah.
All right. All right. Let me take you to a different space then. Let me take you to your favorite space, your favorite man, Peter Obi. There was this mini controversy that went down a couple of days ago. Peter Obi extends his congratulations to other receivers of Diana Award. So this is Peter Obi, as ever, going ethnic again. So he very quickly went on his Twitter space to congratulate this Onyenye Omonuga, a young lady who won the Diana Award, which is an acknowledgement of her achievements in academia and whatnot. So he went on his Twitter page to sing eulogy. I congratulate and celebrate Miss Onyenye Omonuga, a Nigerian woman of 24 years who just received the renowned Diana Award, which is often given to exceptional young people in the United Kingdom and throughout the world. So as ever, Peter Obi narrows down to his stock, but for whatever reason, missing out that 80% of the Nigerians that actually got that award, they were Yorubas, but he chose to ignore them, only then to narrow to his ethnic stock again. So he was called out on this, of course, and then tried to make the quick adjustments. But is still Peter Obi, is he running the danger now of being narrowed to an ethnic stock?
I mean, I don't know why anything P2B does, we try to read so much meaning into it. I think is more of becoming insanity because I don't understand it. Doing the same shit, trying to find something that this man does that is not adding up. Um, I mean, he has the right to congratulate whoever he wants to congratulate. I mean, he's not the president anyway. He's still a citizen. If who he's trying to congratulate is his sibling or his relative, it's none of your business. I mean, I don't see why we have to always dive into whatever this man does. That is as simple as his personal life and his personal tweet out. For me, there's not nothing ethnic about what he did. This is his personal life. He can congratulate who he wants to, and he can ignore anybody else. Just like the video of that man or that boy coming out to seek attention. I mean, that is just stupid to me. Um, let's understand that this man is still a normal citizen of Nigeria. Whatever I would do, he should be able to do it and get away with it. Let's stop doing this at all. One man. I don't know why we should even be budging into this anyway.
All right, let me take you to this next headline. Sit at home. Nigeria's chief of army staff. Actually, let me take you to let me not even take you there. Let me take you to something that I saw at your right on the comment section. It says where is it? Hold on. Hold on. It says it looks as though Alex Oti has appointed, was it JJ Okocha or some footballer as one of his advisors. Did you get that? Yes, this one here, Kano.
Yeah, Kano as the chairman of the Enyimba football.
Did you get any of that? Governor Oti
that's a good thing. One man. I mean, Kanu Wankwa is. We all know the 1999 Olympics. I think he was one of the people that won that. So he's a superstar and he knows the game very well. If he's trying to appoint him in something that deals with sports and soccer, I think is commendable. But what I don't understand is Kano is actually an Imo State person. OT is from Update, so I don't really understand why you would leave um, people from your own state and going for someone outside your state. That's just the problem I have with that. But apart from it,
is this
it's a
breaking
good
up
thing.
or is it me?
One it's probably
I
you.
think
Can hear this.
you can hear me, right?
I think it's me. Yeah.
They are after you again.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, Kanu Nwankwo is an icon when it comes to football. Went to Arsenal, played very well. He went to a lot of clubs, won so many trophies. So he's a good fit for the job. I'm even surprised that Nigerian Super Ego hasn't actually given him some kind of coaching job by now. Nigeria is just, I mean, we are just playing, to be honest. We tend to award people that we don't even know. It's weird sometimes. I see it, but anyway, it's a good thing. I just wish he would have chosen someone from Abia State than going far east of Imo to get someone out of there. But yeah, it's all good, one man. I have to go now, one man. Thank you very much, everybody, for this show. It's been a wonderful show tonight.
Thank you, Des. Thank you so much, my brother. Wish to see you later. Yeah. Uptown, your hopness. What do you think about the Peter Obi saga?
Which of the sagas? There has been a lot of sagas that's been pressing about the next
Yes,
today.
the
So
one,
which of them?
the one that he refused to congratulate the everyone in the Howard. He chose to congratulate the one from his southeast. What do you think? And people have been criticized of him. Yeah, what do you think about that?
Mm. Okay, that one's even. I think that one's day before yesterday. There's another newer saga today, though. But let me address that first. Um, what happened there was very clear. He congratulated Onyinye. That's the girl he congratulated, and how did he congratulate Onyinye? Onyinye is an obedient, quite notable on Twitter. Onyinye got an award and asked her followers to please tag Obi for Obi's recognition. I guess there was mass tagging of Peter Obi, and in his usual very responsive fashion, he responded like expected. The same thing he did with the boy in Lagos that was having a birthday, and he was an obedient, I think some 9-year-old boy. And then people kept tagging Peter Obi to his obedient video that he did, and Peter Obi reposted him immediately. So I think that's the same thing that happened with Onyinye. So I think what happened was he responds and posts to Onyinye, and then people are like, hey, come on, did that award? There are so many other people that got it, blah, 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 blah. And as a responsive leader, as usual, he responds immediately. Okay, give me the list of everybody that got it then. And he posted everybody. And people that is the very unfortunate people that is always putting tribal narratives to everything was shamed to find out that even amongst the ones that that also got the award that wasn't posted earlier, there are Igbos there as well, about 3 of them. So I don't know why he wanted to do his tribal jingoism with only one of them.
Uptown, does it need to be told to do the right thing? Let me finish before you comment. If Peter Obi needs to be told to congratulate everyone there, before he think he should congratulate them, don't you think the ethnic coloration people have been saying Peter Obi is from, it's just about SACHS. There's nothing about him. So what do you think people will be thinking in that direction?
We saw Peter Obi congratulate the Yoruba Muslim girl that got the 5 GPA, or 4.8 GPA, or whatever it is, just some weeks ago. So it's really very funny when people come to be unfortunate. But then, I mean, what I said was really very simple and very clear. Onyinye asked for mass tagging of Peter Obi to her award, whatever it is. Peter Obi was massively tagged. Peter Obi responded and reposted. After posting, people say highlighting that hey, actually it wasn't only Onyinye that got the said award. There are several other people. They brought that to his attention. And as a responsive leader, which so many people will not do, be like, I don't post. I don't. You just say, okay, since there are other people, bring forward the names. Then post all of them. They are my children. And the names were there. They are South. We saw South names there. Can we also say Peter we ate South? We saw Southwest names there. We even saw Southeast names there as well. Ijoma and the rest. So people just it's really very funny that this guy has fast become the de facto president of Nigeria. You know, he's, he's
I
really the
like
de
that.
facto, you know. So, but I'm enjoying it anyway. There's another one today, actually. I think
What is that?
he talked about IPOB.
Give us the download. Yeah.
Yeah, today, I think today's one's IPOB. He spoke about this issue in the Southeast, and the Abado people on the usual fashion, when people become, when I say this guy's a de facto president, people used to,
Explain
who's
that.
that?
Yeah, explain.
Who's that?
Explain what happened today.
Oh, okay. So he talked about the Southeast issue. He talked about insecurity in general, and then he narrowed it down to two spaces, which is the North Central, which actually personally really very disturbing to me. That is not getting the required publicity that it needs, considering the amount of casualty that's coming out from that space. We're seeing 55 killed, 45 killed, 20 killed, 100 killed, and all that. And also to the Southeast space with the sit at home, which was talked about in the last couple of days. And out of the entire tweets, very wonderful tweet, very insightful tweet. Actually, nothing new he was saying, really repeating exactly what his positions were in the past. But although we are excited that he mentioned IPOB on the tweets, I think he got them very excited. Probably in a negative way, obviously, it's not the positive way. But then the bone of contention was really that he said that the insecurity in the Southeast is that IPOB has exonerated itself from the insecurity in the Southeast. That because IPOB has exonerated itself from the insecurity in the Southeast, that for him is a good portal and a good signal to all security agencies in Nigeria to move in straight and attack the insecurity as criminality, which is what it is, without any restrictions. Now, we're not talking about, because when we're talking about agitations, we're not talking about a carrot and stick approach, dialogue. No, the agitators have said our hand is not here. We are going to help you security self to fight them. So now, agitation is out of the way. P2B is whistling to the security forces in Nigeria, army, police. You heard the agitators, they are saying your hand is not here. So whatever is happening in that region is pure criminality. Time to move in. Time to nip it at the board.
Uptown. Sorry, Uptown.
Yeah.
So
Anyone.
if the agitator, they are among those people that are causing trouble in the Southeast. So you think they will admit that they are the one causing it? Come on, guy. Come on now.
The agitator, if an agitator wants to do something that he needs you to get your attention, he's going to own up to it. For example, if I want you to answer my call and I call you, I'm not gonna say no, I didn't call you. No, I called you because I want your attention. So I made the call. So it is really very simple. What he has said is not different from what several other people have said in that space. And actually, it's not different from what I said. And I'm particularly excited personally because everything he said in that tweet is the view I've held. And I've been in the Southeast for the past 1 week. And it's the view that I've held. And I've, in my mind, always thought that, Peter Obi has to use his platform because I'm only a small voice. Nobody can hear me. He has to use his platform to actually, because I believe he's also on ground the way I am. I know what's going on. I believe he knows what's going on. And I know that in the past 1 week that he has met Soludo twice in his house. So he knows what's going on. Use your bigger platform and actually dismiss the lies that is going on. And that's what he did very bravely, actually, I must say, saying what it is. And what it is really very simple. What is going on in Southeast is pure criminality. There are criminals that believe that if people keep thinking that we are IPOB, we are going to have the sympathy of the people. And if we have the sympathy of the people, the police is probably not going to hunt us down. Really very simple. It's a replica of what happened when Peter B was governor under Marsop. So he knows he's an experienced old soldier in that space. He knows the tricks and antics of these guys and the politicians and the thugs and the criminals using a pothole a portal opened by agitation to take advantage of the space if the government in place allows it to fester, which is what happened under Buhari. So it's very simple.
Go on, land that point.
Okay, so it's very simple. What are they going to do now that exactly Nnamdi Kanu is still under the hold of the federal government? Now that it's clear that majority of Southeasterners wants Ekpa probably arrested. In fact, there was a huge jubilation in the Southeast some months back when the news broke that Finland people arrested Ekpa. Everybody was like, wow, finally, we've come to the end of this. But we didn't know what happened in that space. He's back to his whatever gibberish he's spinning online. But then, for you to know that the person now, quote unquote, in charge does not control, does not enjoy the support that Nnamdi Kanu enjoyed. Now is the time, the portal that is open for the security people to move in and rein in on these guys, because now the people, because during Nnamdi Kanu's time, when Nnamdi Kanu was at the helm, there's a way you rein in on the insecurity if there's any insecurity, and the people will be like, no, are you trying to kill innocent people because they are agitating or whatever it is? So, but now people have understand that, see, our enemies now is Simon Ekpa. So anything that the government does that look like it is anti-Simon Ekpa, the people are going to stand behind the government, especially when the state government and the federal government do it collaboratively. Soludo has been doing a couple of raids in Anambra State. Everybody has been giving him kudos. He's been raiding the hideouts of the criminals. They have been giving. Nobody have said no, you are killing IPOB. No, nothing like that. Now, Peter is calling for more synergy, and he's saying that actually what he said is true. In the past 2 weeks, this what I like to call the new class of Southeast governors to a class of 2023, even though there's a spillover from Soludo, who is a class of 2021, and Hope was them. But I call this a new bunch of South. In the last 2 weeks, they have really showed a very much renewed commitment in terms of synergy. They are far better than the previous class that just left. They showed some level of renewed synergy. They are working together. They have just in the past 2 weeks, they have held almost like 4 different meetings.
All right.
That is the point Peter Obi highlighted that, hey, we see what you guys are doing. You guys have to buckle up. You guys have to triple it, and then
you know
join
yes.
them.
Hold on. I'm so desperate for all of these things to be over, because it's almost as though in some of your imaginations, Peter Obi is running some sort of parallel government. But as soon as this thing is over, then we can get to we were discussing about big seismic changes in the Nigerian space. A lot of them positive that will rebalance the country in the direction that everybody that wants that country to progress would want to see. All of that is in play, and we cannot escape this. And then I want it to end soon, but I want it to end soon. But let me end now and hand over to Thomas. Let me do a bit of that Peter Obi thing. It has to end. It's just I mean, what more now? Just move it out of the way and let us get on with the country.
If APC supporters are not helping your aspirations, they are making this guy a de facto president.
Nobody is not de facto anything.
You need to see the level of attention. Woman, you want to go to Twitter and see the level of attention this guy is giving.
The tribunal will come in within the next 2 weeks thereabout, and then they will come up with a verdict, and then whoever, then you go to the Supreme Court. And then hopefully within no more than 2 months, we shouldn't have to tolerate this for much longer, because it's wearing now. And then it's not the president. We have a president, and then the country wants to move on. So it's what is it? And
like,
then
woman, I think your advice
is enough now.
Advice should go to both sides. Both sides are making this man look like a de facto president, and it's not my fault. It's not the fault of Opta. I think the more Tinubu probably gets more things to solidify his ground as president, which is not going to happen. Peter Obi is going to be president. For anybody that wants to come for me, but I feel if on the other side is able to solidify what I call quote unquote legitimacy of his presidency, the more he does that through his policies or through whatever else that's unfolding within the months and the years or whatever it is, I think probably the more his supporters are going to stop sleeping with their beds on that Peter Obi's tweet, waiting for him to tweet. It's really very for the level of attention. God, it's one man. Come on, I mean, but then anybody with thinking Peter Obi is
it's
gonna
not for
go anytime soon. No, it's not gonna happen.
it's not. It will have to come to a natural end, wouldn't it? Really, uptown.
One man. I think people should have understood that the more they are giving a date to the end of the Peter Obi reign, the more it looks like it's just beginning. One man, all of us are in this platform. We gave dates when they started. When campaign starts.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. It is just beginning, but for this cycle, it is coming to an end. So Peter Obi is not going anywhere. So in 2027, we'll still hear Peter Obi. In 2031, we will still hear Peter Obi. But for this cycle, it will come to a natural end. Because once the legal processes have been exhausted, then it comes to a natural end. So
one man, see the situation. Let me just say before you go, actually, and I don't know, you're leaving us quite early though. We miss you already, Daddy. But
yes, Daddy.
Yes, Daddy.
Yes.
So, but actually, one man, you need to understand that what is happening is like Peter Obi is running a parallel government. And the earlier people understand it, the earlier they brace up for what is going to happen. Now we had a very weak opposition under Buhari.
He's running an opposition, not a parallel government. So
obviously, officially is an opposition, but what is happening on the political ground, it looks like this guy is running the parallel government, because even the responses of the ruling party, it's almost like, okay, this guy is a president of some part of Nigeria, and this guy is a president. So I've never seen such a thing before. But one man, I think, let's just watch what's happening.
All right. Let me bail out and hand over to Thomas. For what? Yes. Before I bail out, though, let me acknowledge the super staff coming. Prince Daddy, thank you. Okweton TV. Thank you. RD, who comes on that party, thank you. Abimbola Tobosun, thank you. And AB comes in curiously, thank you. And of course, always Ayo, so thank you. So all of that. So Thomas, I'm not quite sure who you have left. You have Uptown to keep you company, and Kumi and World Peace and Isaac. So you should still be able to wrap conversations around that. So
my members are coming in. My members are coming in.
Yes, I know your members are just waiting for me to leave. So let me do that immediately. Let me usher you in the traditional manner as I take my leave. So to General Thomas, here he comes.
Uptown, I still want to push you a bit. Uptown, you still have Uptown?
I'm here, one man. At least your soldier. Now that your soldiers is not here, perhaps I'll have some blood to.
Uptown, do you think Peter Obi has his mind of his own? Why do I say that? People have been talking, he's been quiet about what is going on in the Southeast for quite a week now. now he's coming out tweeting at this late hour. Don't you think he doesn't have a mind of his own? Maybe there's some people controlling him, and the example obedience and the world. Don't you think that? Because I think he doesn't speak until people push him to speak.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. You
Yeah.
know, yeah, you know, the last person that I know on the political space that I know that doesn't have mind of his own, if I have a list, Obi will be the last on the list. And this guy has a very strong mind. You need to know. But then, on speaking on IPOP space and Southeast space, Thomas, you know that people has been saying that since even before campaign started last year. He spoke on his time. Even when he addressed it during campaign, he spoke on his own time. When he wanted to speak on it, he spoke on it, and that was it. Now that he wants to speak on it, now he speaks on it. People has been constantly on that space. I mean, opposition anyway has been constantly on that space. Why? Because they have been looking for how to
Before you move on, why is even writing tweets? Can't he speak on it on TV, on video, so that we can document that? Don't you think that is much better?
That is, he should give some special attention to the Southeast, and then make others on the tweet, and then make Southeast on video. You know, that is when you also see the spinners from APC coming to say that, oh wow, so now you want to talk about Southeast, you make a special video. If you want to talk about regions, you make a tweet. Is that how you're going to be present? See, Thomas, it's just what they're doing is gotcha. That's what they're doing around people with all this opposition. They're just looking for, okay, if you say blue, oh, you say no, you say black, no, you. So P2B is too smart for that. P2B has had opposition all his life. He knows how opposition works. He has been resisted politically. He's been fought politically. So they know he's been the agenda that was used for P2B as governor of a state that is running a House of Assembly that is almost 100% opposition. For you to know how difficult that is. And he was like one man in the midst of antelopes and wolves and anything, and nobody thought he was going to do 2 terms. So his guy knows the brunt of opposition. He knows the brunt of propaganda. That's why he has roped in within his tool or machinery as a politician. He has fused in a lot of wisdom in terms of knowing how to craft things, because he knows his position have set so much trap for him in his life. He's almost like now king of opposition. He knows how to deal with them. He knows when they want to box him. He knows when they want to push him to one corner. And he's so smart and very knowledgeable with every single thing he do and every single thing he says. And that's why he's still standing till today in the class of governors of 2003.
Uptime, I'm sorry, because if people are talking about what is going on in the Southeast.
Yeah. Well, Thomas, I like that question.
Thomas, sorry. Thomas, you see, the answer is very obvious. The answer is very obvious. He didn't speak to it that time because it was not politically wise for him to do that. You understand? That probably would have reduced he would have maybe lost some support of IPOB sympathizer in Southeast.
We know that.
Know that. So that's a very objective thing now. What is so smart? He's so smart. He knows how to handle it. No. Let's not be playing with people's lives here. You know what it means for someone to die? You give birth to a child. You raise that child it takes you maybe to raise that child. That's something. And within 3 seconds or 5 minutes, the person is dead. Never going to come back. That's a very big one. Just because somebody has a microphone somewhere and could speak. All the labor of 2 people, father and mother, and people around him to raise that person, and that person's effort and labor in himself just wiped out because of one person's microphone. That's just the point. Now, the Obi, just like every other politician in the Southeast, we're just like ostriches. They are burying their heads in the sand. They are not speaking up. because they felt it's going to affect their popularity. People like Oji Kalu. What? How can you have someone like Oji Kalu there, and the people are dying in that place? How can you have people like Peter Obi, and people are dying? How can you have people like Michael Wanya? Is Michael Wanya, or what's his name now? Emmanuel Wanya, and people are being killed there. You have so many people, businessmen, people that are supposed to have some level of influence, and the people are being killed. And then these same people, they just feel that they are smart, and they put everything on the feet of Buhari. No, Buhari government, initially it was Fulani herdsmen that was killing people. Fulani herdsmen. How can people be so delusional and so self-deceiving? They say you are dying, they are killing you. You are still not telling yourself the truth. You are still not telling yourself the truth. That's the point.
But
That's
Patrick,
the point.
did you saw the videos I've been seeing in SACHS shooting at sporadically, shooting people.
Thomas, are they not seeing the same videos? Are they not seeing the same videos?
And they are speaking Igbo. They are speaking Igbo. We know that these people is from the southeast. Shooting people
No,
with
it's
Okada.
Fulani herdsmen. It's Fulani herdsmen now.
Oh,
it's Buhari. It's Buhari people. It's Buhari that is now Buhari is gone. Buhari don't go now for them.
Thomas,
I mean, how can when Buhari wanted to move into that place, they say, oh, it's genocide. It's attempting genocide against Southeast. That was what the Northerners were doing, especially the Northern leaders were doing when Boko Haram started. They didn't allow Jonathan, they didn't give him the opportunity to really go ahead and fight that insecurity the way he would want to fight. And this was the same Jonathan that even appointed a Fulani man as national security advisor, a Fulani prince. Jonathan did everything that he felt they needed for him to be able to fight security. They were just like, oh, this is, including people like El-Rufai, this is like a genocide against the North. Are they not embarrassed now? Who has suffered it most? You understand? Are they not embarrassed now? Are they still not suffering? Look at since when Jonathan has left now. It's how many years now? Jonathan left in 2015.
Patoski. You know, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Thomas.
Yeah, good morning. How are you?
So I get everybody on the platform.
How was your holiday? You enjoy your
yes,
holiday?
Yes, I'm enjoying it. I want to even extend it.
You see the Niger?
I see the. You know, when you have group of leaders that are selfish, that is what you got. And our Southeastern brothers and sisters have not even learned from what happened in the North. You know, when this Northern problem started, they were looking at it from ethnic and religious point of view. And then the people that are supposed to actually speak out and condemn it and nip it on the board were always after their own political aspiration, not for the welfare of the people. And then the people also, they are shrouded by their ethnic and religious point of view. Yeah, exactly. So, but it was when they now saw the handwriting on the board, and then they were now feeling the impact. That was when they now rose up, and at that time it was too late. So, but if our Southeastern brethren also refuse to learn from that, it's quite unfortunate. Because for me, if we have leaders that cannot speak and protect their people, and are only paying lip service to what is happening in the Southeast, and then somebody will come and say, okay, somebody is being smart, is this, is that. No, it's so unfortunate. We are playing with human life. Then when it happens, when simple things happen in other parts of the country, we see them rallying up and then forming having meetings, coming as a group and come and pay visit to the governor and say this is what is happening. So
do you know what baffles me about this Peter Obi? Before the hen croak in the afternoon, Peter Obi has run to television station. He will spoke about it. If somebody fall down from Anambra or in Bayelsa, he will run to Twitter to tweet about
Arise,
it.
arise.
But
We will come out from her.
something happened in his own nose.
Thomas, this was a guy that was crying on TV because one girl could not buy machine to sew clothes. Peter Obi was crying. One girl in Nazarawa could not buy machine to sew clothes.
Let me tell you, even
he was crying.
we understand the way the guy behaved. But you know, it's very unfortunate that the way we now make it to look as if he's a smart guy. We know what he's up to.
He can never be smart. He's not. He's outsmart.
But it beats my imagination.
For people to start thinking like that.
Exactly, keeping and then saying is like a hero, like a Jesus, you understand? Even yesterday when I read his tweet and his response about what is happening in the southeast, you understand?
Yeah, it will come.
So he talk. If you look, I read everything. He talked more about what even happened in the north central more than what happened. It's just like the one they talk about the southeast. It was just like a bystander. Let me just say something about it, because if you are exonerating, you are saying that okay, IPOB has already exonerated themselves. They're not the one responsible. And then so that, okay, it's a bunch of criminals that are responsible for that. But, he kept on quoting statistics that what is happening. He talked more. He was more concerned, maybe because he's looking for votes. He wants to be seen as being nationalistic in his view. He talked more about what actually happened in the north central zone of Nigeria more than what happened in the southeast. That is what the way I look at it, because if you read his tweet, it read more on what happened in the north central more than the south. So now, if somebody is now saying okay that the IPOB exonerated themselves, let me tell you, if you call yourself an agitator, it depending on what you are agitating for. If you are agitating for secession, and then you have a group of people that you want to secede from a country, then you cannot be seen as an agitator to be the one killing these same people that you claim that you are helping. You cannot come out and say, yes, as you ask Thomas, you cannot say, they cannot admit such criminality. But you cannot compare IPOB.
I don't know, maybe you
cannot compare,
I cannot compare. Simba, hold on. I was asking Uptown that if somebody did something of that sort, will they admit it? Come on now. They can't admit it.
Exactly. You cannot admit such a thing. You cannot compare Boko Haram, what they are agitating for, with what IPOB is agitating for. Boko Haram is against, if IPOB are attacking maybe government establishment, like maybe they are attacking the police, they are attacking the army and the government functionary, we know this is what they are doing. They are fighting for their people. But if these same people that they claim to be protecting are the one that they are killing, they cannot take responsibility for that. And that is what is happening. You cannot be deceived with what is happening in the southeast, and somebody will come here and be telling us it's criminality. Then is it now that they're supposed to be speaking? We've not heard anything from Ohanize about this criminality that is happening in the southeast. The same, some of their governors that are still there now, like the one in Imo, they said since Tinubu has been sworn in, the guy has not stepped on in Imo. He has been living in Abuja. And this is the same person that went to Lagos to go and be talking to Sanwo-Olu about what is happening in Alaba market. So they feel more concerned with all those frivolities than what is happening in their domain. And that is what is baffling me. And then, if you have people that cannot take responsibility for what is happening to them, and they always look at other people claiming that it's other people that are responsible for their woes, that is what is actually the kind of is an unfortunate thing that is happening to those people. And I don't have any sympathy for that.
Uptown, what do you think? Yeah, we always push back on this platform. So Peter Obi is a chameleon, isn't it?
Yes, he's a chameleon.
Thank you for admitting.
Don't be shocked. So yeah, a couple of things my brother raised, and there was a question you asked me before some of the soldiers arrived and then they started interjecting. But then I is a question I really wanted to answer him. So immediately you asked me, I was like, yeah, thank you for asking me that question. So like I said, I've been here for like over like 8 days now, and I've had conversation and interactions. So first of all, there's nothing Peter Obi said now that he didn't say during the campaign. There is nothing he said now on this tweet that he didn't say in Kadaria Ahmed's, the candidate, when he was asked about IPOB and the issues in Southeast. There's nothing he said in this tweet that he didn't say in Chatham's house when he talked about that we have way to handle agitation and way to handle criminality. And anybody, even if person wears IPOB clothes and come out today and kill somebody, is not an agitator. He's a criminal. And you should call him what he is, which is a criminal. And that has been his point from day one. And there is nothing again that Peter Obi said now that is different from what Bola Tinubu said on that space. And there is nothing Peter Obi said now on this tweet that you're referencing that is different from what Soludo said on that tweet, on that space. Now, the other names I can mention for you, let me just address Bola Tinubu because he's a fellow candidate in the election, and Soludo as well. What did Peter say? Clear. IPOB has exonerated themselves. What is going on is criminality, and it must be handled. They must be handled as criminals. Are you aware that some of the people in Orumba, which is predominantly local governments where some insecurities are, some of the testimonies they gave to Soludo and his operatives when they were raiding some bushes and getting some of these criminals out, some of these criminals were identified people that were some of political talks of Andy Oba. I don't know if you know who Andy Oba is, the guy that fought Obi back in the days. A known political thug in Anambra. So he owns a lot of talks.
Is it from Jalingo?
No. I want to make a point to you. I wanted to make a point. This is not about any
Anambra.
Yeah, this doesn't have anything about inter-tribe. Nobody's saying it's Yoruba killing people or Fulani killing people here or whatever it is. I mean, Fulani herdsmen killed people several across, even Ondo and several. So that's another space altogether. That's not the space I'm going to. Now, some of these talks were identifiable people that had links with some politicians. Now, Soludo has come out to say categorically to exonerate IPOB last year. And he said that his government will now, with what he knows now on ground, that his government will now work to separate agitators from criminals. And he said that IPOB is not responsible for the insecurity on ground. And I will tell you more of what Soludo said. Now, first of all, Soludo said he was not going to condemn IPOB because there's nowhere in the world that you condemn agitators. One. Secondly, on April 3rd, 2021, on Channels TV, in his interview in Channels TV, Soludo publicly admitted that his government was now working with IPOB to fight insecurity in the Southeast. My government, anything I'm saying now, verify it. Anybody on Google now can be doing their quick checks and whatever. You don't need to
Uptown, sorry. Uptown. I think we just leave you guys to continue do everything you want to do to yourself.
No.
Thomas, can I say something?
No.
Hold on. I cut him off. Let him land, please. You come after him. Yeah, land it.
Soludo said, my government is working with IPOB to fight insecurity. You can go to Google and go to YouTube and verify if he said it or not. That is two. Secondly, he said it clearly that some of the insecurity in Southeast, according to what he knows as the chief security officer in charge, is stoked by political interests. And again, he said that even in that interview, he was asked, what does he think about the proscription of IPOB? He was very clear and unambiguous. He said, I do not agree. He said, what is on ground here? I'm quoting him now. What is on ground here does not show that. IPOB is a well-structured organization. We must now separate freedom fighters from criminals. And he now said, you cannot kill an ideology with a gun. You can only engage agitation. These are quotations. I'm now quoting him verbatim. So now he said this clearly, and there's nothing Tinubu said in that space that is different from Obi's position. Now, in case you don't like Soludo, let me tell you some of the positions Tinubu took on that space. Tinubu, first of all, called on Nigerians not to condemn IPOB. That is one. He called on Nigerians not to condemn IPOB. Two, that means he didn't condemn IPOB. He didn't only not condemn IPOB, he called Nigerians not to also condemn IPOB. Then two, he said that only negotiation and addressing the root cause of agitations can stop agitations. This is what he said during the campaign. Now again, and he recommended the same carrot and stick approach that Obi recommended in Chatham's house, and also recommended in the candidates with Kadari Ahmed. Exactly the same position Obi took, exactly the same position Tinubu took. Now, let me tell you more of what Tinubu said in that space in King's College, Lagos, when he was addressing that space. He was very clear. He said that we must listen to what is being said so that we can determine what is really meant. Let's be frank, many who seek separation do so because they genuinely feel their lives will be better with that. That separatist agitation is being fueled because the government has failed to do so many things over the years. And once government starts doing it, it will die a natural death with the proper engagement. Now, this is exactly Peter Obi's position on that space. What is Atiku's position? Exactly. Atiku also added that he's going to release Nnamdi Kanu from day one of stepping into Aso Rock in his own. Let's not even talk about what Sowore said in that space. Sowore even told Southeasterners to keep sitting at home until Nnamdi Kanu is released, that he's behind them. That's another presidential candidate.
That one is a Yamed now.
Yeah,
He
so
knows
that one
that it's
even
not
took it to the.
he knows
That
that
one
it's
even
not going anywhere.
that one even took it to the next level. People like Obi and Tinubu and the serious candidates, nobody called for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. All of them also took.
Uptown.
All of them also took unanimous
Hold
position on
on,
that
please.
space. Yeah.
Hold on, please. You just mentioned Sowore now. Sowore is inconsequential.
That's why you
Sowore
didn't
can
see
say,
how
let me finish
I
now.
just
Let me finish, please.
yeah.
Yeah. Sowore is inconsequential because Sowore knew it's not good. Sowore can say anything, he can cause anything, he can say anything. He knew himself is not going anywhere. So don't even go there. Yeah, just land it in 1 minute. Darati want to interject.
All right, thank you. So you can discountenance Sowore, you can remove Sowore from what I said. But it's very important that the three main candidates in the last election all took the same stand with IPOB agitation and issues in Southeast, carrot and stick. All of them took the same exact position as if they were copying in exam sheets, exam papers. It's very simple. None of them condemned IPOB. Tinubu didn't, Obi didn't, Atiku didn't. In fact, they urged that you cannot kill an ideology with a gun. And Soludo is behind them saying exactly the same thing as the chief executive officer. Now, that's one. Second point is that people that are saying insecurity in Southeast, security in Southeast, I hope they watch channels today, ABS today, about the analysis of insecurity spread in Nigeria. And in the second quarter of 2023, Southeast has the lowest insecurity figures. In the first quarter as well, the figures, I have that one as well, which was being paraded on Twitter as at some days ago. Also, Southeast was also at the lowest as well. Now, apart from those figures, which are actual Federal National Bureau of Statistics figures showing that some of these things are propagandas of Simon Ekpa, gathering videos of cultism, clutches, and so many other things, and labeling it insecurity in the southeast, so that the politics will be heated up. Now, let me talk from the perspective of somebody in Anambra State right now. A couple of days ago, some videos made round on the internet that some people were running. That IPOB was chasing people in Onitsha market, and people were running helter skelter, sit at home. Lies. The video was taken in a place called Oka Road in Onitsha. My childhood friend Ebuka, their parents has an interior deco shop in that particular road. On that same day, in that evening, I drove down to that shop and I asked Ebuka, what is going on? I heard this video was not actually in main market, like people were circulating online, that it was in this your Oka Road. What happened? He said, there is people just ran, all these miscreant boys just run and said, sit at home, they're coming, everybody started running. By the time everybody were like, okay, so who is coming? Nobody's coming. What is going on? Everybody was saying, everybody that ran on that video was being asked what is chasing you, and nobody knows what is chasing nobody. For that, and that thing happened in less than, the whole entire thing happened in less than 5 minutes and everywhere. And people saying sit at home in Southeast. I'm going to, I promise one man, I'm going to make a live video from Onitsha tomorrow. I will try to probably drive around the entire Onitsha and make a live video tomorrow. I mean, according to Samanet, but maybe they sit at home. I'll make a live video in Onitsha. I'm going to speak on the video as well, mention the date and whatever it is. And then let's see the situation of the insecurity. There is no sit at home in Southeast. So what Apepa does and his boys that is funding online so that he will continue his criminal enterprise is he keep reshuffling videos. So what his agents here do is they go to some remote space and then take a video during the actual Monday sit at home. That's the only one that happened in some parts of Southeast. Take that video.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Now you are starting propaganda. I watched some video. Let me finish now, please. I'll let you talk, please. You are starting some propaganda now. I watched some videos. They are even mentioning the date of that day, and they are telling us the area. Somebody, they are attacking people. They are mentioning the date. Today is 4th of July. So are you telling me that it's Samonepa that did that as well?
Let me tell you this is a simple thing. On Mondays, the Monday sit at home is still a problem. That I admit. Some parts of Southeast still observe sit at home on Monday. That particular Monday sit at home. But you see all these 2 weeks sit at home and all this 1 week sit at home that Samonepa is bantering around everywhere. Nobody's doing it. The last one that caused tears online was some of his boys that he probably sent some few dollars here to do his do his bidding. They went to a few select areas in outskirts of Enugu and outskirts. Anambra is not even in the picture. And outskirts of Imo State, and then they tried to create other movies. The other video they gathered like 4 school children and a woman. You invaded a school, and the entire student in the school is 4 kids wearing uniform and 1 woman. That's the entire school. And then they make a video. And then
Thomas.
We are in South.
Thomas.
We know what's going
Thomas.
Let him land. Let him land.
And then make this video. So what they do is that they try to scare. So when they make these scare videos, they use social media to make it a talking point, and then they use it to try to scare people to probably try to obey Simon Ekpa, which people are not buying in Southeast.
So that means there's no insecurity in the Southeast.
There is very minimal, and the data that was
that's good though. That means Buhari has done a good job at securing that place.
Let's clap for Buhari. Let's clap for Buhari.
No, wait now. That Buhari has done a good job of securing that place. Why are they blaming the man?
Let me tell you.
In fact, I don't know that Southeast now is not the Eldorado. It's not the Eldorado of Nigeria now.
Go
and then all this meeting, Thomas. Okay,
Simba, I don't know say Buhari is effective like this, so Abi, you know.
He was in fact the best president that we ever had.
Now secure the Southeast. Can you imagine?
Right, so, Thomas.
So it's all everything that be here is propaganda.
Yeah,
That
now.
is
It's
a very secure
propaganda.
I'm
place.
hearing 70%
Many of
propaganda.
them.
30 is reality.
Many
All
of
those
them.
lies against Buhari
They,
na lie.
let me tell
Yeah,
you.
that's
Let me
it.
tell you this thing. Let me tell you
Oh
this
my
And
thing.
all
God.
this meeting that you mentioned uptime that
Yes,
Soludo
that
has been doing, and
that
even
pocket of insecurity.
It's
the
unnecessary.
tweet
Let me tell you. Let,
Tweet of
let
from
me
who?
Obi himself
You
is
just
not
tweet
necessary.
about
So Obi
everybody.
has been lying
let me
to
tell you
us.
something.
Obi himself has been lying to us
One
that there is
point,
this
please.
security in the southeast. Is that
Okay,
not what you are telling us?
okay,
No,
let me
that's
Don't
what
respond
you
it
to
know
is
you.
that you
now.
are contradicting yourself?
No,
Uptime?
now let me respond
Uptown
to
is
you.
the
Are
one
you
saying the
asking me
truth.
to respond or are you telling me?
Uptown is the one
No,
saying the
no,
truth.
Opta, before you respond, let's hear
Thomas.
from Patrick and Darati. Let's hear from
Thomas,
Patrick and
you know,
Darati.
I
Yeah.
say Uptown is the one saying the truth now.
Oh my
You
God.
understand? It's the one giving. No, let's be very objective. Uptown is giving us the true picture of things. That situation in Southeast is not as terrible as they claim. All the noise, all the lies against Buhari, all the thing that the Buhari is the one killing people, the Fulani herdsmen, in short, the destabilization in the Southeast, they've been relegated. This guy is telling us is a lie now.
Oh
I
my
believe,
Live from the southeast,
I believe
from
him
Uptown.
Exactly.
very well.
Yeah, let's hear from Darati. Darati,
In
rescue
fact,
us.
it's a good news. So,
Um,
Patoski, it's a good news that we are hearing
you
this
know,
morning.
Yes, now.
you know what? You know what? One thing I want our Southeast brothers to know is this. It will not do anybody good trying to cover evil. This thing has been going on for a long time. I've said it. If you know how they avoid, if you know how they have hardened the mind of our brothers from the southeast. Yeah, I mean, outside of the country, I don't know whether you have had any encounter with them from whatever spaces you are related with them. You will see the kind of how that propaganda has what has eaten deep into their
They're being
mind.
scammed. They're being scammed.
Yes,
Southeasterners in the
and what the
diaspora are being
reason why they
scammed.
will be scammed is because your leaders in that particular region of the country are not doing well. They are kept mute for a long time. When this issue of insecurity came up, the way we ask ourselves, IPOB didn't start just today. It started with Masop, right? But I think it was because of the hatred for Buhari that they resurrected this particular issue of IPOB. I asked you, did IPOB were we having IPOB during the time of Jonathan when the Southeast had juicy offices? Why is it that it was a coincidence? Immediately Buhari came in, this thing came on board.
Darati, please hold on. Please, if anybody have video of Buhari dancing, I want to celebrate Buhari. Yeah, go on. Please send it to one man Instagram. We need to celebrate
So
Buhari tonight. Yeah, go on.
so immediately this guy came on board. I serve in the Southeast. So so
I like
so
that. I like that.
No, I didn't
so
see
Yeah.
the video.
so
Which video is that
so
one? Let me see it now.
Uh,
That
we
man,
celebrate
that
Buhari.
man,
We
yeah,
celebrate Buhari.
that man
do
is
you
a
know
streamer now. I saw his video. Did you see that video? He was working
but,
freely in Daura. He was
but,
working
but, but,
freely
but
in Daura.
Yeah,
yes,
let's hear
if you
from
know what
Darati.
this
Darati,
guy
yeah.
if you know what this guy I want to quickly speak on that, and there's one other thing I want to speak on. If you know what this guy did for the country, although he didn't manage some things very well, that was the reason why they were able to pin some of these things on his head. He didn't manage some few things very well. I wouldn't say that there have not been some infiltration of the Fulani guys across the country. We have some issues like that. But what baffles me is the kind of silence, the kind of burial ground silence that we get from the southeast when the leaders are supposed to come out and talk. If you look at the southwest, you see people coming out to come and talk. Look at how they form Amotekun. Look at how everything was well coordinated. They documented. They even put it in the word in the law. They make it a law that passed all across the world, the Southwest zone, and the Southeast was not able to do anything tangible, all because of what? Greed. I sympathize with with the people of Southeast, because somehow I mean the voters, they normally call them out. They call the leaders out that why you are not doing enough. But what I now have as problem, as issues with the voters themselves, I mean the electorate themselves, or the people of the Southeast themselves, the larger picture, is that they also are not also how do I put it, giving the security agencies the needed support to be able to fight this thing once and for all. That space is supposed to have to enjoy tranquility of the highest order, but it's as if there is a connivance. And nobody already mentioned it. That was what happened in the north the other time. Until everything snowballed into, they were kicking the keg down the slope, and until it eventually exploded. So we need to understand some certain things. When things happen like this, leaders are supposed to be what? They're supposed to be leaders, show leadership. You said it. Some of them are coming out to talk, but Upton said something the other time that Soludo was still talking about IPOB, that he wants to. He's working. I posted it in the chat. He was saying, he was begging them that come, we need to. You guys need to suppress that. Not that he's not still giving them. He knows IPOP still remains a terrorist organization, whether we like it or not. It was pronounced by a competent court in the country until they narrow their what. If they narrow, they engage with the government. The government is also ready to engage with them, but they have to drop some of their stuff before they can really engage with the government. But the fact is that he knows. Soludo knows that he cannot just say he's engaging with them. There's a way he put it, which is different from the way Uptime is putting it. And if you look at it, the Southeast need to understand some certain things. There are some times that you need to call a spade. That's one thing the Southwest will do. Look at how they vote. I know. So some of these times the politicians would want to do that. Even Tinubu also was not like speaking up.
Dorothy, hold on, please. Did it not comes across to you like, I don't know how to put it? After the video of the kids that we saw, there was beating up. Otan is telling us now that it's some people that gather 2 or 3 children. Is it not man-boggling? What is going on here? I have to put on my video for this. What is going on here?
The issue is this. Sam Enopa and Co. I think people who are beginning to understand something now.
But wait,
beginning to
my
become
brother,
clear
sorry.
now.
With what Thomas said, Thomas, did you see the mass burial that happened in Benue yesterday, day before yesterday, of young people, mass burial in their tens of them? I'm surprised that
can everybody
did not
hear me?
boggle
Can
your
everybody
mind.
hear me now?
I feel that
Thomas, can you hear me now?
Let me drive on my point, please.
Okay, thank you.
Let me drive on my point, please. So as I was saying, I there's this trend I do not like about the Southeast coming up from the Southeast, and it has not really been like that before. Why is it that when anything that is condemnable, everybody will just come? Look at the jam issue. Everybody came around, supported it. Look at the insecurity issue. When people are supposed to talk about it, they were trying to, it will not help, and it will not help the Igbos. Now, if you look at what I posted, Soludo was even saying that now it is now crystal clear. It is Igbo against Igbo. So why should we now paint? We have almost killed that man Buhari, telling us that it is the Fulani guys. Oh, we knew that. I was saying it that time. They come. This thing has the hand of some of the guys from the south. But see, they will fight it to a standstill. I know people here where I am. They will fight it to a standstill. They will just say, "Oh, come and see the video," and everything is about. Do you know that WhatsApp? I have somebody that is from the School of Journalism here in the university here, and I ran the what's it called, the research. I helped them. Not that I was the one. No, they only asked me to help them to distribute some of this questionnaire. And when people were listening, it was talking about negative news, propaganda. Which platform, social media platform, is used most? and it's virtually 90% or 95% cleaned WhatsApp. That was the number one propaganda machine. And that's me. I hate anything about WhatsApp. When it comes to video, they are push it. Me, I don't even like it because it's all very. It might be a long time thing that has happened. They can refresh it and repackage it, and you look like add some few
Are you aware that
points to it.
Monepa uses that a lot to
I know,
hit up
I know.
his people?
Yeah,
You know, he uses
yes,
it.
he uses it. He uses it a lot. He uses it a lot. That was even what is in the hand of many of our Southeastern
I've
brothers
caught him
outside of
so many
Nigeria.
times, and that's why he blocked me on YouTube, because you know me, I can do a proco. I have debunked so many of his videos he's using to
So
extort money from people, and I think he blocked me. I think on Twitter he blocked me as well. I'm gonna form another account and go there. I'll
So
continue
it
to
should not be
debunk most of his
it
videos.
should not be in the good interest of any of the Southeast. Say we against them. No, let's move that country forward and let's address this issue of insecurity once and for all. The Southeast stand to gain a whole lot of things when the security of that country is good, and that region exactly that particular region, the Southeast, is very
I
vital
think
to us.
what
It's
is
germane to Nigerian
okay,
development.
Dorothy,
So
I think what is what to say something. Maybe you should just give me
Yeah,
opportunity.
thank you so much, everybody. I've been listening to you guys, and in as much I have a lot to say to some certain people that already left the platform, or who talk about the Tinubu palliative. First of all, Uptown, are you there? Uptown.
Uptime is here. Yeah, it's here.
Okay.
I'm here.
I'm not trying to.
I went to
I'm,
steal from the fridge. Yeah, let's go.
but I'm not trying to insult your personality. But from that
Okay.
your explanation you just made by those kids and school teacher, any form of education you have, go and train the fire is a waste for you to run with that kind of narrative in this platform. I was so disappointed in you. You know, this is the reason I quote. This is the reason Southeasterners, if they continue with this ideology, they can never rule that country. They can never. And if Obi actually tweeted and say, "Thank God, IPOP said they're not involved," then anybody that voted for Obi should go and regret his life. Because Southeasterners just prove that Southeasterners are kind of people you don't want to get close to. If he really said that.
World peace.
Yeah?
I think Edo man will rule Nigeria first before Igbo man.
Yeah, in a much way they carve it out that we cannot rule. But I think, as you just said, I believe we will rule before them. Because they just,
World peace
hold on
it's
now.
not a competition.
Anybody
And
who
No,
can
no, no.
rule
It's
Nigeria, that one no be my
sorry.
problem.
Let me say something. You addressed me. Let me say something. I think it's really very uncivilized for you to question my education because I made a point that you could have interrogated.
no. It's not.
And probably if I have a no. You said
It's not uncivilized. It's not uncivilized
very,
because you
very
are very
uncivilized.
uncivilized to make that statement that the
I'm
kids.
disappointed in you in
No.
particular. That's coming from you. And
No.
for someone like myself that has never shown any sign of such attitude in this platform, for you to say that I should throw my educational qualification to the bin because you do not agree with an analysis I made, which so many people have also not agreed
Uptown,
with some of the
don't take
analysis
it
in this
personal.
platform.
World
And
peace
No.
has accused me
Actually,
like
don't
that
take it
before.
personal
like if it's
because
personal, I would have said
that
something.
was a frontal attack on him.
No, if
Uptown will take
yeah,
it personal. That's the truth.
yeah.
I
If
wanted
no,
to
anyone
greet
has
him.
that's
to
not.
take it
I
personal,
do not
address
support
it.
that also
But
against him. I
Uptown
do not
take it.
support that.
Uptown
World
just
peace has told me
don't
before not
look at that.
that he was disappointed in me.
Everybody, please hold on. Everybody, please hold on, please. Patrick,
Yeah.
please address. Please, I'm very sorry. Please address. War peace. You should just let's withdraw it or say sorry. It's very. I wanted to come in, but I just want
It's
him to
very
land.
demeaning.
Yeah,
Very
please.
demeaning. No, it's not
Yeah,
right.
but let me even first of all address Uptown. Uptown, you see, the value of your education is not just in your certificate, it's the quality of what you deliver. And the beauty of education is that we hold different opinion, which we enjoy because that would be this place will be monotonous if all of us just go about the same thing, then we even round up on time. So I don't hold that view that your education does not have value. I'm sure every other person does not hold that view here. If what piece hold that view, and he didn't keep it to himself, he chose to express it.
That is not right. It also tells us that what peace should be able to, at least you could hold a view that is this person educated at all, but maintain the personal discipline to keep that kind of information to yourself. You understand that kind of a thing. So it doesn't really speak well of him too, in a very very civilized platform like this to actually do
Okay,
that.
can I
Let's
respond?
hold on, please. Hold on, hold on.
Please,
Yeah,
it's
let
not
what
too
please
late
respond and
because
let's
it's
just
very
bury it like
sensitive.
that. I don't want more. I don't want more back and front, please.
Listen, go on, listen.
Uptown, my brother. Very sorry about that. You understand what I'm saying?
You know,
Very sorry about that.
it's not about sorry. Go on, listen to my statement. I said if he hold that view and come to platform and say that whatever trade he has, he should go and throw it away. If he holds that view, because
That boy, he just
it's a
expressed
fact.
his view now. He
Hold
just
on, hold on,
expressed
hold
his
on,
view to what
hold on, Oga
the whole
Patrick.
state.
Oga Patrick, hold on, please. Everybody should hold on. What happened is a fact. Opinion don't count where the fact is. But now bringing opinion on a public platform, I'm not stupid. I don't think any of you is stupid here. That what we saw in NTA channels, and
Does
you
that
now
mean
say somebody hold on now, please, and you now come to form a platform now to try and push propaganda on verified information that somebody said two people are in stage that
but
to
that is
make it
his
look bad.
view? You can't change his view. He
No,
can't
no,
think
my
like
oh God,
you.
listen, oh God, listen. We are not talking about view. We are talking about facts here right now. When we talk about fact, we talk about fact. We're talking about view. We can come with any opinion. You can say anything. You can say Tinubu is flying. You could say Atiku have wings. That's opinion. But facts is number, and number don't lie. This is the propaganda. Everybody that's against me now is complaining about about propaganda that they should try and stop. Why
One
must we
piece.
hold?
But you
Sorry.
can't tell him to throw away his certificate now.
Sorry. One piece. The more you
I'm not
speak,
insulting
more
him. I said if you hold that view.
the more you speak. No,
Uptown.
Thomas,
Before
you have
you
to
talk,
no allow
please.
me. No, allow me to address this.
I will let
Thomas,
you talk. If I
to
said
be fair
hold on,
for me to do that.
please hold on. Everybody, please. I said please hold on. Uptown, don't take it personal. Just let it go. Address it. I don't want any back and front. This section has been going smoothly. Please, I want it to be like that. Please, just address this in 2 seconds. I don't want back and front. I don't want any argument. I don't want any fighting back and no. I don't want that. Please, just address it and let it go, and let's move on.
Thank you, Thomas. I'm gonna say two
Yeah.
things. I'm gonna address it. I'm gonna clarify what I said earlier, which I know he obviously misunderstood. One is anybody saying I'm taking it personal. No, if I take it personal, I'm gonna attack his personality like he did to me. I'm not doing that. I've not attacked his personality. I'm attacking what he said, which is what I expected him to do, to attack what I said and not my personality as Uptown. That is number one. Number two is I never said that there was no video of any kid being harassed or a teacher being harassed. I didn't say it's not in existence. So that is when, if I said it's not in existence, that's where you tell me that I am speaking against facts known. Now I made an opinion of a possibility that some of these things are propagandas and somebody could get this. Now is there a chance that somebody can get kids to make a video to make as a form of scaremongering so that next time when we say don't come out, there's a possibility of that. Now that is a view. Now fact is that there's a video of some kids being this being done to a kid. That is fact, and that was not being attacked by me. What I attacked, what I tried to analyze was the possibilities of to and fro, back and forth, black or white, which I have opinion to. But for you to come and say my education, this, I think is really very down, and I'm not going to, like I said again, I'm not going to lower my standard in this
Uptown.
platform. Yeah, I'm not going to lower my standard in the platform to try to dish out back to you what you dished out to me. So I'm just going to correct you in a civil way so that next time you also have to behave like that. So it's very simple. I did not say the video didn't exist. I created analysis of this is possible, and that is possible. And we were analyzing the security situations in the country. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and you answered my question. And you just confirmed my question. Like, if you make the analysis, and what you have come to the platform to tell me, what you just told me, that's what you have told me at the first. I said no. What I didn't say that. It was a question. I said if You
Okay,
said that.
why you always come across like you have personal fight with everybody? You just come
I don't
and
have
attack that.
I don't have personal fight with anybody. But everybody comes when it comes to fact, say
Yes,
fact. With
they say
opinion,
go
I don't
and
attack
sell
your
your
opinion.
certificate
Hold on,
to Suya
hold on.
seller.
I didn't come front. I said, after take your certificate and throw the fire. I said, if then you tell me as in the platform, as in my third person, said, no, I didn't say that. I said, okay, that's it. It's not an insult. I know why you put read meanings to everything. Now coming to Peter Obi, roughing out to say IPOB. Now is happy IPOB is not supporting Ekiti. Are you not people calling IPOB hypocrite right now? Why are we on the platform? Now somebody answer me right now. Like attacking me right now.
No, we are not attacking you. Peter Obi is
So
an
I don't know
hypocrite.
what.
We know that.
So
We know that.
why are we trying to correct wrong and that wrong? I've never insulted Altan. I asked a question, and you would have come and tell me, no, I didn't say that. This is what I
No,
said.
what piece? You know, when you make that statement that you should go and throw his certificate away,
No,
that is
that's
what you.
you are listening from the middle. Listen from the beginning what I said. I said
And that he
if
was
this is what you
disappointed in
said.
me. You're
No,
disappointed. The
it's
only
not
person that can
a
be
bad.
disappointed in me is my dad.
No,
Only him.
I
I'm
said,
God.
I said, if this is what you come and say on the national platform, I'm disappointed in you. If
No, WAP is always disappointed in everybody. Anyway, you said it to me before, so I'm not taking
yes,
it
I will say
personal.
to you when you if you
Adewale, what is please? Adewale, just don't add your own to it.
No,
Upton had already addressed.
don't mind me.
Everybody, please hold on. Everybody, please hold on. I am not. If you are talking, I don't want you to put fire. Please, if
And
you are
that's
not,
what I want to say.
yes.
I'm asking Adewale to just hold on. This is not the time to raise his own.
I'm even
Upton had already
the
addressed.
next person I want you to talk. Yeah, anybody that wants to speak or mute yourself,
Who
please.
is selling farm yogurt now?
Yeah.
Why are you wearing that purple
Go
for
on,
anywhere?
Go on.
Okay, so what I want to say is that
Thomas, hold on.
Upton,
Thomas, hold on.
what peace? Wait.
Hold on.
Oh
I was
God.
talking, you guys interjected me now. I'm not even lying my
No, you
point.
will talk. You will talk. I just want to say something. You be the one that will talk after me now. Upton had already addressed War Peace, and War Peace had already also accepted. So War Peace, just continue what you are saying. Don't say anything against Upton. Just speak to the point you want to speak to, and let us move on, please.
Oh, thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you,
thank you.
Simba, for that.
I'm not against what Uptown personality. I'm against what he's saying and how he's saying it. Anyway, I've been hearing all this hypocrisy narration from both sides, both the palliative section and the obituary section. So I'm not going to criticize Obi and support the palliative. Look at my language, the palliative. Now, for Obi to come out to say, and according to what Uptown that Soludo said, is working with IPOB. I think somebody just corrected you that IPOB is a well-known terrorist organization in Nigeria, declared and sealed. So for you to come out and say, no, IPOB are not a terrorist group or they are not against insecurity in Southeast, that person should be arrested. Nigeria is the same state. First of all, go back to Biafra.
Well,
After
please,
this,
you are your word, eh? You should be arrested. No
yes,
worry.
now I'm
We will
talking
call
from book.
tomorrow.
Wait, I'm talking from book. From the book. Everybody's educated here. 1969, Bradford, they hand over unconditionally. No victory, no vanquish. You know what that means? If you bring that word Bradford back, that means you are raising that last word, which is a treason in Nigeria state. When Ojukwu came back, he dare not continue with the word of Biafra. He started, he came back from. When Waziri started, he did not say that word Biafra. He started with Mossab. When they arrested Kanu, we think, when Kanu denied that he's not a member of Biafra, did you think he's stupid? He knows the consequences. If he has said that the case is over, he's hanging by the neck. We all know these things, but we shy away from it. Then somebody is saying, I'm supporting IPOB, but I'm against someone EPA. Come on now. Are we talking to kids? Just like you're talking about, who ever know about Lorensanini in Benin then when he was a then criminal? If you are supporting IPOB, then you should go and dig up Lorensanini and give him a go case. You should not have killed him. You cannot support IPOB and then support Kanu, or support IPOP, and then Peter Moekpa. They are the same people. Anybody supporting IPOP, it's against Nigerian state. That's the first thing first. What this, I saw these people will say, the leaders should have come out and said, we don't support this killing and we do not support anybody agitating for separation in the name of IPOP because that is gone. By the way, 1969. If people want to start a new administration by Igbo State, that one is more credible, but not the one they have signed and sealed.
Does it even make sense? A leader said he's not supporting Simon Nempa. He's supporting IPOP. He's not supporting IPOP. He's supporting it's just total nonsense.
So people hear me out and hear where I'm coming from. When people are talking, it doesn't make sense.
Who said this thing you guys are quoting? Who said it?
You said it here.
I said,
or should I quote you again?
I'm supporting me.
No, I didn't say you. You said thank God Obi had come out to say IPOP understand themselves for the killing.
So, wait, did I say Obi said he's supporting IPOP?
No, he said thank God Obi has come out. So you need to do come out to really celebrate that IPOP understand themselves. That means he needs to really be arrested. How can you celebrate like you're celebrating
No. You cannot embody my analysis and then pick up the ones that you need to pick up. What did I say? It's very, very simple. I said that for you to tackle the insecurity in the Southeast, you need to know what is going on in the Southeast. And what has Obi done? He has simply explained what is going on in the South, which actually is not saying it for the first time. Soludo has said exactly the same thing as the governor. Obi is now saying it as a presidential candidate. Exactly the same things. What is going on in the Southeast is simply criminality. Now, the IPOP group who said their mandate is agitation is allowed, has said that we are not part of this insecurity. Now, Obi is urging the insecurity, the security forces to rein in on every single person causing this security in the Southeast. And he, in the same tweet, called on all the Southeast governors, commended them, this new set, not the older foolish ones, this new set now, commended them on the synergy and told them to triple the synergy and called on the federal government to support these governors and called on even the people of Southeast that they are stakeholders in the fight, that they should support the governors for them to fight the insecurity in the Southeast. Now, this is exactly the same positions Soludo took last year. This is exactly the same position Tinubu took on that space. But I don't know why. It must not come out from Obi's mouth, but it can come out from every other leader's mouth. And every other person understands that what Obi said and what Tinubu said and what Soludo said is the solution, which is what Buhari failed to do as the leader. And that which is what the past governors of the Southeast, Ikpeazu, Obiano, the one in Umahi, the one that left Enugu, that's what they failed to do. That set failed to do. Now, the new advice we are giving to the new set, both in the regional level and in the federal level, is do not take over the approach of Buhari and the former Southeastern governors. Now, you guys Southeastern governors have to work in synergy with the people. Know that these people are now your common enemies. They are just criminals. Now, the new government in the center, you have to support whatever synergy the Southeastern governors are doing in relationship with their people. Now, tell me what is wrong with that tweet? That people will come and start rambling and saying this and that because Obi said it. What is different from what Obi said and what Soludo said last year?
Uptown, thank you for your explanation. I'm not against what Obi said or what he didn't say about insecurity in Southeast. What I'm against is what you pronounced before that Obi came out and now has come out to say IPOP have listened themselves for the insecurity in Southeast. And if you didn't say that, then it's okay, we should move on. But if you said that, I believe I heard you said it about 3 times, you double down on it, that Obi actually came out now to Twitter to say that the Southeast, the IPOP have listened themselves from the insecurity in Southeast, meaning they should deal with the criminals. Am I right or I'm wrong? Did you use that phrase?
Yeah, yes, I use the phrase.
So that's what I'm against. At least when I
sorry, sorry, permit me, sorry, my brother. I think I stand at where you're not getting it now. You know, Obi said clearly, which actually every other name I called, people take the same position that in agitation you use carrot and stick approach here. So you use both engagement and force at the same time. Yeah. But what Obi did with the tweet is that because before people are thinking, okay, this insecurity has to do with agitation, yeah. So for us to attack this insecurity, we have to introduce both
Sorry, Uptown, sorry.
Let me just make this point. Sorry, I don't want to lose it. Sorry.
Hold on, please.
Sorry,
oh no.
Sorry.
Yeah, land it. Yeah.
Okay, so what the point he was making in the tweet is, so before, people are careful about attacking the insecurity because they're like, okay, this is agitation. There's an agitation flavor around the insecurity. So if it's agitation, you have to use both force and also engagements. But Obi is telling you now that you don't have to wait for those carrot and stick approach. That agitation has already removed hand from it. Now you can now move with full force, with only force approach, because it's now just a case of criminality. So he's calling on the security forces that, see, no need to pamper it again with saying, okay, we'll handle agitation separately. Now let's handle criminality, moving with full force, because you don't negotiate with criminals just like you negotiate with agitators or talk with them or discuss or whatever it is. No, criminals you attack, criminals you send them to jail straight up. Criminals, they don't give up, you fire them.
Thank you, Uptown. So what you are telling us now that we should separate the agitator from the hype-up.
Yes, just like our president said.
Hype-ups are not the agitator.
No. I didn't say separate. I said I separate agitators from the criminals causing the insecurity. Now, within that criminals, there might be some people that identify with IPOB, but as far as they are in the circle of criminal, Obi has painted them as criminal. They have lost the right to be addressed as an agitator if you perpetrate a crime.
So is Obi that has the right to label somebody as IPOB and as criminal? Does he have that right?
You see, you're trying to divert what I'm saying.
Look, man, don't be fooled, man. See?
That the insecurity in the southeast should be treated as a criminal case, and they should that the forces should
Nnamdi Kanu now an agitator or a criminal in this case? Looking at your analysis, so is Nnamdi Kanu an agitator?
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah. I'm here. Thomas, we can hear you.
No, you went off. Yeah.
Let me explain what Uptown just said. It's kind of like saying,
no, Mike, please,
let's separate.
My question.
Hold on now. The guy, I'm trying to tell you what the guy said. He said, let's separate from criminals.
If you know,
Mike, let him. Don't speak for him. Let him explain on his own. Don't speak for him. Answer AY's question.
Let me tell you why some of the criminals want to get
answer that question.
I'm answering your question. So when criminals come in the guise of agitation, they use that as a bulletproof because they believe that if people see them as agitators, if the forces go against them, the people are going to fight for them. Now, the first duty you have as a leader is to strip them of that coat they're wearing. Remove that agitation code they're putting on and call them what they are, criminal, so that the people understand that they are criminal.
So that quote has already been removed. That quote has already been removed by the government.
So why are they still going
IPOB had already been labeled as a terrorist organization. So that quote had already been removed before.
So why is the criminality not being nipped in the bud?
Hey, because you people have a divided, you have a divided mind. You are not in support of the present. You are not in support of Nigeria Federation. You don't know where you want to belong to, whether to go for Biafra or to stay in Nigeria, and that is the confusion. And that is why when people are talking about insecurity in the southeast, you are downplaying it and you are doing whataboutism about it, because you are already referring us to what happened in the north central. So if you have a problem Uptown, listen, if you have a problem and people are concerned and they are trying to address your problem, but you that have the problem, you are saying, why are you talking about my problem? What about the problem in other places? Why can't you face that? Why are you facing my own? And that's what you are doing. And that was why that's what you are doing now, because you said it. You are asking us that do we see the barrier of children that have been buried in the North Central?
You can't put me out of
Simba.
context. Simple.
Yes, Adwale.
See, let me tell you something.
What I said was very
Simba,
simple.
I'm not happy with you. At least these are the things I wanted to talk about. People taking away from my mouth.
Hold on,
That's why I
there.
was starting with Uptown.
Hold on,
Yeah,
there.
let's hear from Adewale. Everybody hold on. Yeah.
Simba, there was a time in Nigeria, one military officer said, anytime you see an uprising lasted for 24 hours,
Lingering.
there's an input of the government or personality higher in society in those uprisings. There's no way, except we are deceiving ourselves. When you hear unknown gunmen, or whatever names they choose to call them, whether from the north or the south or the east, every villages, every nooks and cranny in Nigeria knows who are the strangers in their midst. They know these people. It's a way of once of dodging or trying to use very some words that would not bring IPOB into question. They know these people. The videos that you and I watched on this video and every other platform, where you had people coming to the market, destroying those market wares and all that, shooting innocent people. Do you think those people that have been shot?
Adewale, it is Amonepa that is planning
No,
that. Is
see, I understand, but these are the people that also
Uptown,
reside
Mr.
in
Bell.
those. Mm-mm. I'm not condemning Uptown or anybody. But the thing is, the consensus is that those are not iPod member. But we knew what iPod stands for. It's not just about secession. From before now, Samuel Epa was a part and parcel of iPod, isn't it? As a matter of fact, I saw something online. I cannot authenticate it, but it shows Samuel Epa. I just started following up Samuel Epa on Twitter today. That Obi is a member of Hypo. I don't know how true is that. I don't want to believe it, but come to think of it, it's too late for now to start trying to humanize Hypo. If you are agitating for secession, but you are doing it in a violent way, there's no way you are trying to humanize it. To me personally, you are the number one enemy of the state. Point blank, straight. And I blame the elders from that region because they let it linger. I mean, some of these folks are being known to the leaders of every part of that region, just like we have it here in 1999, 2000, when OPC started. It started during Obasanjo. Remember, the entire Southwest were not actually in the same trouser with Obasanjo, but Obasanjo dealt with the leader, the factional leader of Odua People's Congress. He put him in jail. The founder of the group himself, because being a medical doctor and a very knowledgeable and educated person, was spared because the factional leader wrestled that just like Samuel Epa. But there's no difference with Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu. For those who are trying to make Nnamdi Kanu look like an insane or whatever, I'm not buying it. I am not. Some of what he agitated for, I identify with it, but he was going around with it in the wrong way. And it's not a saint. So, just like what Obasanjo did, he decimated OPC. Look at Sunday Igboho. Igboho was deceived to make him think that he can agitate and bring the Yoruba nation forth. I don't support the Yoruba nation. I don't. But you see, he was able to escape to Benin, Republic of Benin. And guess what he did? The elder must have prevailed for him because the federal government was ready to extradite this dude back to Nigeria and probably been in the same cell with the Nnamdi Kanu. but the Yoruba elders and the leaders. Look at Professor Akintoye. When last did you see him granting an interview? Because someone has to speak senses to people and they will listen. Today, Yoruba agitation has died down, or probably completely, not in existence. I'm
A
not saying some
natural
people don't.
death. It's only
Some
diaspora that
I'm
are
not
still
saying
shouting.
Babachi supported the Yoruba nation. There's some people that still supported it, but the thing is that some people prevail. The elders, the leaders prevail, and today Igboho was kept in Republic of Benin. Those are the political solutions to things, not in a way that is going to bring insecurity, death to innocent people in the region. I wrote it on the YouTube page of Arise News that the Southeast leaders are going around with this in the wrong way. You can't come around now to say you are trying to humanize Nnamdi Kanu to Nigeria. There's no way. You have to condemn it in one way and then find
Adewale,
solution.
don't you think the Southeasterners actually, to me, the way they are going about it, to me, I see it like they are using it to their advantage.
It's not
They are
working.
benefiting. They
It's
are
not
benefiting
working.
from it.
See, Simba, whether we like it or not, it's not working for any one of them because none of these folks can go home. They cannot. See,
But
some
they
of
are
the
still sympathizing. They are still sympathizing with
they
these
had
people.
no they had no choice because they boxed themselves to the corner. Reason being is that if you speak against them, you ain't going home. If you speak in favor, you probably you're number one enemy of the country. So it's either there or you are there. So you choose one because they've allowed it to degenerate to that point where you have to make a point. I mean, Ronald Mokri was accusing Obekwesili because he felt she hasn't spoken enough or never spoken at all against IPOP, right? For someone who has benefited from the state of Nigeria. But she had no choice because if you speak against it, what if they killed you the way they killed Dr. Akonyele?
or
What
your
if they,
family, or your properties back home.
or your family, or, so they allowed it to linger and it's
So,
wrong
Adewale,
because
what do you think the governor should have done or should do, or the leader, the
you, you,
political
you,
leaders?
you, the governors are handicapped. Number one, they are part of the problem because they also should have been the first spokesperson against this thing completely. Of course,
Well,
they
you
have no
just said they
power.
may kill them or something. I mean, you said something like,
So,
no, they did not kill you. I mean, if they're afraid to be killed, why should they then
see,
speak
the
against them?
government does not have power over the security apparatus of the state. The
No,
commissioner of state
security.
listened to the IG,
No,
right?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Why do I say that? It's because what I feel is I think they're just trying to get more of the Nigerian state attention. It is obvious from all their statements, their elder statements, there is inconsistencies down to the president
Yeah,
of their
that's the
organization.
key. That's the key word.
The
Yeah.
truth is, they will tell you in one breath that
In
Nnamdi
one
Kanu is not
breath,
a
they are
criminal.
two-faced.
That they should
But
release Nnamdi Kanu.
I think
For this thing to go
Buhari
down.
had already sent military personnel to that region before. He was accused of
Exactly.
killing.
No,
So
exactly. So the
you
thing is,
send
the truth
people,
is,
you are damned. You don't send, you are damned.
you're done.
So
So
my
Tinubu is
own
just leaving. I looked at, if you watch this guy's interview yesterday, Uzodima's interview yesterday, when he was granting after his meeting with Tinubu, I know for a fact that Tinubu is not ready to release Nnamdi Kanu. The Nigerian state is not ready to release Nnamdi Kanu.
no, there's no way any security conscious person is going to
That is
release
a fact.
Kanu. No
They are
way.
not ready to. They are not ready
No.
to accept that fact
You know,
that Nnamdi
you
Kanu
see,
is not going to be released.
it can be released. This is where I think it can be released. Remember, Shewore was released to the point that it was allowed to live outside. I mean, go beyond
You
Abuja.
can't compare
Shewore is
with Canada.
so
Sure is not a security.
is not on
No,
Nnamdi
see.
Kanu's level of
For some of you
atrocities.
that are not security conscious, say, let me explain some things. You see, one entity you will never in our life choose to offend or against is to be declared number one public enemy of the state. If we ever found ourselves in that position, the best option is to surrender and relinquish whatever agitation or whatever thing you are holding on to because you would never win against the state. You would never win. So, in order not to find yourself in that situation, you have to go around it in a very political way. It was easier for Showore because now his lawyer was able to negotiate ways for him to be able to go around the country. Before he was confined to Abuja alone. Now,
We don't understand what you're saying, man. Are you
yeah.
saying, are you trying parallel
Saying
between
that Nnamdi Kanu will be giving
Shore
that,
and Kanu's case? I mean, these are two complete different.
and don't
You are
forget that
you are
Kanu
sure
has
right.
been giving that
You are
leeway and
absolutely right, Mike. You are absolutely
Nnamdi
right. But
Kanu,
the point is that
Nnamdi
it
Kanu
does
is
not
a, is a
it does not
fugitive
matter
now.
whether you are saying as a lower risk or higher risk to the
It does
country.
matter. It does matter.
They will still go after you. So
Yeah, I get that.
what?
They will go after you, but you are
Okay,
saying the approach they should take
but yeah,
is
but
a political
to me,
approach.
what they should have done, what the leader of the region should have done, is to be able to rally this guy in, I mean, rein him in, and you know, maybe probably trying to see reason, then find a solution because he himself has to tread carefully against his follower, and that is why I pity Governor will be so bad because he has found himself in a very tight spot, in a very tight box.
Oh,
Whatever he says or do now will be measured, and he has to be, you know, uh, measure up to that standard his follower has placed him. So this is I believe political solution is the best route to this.
and what do you
If
mean
you
political
come,
solution? Can you
I think
define
this
it?
is beyond political solution.
Wait,
Let
let him
me.
define
it
the
is.
political solution
It's
so we
not beyond.
understand it very well.
It's not
You
beyond
know why
political
I
solution.
feel that?
Wait,
You
AY,
guys
hold
are
Hold
on,
on now. The
AY,
guy is
hold on, hold
speaking
on.
now. The guy
Let's
is saying
understand what he mean by political solution. Let him
Precisely.
be clear. Yeah.
Hello. You know I have the power to mute you. You know that. I want one voice. Let's hear from Mike. Ask your question and Adewale respond, please. I don't
Yeah.
want voice cascading over each other, please.
So
Thank you.
Adewale, when you say political solution, paint the actual. I mean, define it and give us exactly, what you
Good.
mean by political solution. Give us the actual,
Good.
explain it so that way we
As,
understand. It's not like just use word and give
okay.
us the
You
process of
know.
that political solution.
Okay. With the benefit of those who are still trying to have a grasp of what I'm trying to say. You know, first and foremost, the political leaders of the region. Number one, the governors, the elders, the political elite in that group has to identify the high stakeholders, not just the mere personality, but stakeholders in the state. People that can, people, they will speak and people will listen to them. They have their own constituents that listen to them. They will come around and have a meeting where they will be able to talk among each other. Okay, what should we do? Number one, we need peace. Okay, we have to rein our brother in. I'm talking about Nnamdi Kanu now. And at the same time, probably liaise with the authority in Finland in such a way that because right now, I have no idea why the Republic of Nigeria has not lodged a complaint against EPA in Finland. Maybe there's no diplomatic ties between the two countries. Maybe because those are the things that usually, doesn't make things go smoothly. But you see, if the stakeholders in the southeast are able or to come together and talk to some Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu right now doesn't even have much because right now is at the mercy of the state and negotiate his way out. Okay, these are the conditions that will make him release. Okay, what if you are released and you don't talk about IPOP for the next couple of this and this and this? You lay low, or you do what is it called?
Political solution by who? By the government or by Nnamdi Kanu? We don't understand what you're saying.
See, the stakeholders, the
He's going
political
to
stakeholders,
facilitate
and
it.
and the
We,
big and the
because we
elite
thought you are
of the
saying
southeast.
this is what, sorry, hold on. We thought we are saying the government of Nigeria should use
The
the political.
governor, the governor,
Is it the
the
government of Nigeria or who?
no, see, the president of Nigeria has nothing to do with this. Yes, as a matter of fact, he is the one. I mean, government of Nigeria is to be appeased, not the
No,
president. I
but
mean,
the thing
governor.
is, Adewale, the problem I have with that political solution is whenever
He
the
didn't
argument
explain the political
no,
solution,
Mike,
sir.
just give me 1 minute,
I'm
please.
Go
Just
trying to
explain there.
explain it
Kilo
to
fe
you.
mama argue. Go explain.
No,
Don't
no,
now.
you know why? You know
listen,
why I have a problem
listen.
with that? No,
Why?
Adewale, please,
You
just
can't
give me
see
1 minute.
if you go to court right now, the court that pronounced him that passed the judgment of him being to be released or whatever, it's not Supreme Court. That is
is not
why
true. That is not true.
You
Yes,
are
because
talking all over the place,
they've
man.
kept him. There is another judgment. They are not saying the truth. There's another judgment holding him because of national security. His next
I
case
know
is
see,
September.
I know that they're still pending charges. But what I'm trying to say is this: even though right now Igboho has a case too, but
Yes.
the extradition was
You are
stopped
just jumping all over the place, Adewale. We don't even understand
because
what
you
you're
are
saying.
asking me questions all over, and I'm trying to
You
pinpoint.
guys are heckling him now.
Oh,
Allow him
Thomas,
now.
I don't really.
Now, wow.
Adewale, hold on, please. Adewale, hold on, please. You are just, I'm sorry, you are just model of things. Igboho is not in this picture at all.
See, I'm
Igboho is not
telling
in
Have you?
Nigeria.
I
you
need to
guys
explain
always
political
try to
solution.
make it
You
sound
jump
as
from
if somebody
Igboho
doesn't know what
to
he's talking about. Igboho case, his extradition was stopped. They have to find political solution by making sure that it does not come through from the Republic of Benin. That is how you find solutions to things. If the Republic of Benin had obliged the federal Nigeria, they would have extracted this guy to Nigeria. That's nothing would have
Yes.
done, just like they did to Nnamdi Kanu. But they put a stop to him because they found some political solution, and that's when the general stopped that because the Republic of Benin would not, would not oblige Nigeria. It's as simple as
But
that.
Adewale, do you think Yoruba really they jail Igboho or they put them in prison? Who cares? Why
Igboho has
Yoruba?
no stake. That is
He has
exactly
no
who
say.
cares. But you'll be
Who cares
surprised that
about
he
the
has
group?
followers as well. He has followers. Even on this your platform, he has followers. Babachi believes in the Yoruba nation.
he's not going to enforce it at home, Sha. We know that one.
It's not about enforcement. It's about
So
finding.
stop
It's about
comparing the
people speaking senses to people, and then
Adewale,
they let's go.
Babati will not enforce it at home in
Adewale,
Yoruba
I
land.
feel
Trust me.
like you don't want to tell them the truth. Let me tell you the political solution that should be number one. They need to make their people understand that Nnamdi Kanu is not coming out. Well, they need to move on and move with peace.
It could come out. It could.
No, hold on. The thing is, the problem I see with their negotiations is every time they come around, when they come out, they tell the federal government what to do when you're coming to negotiate and you don't have the stake.
Because
The truth is, Nnamdi Kanu is not coming out because he's still a risk to the
because
Nigerian state.
wrong people are the one coming to the public to tell us all this.
Who are the wrong people?
If a
Oana, the
proper,
president
if
of
a
Oana Indigo
listen,
is the wrong
if a
person.
proper wait
No,
now,
hold on.
if
I'm asking you, President of Oana, they said it. Their
some of
professors,
those
elites are saying it. All other top-ranking governors are saying it. So who are the best people that are in power that
Adewale is
saying the
speaking
right
like
things?
somebody that actually wants a solution, but you are just speaking like
you
someone.
see, they are
He
jumping
doesn't want
up and
solution,
down.
man.
Quickly.
I'm
Let me
telling
say
you.
this. Since sorry,
You
let me say
see,
this. I'm sorry. I
the
wasn't trying to. Sorry,
what
Ogadewale.
is
Sorry, wait. Sorry. Uptime, I wasn't trying to insert your personality just now. You see, who is much is given, much is expected. I respect your view a lot in this platform. You know that. Again, sometimes some questions look rude and look insulting. In that part, I say sorry if my question look rude and insulting to you just now, but it was a question. Since we don't follow English standard, by English standard, I wasn't wrong, but by African standard, I might step on your toes. So for that uptime, not very yeah, but not,
I've already moved on.
but
My
but
disappointment is there for 1 second,
And
and
what
I'll
piece?
move
I
on.
don't know.
not
I
the
don't
like I
understand
said, wait
why.
again.
What piece? I don't understand why you are using education to quantify morality. Was Adolf Hitler
No.
Adolf Hitler not educated? I mean,
No,
people
no, no,
think.
no, no, no. We are in the platform. We are brothers. If somebody feel
Yeah,
offended by
I know.
something,
You are saying
it won't
because
take it won't take anything for me to say if you get offended. I'm sorry, often. But please don't make that kind of narration. You're too intelligent past that kind of narration for that platform. But I'm sorry the way
No.
I put it.
I believe World Peace. If we are both left in a space to actually discuss that in detail, you will find out that
I,
we might even
uh,
converge at the same point at the end of the day. But then let's just leave it at that.
no, with that thing you said, we cannot come. See, me and Vin talk personally. We
No.
always
From
fight.
what you are saying, from where you are picking faults at, it's clear to
Uh,
me that you came at it from a different direction from where I was trying to go.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry. Everybody can move on now. Thank you.
Yeah,
You
Adewale,
know
I
what?
wanted to ask you a question. I wanted to say something.
Mm.
Tinubu's body language is what came from a statement from the chief of army of staff that is saying there is no negotiation, no amnesty.
No, you can't say. See,
No. Hold on.
don't believe all those
No.
things.
The chief
That's
of army
true.
of staff has said there is no negotiation, there is no amnesty. And for him to say that technically that is the position of Tinubu on matters like this that has to do with security issues and all of that. There is no amnesty, there's no negotiation with terrorists. And now, on another end, you are saying there should be a political solution to number one public enemy of the state, publicly acknowledged terrorists by other zones of the country, regions of the country. So I want you to try and just oppose that and see how there will be a balance. Because if you are saying they should grant Nnamdi Kanu amnesty, then we should be ready to grant all these ISWAP leader, Boko Haram leader amnesty too. Because
There's
Tinubu is
no.
already changing his mind and saying no, we are not negotiating.
Is ISWAP leader asking you for amnesty?
Wait.
What are they demanding from you?
Uptown, wait. You see, when you are fighting terrorism and you have a homegrown terrorism, it's not about external or national invading your country. It's the most difficult fight to fight. You know why? As
ISWAP
you
is
are.
not external. It's
Wait
homegrown.
now. Let me give you an example in a micro level. Can you shoot your brother? Can you shoot your mother?
No.
Can you shoot your father?
No.
If your father is trying to shoot you,
Hold on now. Come on. Wait now. Wait. God forbid, not you. God forbid. There's a report that says your father shot somebody. Your father killed somebody, and they are coming to kill him. Are you willing to let go of your father to the hands of authority?
Of course, there is that feeling.
Yes, no.
Even United States found it very, very difficult to kill an American national on the soil of America. They had to track him outside America to kill him. Even despite that, there was in an inquiry case that was open for that, because they want to make sure that they certify everything. See, if a Cameroonian come to terrorize Nigeria, it's easier to kill because you can defend that. But when it's a Nigerian against Nigeria, that is very hard, and that is why every nation.
But we kill Amnini now.
So wait, that's it. That is a common thief, and that was where we have a brutal.
A thief is worse than a terrorist.
See, this is a democratic system. That was when we have the military.
There's no old woman in one village that is emotionally attached to Anini as an armed robber.
See,
go on.
The entire country can defend the execution of Anini, but you know what we have is
what about
not
Saruwiwa? For uptime, what about Saruwiwa?
See, and you know what we lost for killing Saruwiwa and co. Even Saruwiwa himself was not a saint, but the entire world rose up and said, no, these people should not be executed. But Abacha went ahead and did, but we suffer the consequences. This is what, see, it goes beyond just saying, let's raise up military to deal with these people. That is why sometimes it's hard, but you see, dealing with the homegrown terrorism is the hardest fight you can find globally as of this 2023 century that we are. But you see, every nation has a way of doing that. Even America right now, apart from the local crime that goes around, it is going to be very hard, because for America to secure, let's say they want to take out somebody that is waging war against America, they have to go through courts that is going to grant all those and all
That's
that. At the
not
end
true.
of it,
That's not true.
okay, let me give you an example. Remember the colonel, the Islamic colonel in the Fourth War that killed people in the military barrack.
He
Remember
went through
that guy?
military tribunal, didn't he?
Why didn't they shoot him? Why did they kill him?
What do you mean?
I mean, he committed capital offense is terrorism, not a capital offense. Why did they kill him?
Why didn't they sentence him to death?
They didn't.
But they sentenced him.
Is he dead?
Well, they had a choice. I mean, the state did. I mean,
that's why I'm telling you
what is
that
your
what
point?
we have.
You guys, Adewale, Mike, and Mike, please, I think we are mixing things up.
Yeah, if Adewale does they mix things, man. Mix things are
because
not even...
Adewale, the question I want to ask is that because if we do not let us fall to the antics of what is happening in the Southeast. What is the relationship between
sympathetic.
criminality? No, just wait. Let me ask my question, Adewale.
Business destruction.
What is the relationship? What is the relationship between the criminality that is happening in the southeast and release of Nnamdi Kanu?
Thank you for that.
Right now, you have a lot of
Adewale, sorry, I want to drop from the platform.
followers.
Sorry, Adewale, I want to drop from the platform, and I might drop anytime soon. I just want to make this point. You're obviously not an obedient, but I just wish you are the only person that I have to engage as maybe you're a Tinubu supporter or whatever, because you're just a potential leader. You understand every single thing from the aspect of somebody that's seeking to solve a problem and not somebody that's seeking to attack people. And for the fact that you're obviously not obedient, but you can tell that this is somebody that's talking about.
Somebody doesn't present any solution.
Listen. All this you're preaching, the way you no wait, because when War Peace came after you, we're all sympathizing with.
Okay, so Adewale, I just want to.
Why are you meeting me? Why are you meeting me, Thomas?
I just want to commend you, my brother.
I didn't meet you.
Continue doing your.
Somebody is meeting me.
Thomas, can I interject, please?
With people like you, we were going to find solutions. Not just
everybody, hold on. Uptown, please hold on. Everybody, please hold on. Please. Uptown, land it. Then let's move forward. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. So as I was saying, Adewale, with more of you in Nigeria, both on the obedience side, on the APC side, and the PDP side, more people like you, very critical thinking, people that knows that for you to solve a situation, you have to do diagnosis, diagnose it properly, apply wisdom, and to know that with leadership is an art and not a science. So the politics is a science, but leadership is an art. So there is no straightforward white or straightforward black in leadership. Leadership takes every seconds of critical thinking and whatever it is. There's nothing cast in stone with leadership. So that's our leadership, and you show a great sign of a great leader. So thank you. I want to just
say nothing.
I say no. It's Thomas that allow you
tomorrow.
Okay,
but
can I interject now, please, Thomas?
Let me say this to Thomas.
Hold on, please.
Thomas,
what is going
Thomas,
on?
Why did you meet me?
I am not the one now.
Who else is the host?
You know who can do that.
Here?
You know who else can do that. I am not the one. I am not the
Thomas,
one.
can I interject, please?
I'm being truthful. Yes. Let's hear from Uptime.
Can I go after Remy? Thomas, can I go after Remy?
Yeah, of course you can go after Remy. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning,
Remy?
everyone. And
good morning.
I've been listening to what you guys have been saying. The case here, I will be very objective and just be frank. It's just like a region that is playing a two-face. And they also have our political candidate, our presidential candidate that is also playing a two-faced. We all know that even before the incarceration of Nnamdi Kanu, they were agitating for IPOB, which is the independent blah, blah, blah of Biafra, what they are agitating for. And their leaders, most of their leaders also support this cause. But when it comes to the presidential election, they think they can use it, and if we win, they will have won both sides. But unfortunately for them, Obi did not win, and there's no way they can control the space of the IPOB anymore. And when Nnamdi Kanu was incarcerated, they have a new leader in EPA who continue to do the same thing, and even more in a very alarming and dangerous way. Most of their leaders did not condemn this EPA down when he started calling for sit-at-home, maybe more than 6 months now. They did not condemn him, they allow him, but now that the control has slipped out of their hand, I'm talking about the governors and some of their leaders, they are scared and afraid. They now want the same government to help them. IPOB have been proscribed as a terrorist organization. Now, if you go to the Southeast now, who does the people listen to? They listen to these people. Don't go out, sit at home. They all sat at home. Their governor talk, they won't listen to them. Personally, I think if I were Tinubu, I will just pronounce a state of emergency in 3 of the southeastern states. Let the military rule them. Because if you allow this thing and you say, okay, let it reach Nnamdi Kanu, come on, in the next few years, another Nnamdi Kanu will come out again and start agitating. Because it's high time we have to. And when I read what Obi put out there, he's playing a two-face. He is comparing Southeast to the Northeast. Northeast, the Boko Haram were also processed as terrorist organization, and Nigerians use all the might. If this situation is not abating in the Southeast, I will also recommend that Tinubu should use all the might, because it's getting really out of hand. You cannot play the whole of Nigeria. You think we are stupid? And actually coming here, what you are saying is okay, but it's already gone beyond what you are talking about. Madam Sita said something. She said, if an agitation want to die down, it's the people themselves. Are the people in their region, are they really ready? They are not ready. And when you listen to Upton speaking up and down with both of his mouth, you can't believe these people. You can't trust them anymore. And that is not good for a region, because you are teaching the rest of the country to be careful of your region. So because you are not sure if you put leadership, if you allow them to be leader of this country, you don't know what might happen. That is not a good optic for them at all. For me, if the situation is not abating, first, I will employ Tinubu not to release Nnamdi Kanu. Releasing Nnamdi Kanu is another problem, because we know these people carry dual nationality, and that's why Finnish government cannot do anything about EPA. He has a Finnish passport, so it's also their citizen, and he has a right. Sometimes you don't know where this foreign government, where their loyalty lies. Sometimes this Onyibotu, they play a lot of double face. So you guys talking about maybe Nigerian government should talk to Finland and Finland should release him. It's not easy like that. So at the end of the day, if that situation is not abating in the Southeast, I think a state of emergency should be declared at the first instance, and then the military rule them, at least for the first 6 months. I think Buhari also
Remy, don't you reckon you should just leave them? They should be killing themselves. Just ignore.
We should have loved to do that, but remember, they are still
Why do
Nigerians.
Why do I say that? Remy, hold on, please. Why do I say that? If you deploy the military there now and they start taking people down, it will still be Yoruba against Igbo.
So what do you want him to do? If you just allow him, just say, okay, I allow you to kill yourself, they will say he's not doing nothing. And if he said they are already, you can see what the problem we have here is that this organization have been prescribed as a terrorist, but their leader are saying they are not terrorists. He's trying to tell us that these people are not terrorists.
And that's what Thomas is telling you.
Thomas is telling you. Criminals. So that is what to be saying. There are only some criminals, and some of their leaders the same thing. So what do you do as the president of a country? Because if you don't use force on them now, at the same time,
force is not a solution. Force is not a solution. I repeat, force.
Okay, let me.
Let's hear from Mike. Yeah, Mike.
Why is America not using force on all the terrorists all over the world? Why are they not talking to them?
Because every country have their own peculiarity. We are not American.
America has been using this system all
Thomas,
over the world.
I came to ask Remy a question.
Wait, hold on. No, you gotta wait. You can't just come here.
You wait. Yeah. The next voice I want to hear is Mike. Mike, you have the floor.
Yeah, Remy, you and Adewale, I think both of you, I tend to disagree with both of you. Remy, first of all, you are saying Tinubu should start going there with force, and Thomas is telling you.
No, I said if the situation is not abating, if it continues to be more,
if it continue, okay, so if you get worse where they're still killing themselves,
yes, if it's getting worse, then of course it should take a state of emergency and send the military there.
Okay, when Buhari sent the military there, Python now, the same
The
leaders, both the
military
Ohanese, they
Buhari
go,
said is
cool
posted
down
of
now, cool down,
it does
cool
not
down.
remove the governors. The governors should go and sit down because they're
But
not
cool
listening.
down, let me talk now. When Buhari was sending the army there, Python dance, the same Ohanese, governors, all of them, oh, he's sending Fulani to come and Fulani army to come and kill us, propaganda. It became Fulani is going there to kill them. Now you are advising us to tell Tinubu to be sending the next one. They can now say Yoruba.
I said if the
Wait,
situation is
because
not
now allow
abating,
people talk now.
Let him land now. He heard you. Let him land, please.
okay, continue.
Especially the fact that the chief of army staff is a Yoruba man. They are sending Yoruba army to go and kill Igbo. That's what we hear. I will follow Thomas' advice. Hey, let them kill themselves there. Let their leaders find solutions to their problem. It goes to
You can't do that.
yeah?
You can't do that. You can't do that.
I can't do what?
That is the easy way out. You cannot turn a blind eye to a certain region of the country and say let them decimate themselves. You cannot do that.
No. Now I'm trying to explain why. I'm trying to explain why it should. And I'm trying to
Okay.
explain to you by that's why I'm coming to your points.
Okay.
You are saying political solution by the federal government. Now I tell you disagree with you, and I agree. I disagree that it should be political solution from the federal government. That's where I disagree. But we agree with you the political solution from their state government with the whatever they are, the agitators and the terrorists, whatever. Do their state government, their Wednesday, whoever their social cultural leadership and their religious leaders, all the leadership factions they have in their region, they have to be the one to do that political solution. Find a political solution to their problem there. I will tell you why I disagree with the federal government should be using political approach. It's because you have to learn from history. That's what I've been doing throughout the history, and it hasn't solved it. After the war, Ojukwu was the worst terrorist, most wanted terrorist after the war because he destroyed the country, destroyed lives, and he was the most wanted. And the people who told the federal government, because the same way the Easterners said they must not kill Ojukwu if they catch him, they must not kill our leader, even though he committed the worst crime to humanity. And some Yorubas like Adewale here were talking the same way that back then, like, let's use political solution to end this problem. Let's talk with Ojukwu that will give up the war, the agitation, and send one Nigeria and come back to Nigeria. They used political solution. Ojukwu forgave him, brought him back. He claimed he gave up on Biafra, but come to find out in the background, he's one raising the Nnamdi Kanus of today. He brainwashed the entire region in the background. He raised the next generation of Biafrans. So the federal government will be making a big mistake to be the one to use a political solution with Kanu's situation. They have to use Kanu as an example for the next guy that wants to do the same thing. That's what I would advise the federal government. Put him through a military tribunal and give him an execution. So the next guy will know that, okay, if I do it, I might end up with that same execution. That's on the federal government side. Now, the political solution, the state government and the Ohanese they should do is they need to sit down with all the stakeholders, whoever is representing the people, or all the factions in the southeast. They all meet and debate their issue among themselves and publicly debate it, so they all work and watch them debate over and over till they all come to the same conclusion that what we want is it Biafra or not. And among themselves, they can do a referendum among their people, where after the referendum, they can all know that, okay, this is what we the people want. Now, whatever they are come to conclusion, to an agreement, they can now tell the rest of Nigeria, like, okay, this is what the Southeast wants. We want to go. And then you present it officially in a form of application or legislation or whatever, however they do it legally to the Nigerian states. Then from there, we can now know who's stopping who or who is what and what. The rest of us can be clear what's going on. We can know that, okay, the Southeastern, they want Biafra or not. Trust me, if the Igbos say they want to go, we know they've done referendum among themselves that Southeast, that 5 Eastern states want to go. I don't think the rest of Nigeria will be shouting on the street saying, no, don't let them go. I beg go, we need Igbos. So no, majority of the Northerners, especially IRA youth, they already gave them quit notice to get out of their region because people are tired of them. The Southwesterners were tired of the Southeasterners. Their wala is too much. Everyone is just tired of the Igbo. It's a fact.
Tired of them. South is tired of them too.
Everybody's tired of their wala because they've been the force of division in that country. It's just most Nigerians want them to just go. They want to go. So we can now be clear where we are.
To let them go? Why is it hard to let them go? Why is it difficult to let them? Why do people don't like hearing
Mike,
about?
I wanted to say something.
No, but let me wait now, guys. Let me. You say why? Hold on. You say why? Who was saying that? That was uptime, right?
Why are they say? Why are some people saying, hey, if you make Obi president, he will let Southeast go? That's why we don't.
That's not what they are saying. No,
Southeast going.
No, nobody's who is right mind with kind of Igbos living in Nigeria. What is the Southeast contributing to Nigeria?
Then, if what you're saying is true, why all the debates? We just have to tomorrow morning. People will just be like, yes,
brother,
it's time to go, and everybody go. And that's the end of it.
There's no Nigerian in right mind scared or worried about Southeast.
Then why are you making Simon Ekpa's job difficult? Now you're saying the Southeast.
No, those guys are crooks.
Let everybody just start going.
No, those guys are not. They are just liars, propaganda. We are against propaganda and liars and deception and scamming. That's what we are. That's all we are against.
You don't need them. You don't care about their propaganda and lies.
Listen,
you just have to let them.
Uptown. Let me tell you. I'm the number one hater of Nnamdi Kanu. Not because he wants to go.
Same here.
I'm the number one supporter of Igbos going.
Wait, you're a supporter of Nnamdi Kanu.
Bros, cool down now. Make a talk now.
Uptown, please. I'm not doing that. He's talking. You are talking about. He's talking. No. Let him land, please. Thank you. Yeah, Mike.
Any Nigerian that complain about Kanu or the agitators, it's not because they want to go. It's because they are causing problem. Is that I'm making ethnic bigotry statement, hate speeches, calling for people to go and burn down Lagos, go attack, or go and do the kill police, kill army, just causing division and propaganda lies. That's all we hate. That's the only thing we push back on. If Kanu would have just came out and say, we Igbos want to leave Nigeria, please let us go. No, Nigeria. I don't think anyone, me or anybody, will say, are you mad? Why do you want to go?
He's been saying that.
Everybody has said that. Everybody's tired. Everybody's tired of these shenanigans. We are tired.
Everybody's just tired of their behavior, attitude.
I feel like they just like to come into the news with these Biafra shenanigans when everybody's moving forward.
Exactly. When they really exactly.
I think they're just like crybabies where they just like to call the attention of everybody, like the last born in the house. Just like to create and be dramatic. There's nothing like drama. That's the way I feel about it now. Like, whatever you people want, if it is killing each other in your region, and sincerely, let's just put them off the media and focus on other things. Now we want to focus on politics. We want to focus. Politics is aside now. We're moving into governance. Everybody's trying to come up with policies.
The question is, can you afford
region
and it is still
federalism, fiscal federalism in the Nigerian state?
Let me wrap up. So, like you said, they are just distraction, and because Nigeria could have just focused on whatever it is, issue of Nigeria and fix it.
We're already focusing on that. We're focusing on policies. We're focusing on many policies are coming up now to entrench. Many bills are coming up to entrench fiscal federalism.
That is a partisan view.
It's like, but anyway, so I always getting my point, sir. So Tinubu should not even focus on their region at all or anything like that, until they get to they sort themselves out, and we can know that okay, these people have sort themselves out, whatever it is at hand, we can address it.
Hey, Mike, real quick.
And in addition, Mike, sorry to butt in. In addition, Mike, you can see that we all Nigerians, we felt for what is happening in the South region. I can remember there was a time that you guys are telling me that leave them alone. They don't care about what Nigerians think about what is happening in their region. They just want to be let alone. It's like they want to go away, and the arrogancy and entitlement that is coming from that region is too much. And when you look at the whole nation as a whole, the whole nation welcomed them into their region. They are the only ones scattered all over Nigeria like that. No any other region are scattered or doing business or residing in any other region like that. They are the only region. And you continue to give us problem, and you continue to tell us that our things are not good because your leader did not win, and you continue to portray the country in bad light. This is not good.
They are the one all over the internet destroying the image of Nigeria the
So
most.
let's call it spade a spade.
Right.
The war has ended more than 30 years ago.
30 years, 60.
60, let's say 60.
Please, guys, allow.
But let me wait. I'm still
allow
landing my point.
Adewale to
Hold
provide
on.
things like he was.
Let me get across. Hold on.
So let me
just like you said, the war ended, but there are still many of them will still come and
so it has
say
ended more than 50 years ago. Why should you still have that kind of hatred in your mind?
Especially over 20 pounds. That 20 pounds was the
Hello,
most ridiculous.
sorry. Thomas, do you have, hold on. Sorry, Thomas, do you have charge of the place? Are you in charge?
I'm
Thomas?
talking now, but they won't listen. And I
Yeah,
know
well,
I hate
then you have to
muting
start
people
yourself.
or kicking people out. You can't talk on each other. We are not talking. If you are talking on each other, please. Yeah, Mike hasn't finished.
Let me wrap up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just like you said, after 50 years, they're talking about 20 pounds, pushing it to the next, like the way they talk as if it happened to them. And then, so like I was saying, so the solution, last thing Tinubu should do is start putting his head into that place, because anything that will happen, they will twist it. Use propaganda. We all know how they always twist everything. Propaganda, they will say, was the sit at home now. If Tinubu start involving himself for that disaster that will happen, they will say it was Tinubu's fault. He's saying soldier there. That's why everything burned down, finish. They will twist everything on it. They will always find somebody to blame for the aftermath of anything that happened to them. They went to war, the aftermath of the war, they blame every human being that put head in their wala. They blame Victor Banjo. They say it was the one that called Gowon and gave them the Biafran position. That's why they lost the war. A Yoruba man that want to put his head in their wala, he went to side with you to help him fight. And they blame Awolowo. He was the one that gave Gowon strategy. Don't put your head in a wala. When they want to, if they start wala disaster for themselves, just keep your hand away. Leave them alone. Tinubu should just leave them alone. Tinubu should focus on governance, governing Nigeria. Now, if they spill their wala, their disaster, their shenanigans to another region, and you crush them there. If they maybe they are Eastern Security, the ESN or no government, if they cross border, enter another state, Benue, Rivers, Edo, or come to Lagos, you crush them there. But as long as they keep it in their region, doing it to themselves, just leave them alone. Tinubu should not even comment. Just leave them alone. Because at the end of it, at the end of everything has an end. At the end of their disasters, eventually they'll get tired of it. And they can't say, everything that happened here, all the things we've lost is because of this person. No, you can't blame anybody because nobody took it enter your wala. Tinubu should just leave them alone. Not listen to people like Adewale here. Because this kind of Yoruba people, they are the one that will push Yoruba man to go and put hand in their wala. At the end of the day, they will start blaming all Yorubas for the problem, because it's all Yoruba people's fault that Victor Banjo sold them to open their expose their position to go on. It's all Yoruba people's fault that Awolowo said they should not supply food there and gave them 20 pounds. Awolowo died almost 30 years ago. To today, Igbo man is still insulting me. Some Igbo people still insult me. You Awolowo. So
thank you, Mike.
Let me wrap it up.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is, the solution to their problem is, their people, all their leadership factions should all come together, and even we are Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu lawyer, be spokesperson for Nnamdi Kanu, debate among themselves and come to one common ground, and whatever they come to, they cannot present it to the government, and then the government can decide from there. That's it.
Yeah, Adewale responds, then Remy will respond after you.
Okay, I think somebody said on the comment section that the liberalism view that I hold is going to cost the nation or something like that, that the people shouldn't listen to my kind of view or my opinion. But you see, well, the thing is this. Everybody is irritated in Nigeria as far as what is going on in the southeast. But you see, sometimes for some of us that are family with kids and all that, no matter how stubborn your child is, that child is still your child. and you are the custodian, the parent. And if we advise that Tinubu should look the other way around and say, you know what, ain't none of my business. I'm from Southwest. I don't care about them. But you see, sometimes they'll become a snack, you know, to the case of Nigeria. Now here we are, federal government trying to woo foreign investors to come to Nigeria, and there's an unrest in the northeast and the southeast of Nigeria. Or let's say south bring their own shenanigan out as well. And then prospective investor look at it and say, you know what? I don't know. Because it seems there's an unrest in that country. Of course, we know what negative publicity is all about. So at the end of the day, they decided, you know what? They're not going to venture into this region because there's an unrest there and they don't trust what is going to, if the government cannot find solution to what is happening in the country, why should I invest my money, my hard-earned money? So that is that on that space because at the end of the day, they are part of Nigeria.
The investor can decide to go where there is peace. They can just ignore Southeast.
See, you think when they write about Nigeria, hold on. When they write about Nigeria in the let's say New York newspaper or what is this newspaper in New York, Washington Post, they're gonna pinpoint the region where the issue is coming out in Nigeria. No, they would
Yes,
generalize.
they do. Agency in Nigeria.
Excuse me.
Northwest.
Excuse me. They will generalize. See how many times Department of State has put out statement on their website by saying that the country itself, you should go there with caution. They will start listing. Well, but
They list the
then,
regions. Sorry,
but
they list the
every,
regions.
but if I am an American and I never been in Africa before, I would not even care about the region you listed. I'm not going. Period.
And the investors are smart. They do their research.
Please, you can never assume that certain people will, they'll know better. You see, we know about other places because of what we've read or what we've seen on television. So even at that, there's no way you will go to sleep peacefully and part of your house will be on fire and you won't care about it. Whether we like it or not, Southeast is
But
still part of Nigeria. People,
Nigeria as a whole is not on fire. There is peace in the southwest. There is peace in the south. There is peace in some northern area. So investor can decide to go to where there is peace.
let us be objective. We are being myopic here. See, in as much as I
How
detest,
am I myopic?
he
How?
does. In as much as I detest what is happening in the southeast, you cannot be more critical than I do. As a matter of fact, part of me we wish that, you know what, forget it. But you see, we can't do that. The federal government can't afford to look other way around. See, there is a virtue in delay. You have to tread softly. At the same time, appear that you are not actually paying attention, but you are. You and I have never been in a public office. We've never been in charge of resources and, well, even if you supervise people in office, you know how difficult it could be sometimes. Now, look at that on a larger scale where you have to oversee and preside over countries, cities, and all that. It is very, very complicated. And the complication that comes with it is what make a leader a leader. Some of the things that you and I, or the solution we are preferring right now, actually is for the short term. It's not for the long term. We're talking about a country that needs to be integrated despite of our political differences and all that. So for a leader that knows what he's doing, he's not going to say, you know what, I'm looking the other way around. He will buy his time to study what is going on, perhaps try to use it to his own political advantage, or try find maybe a short-term solution to it, but at the same time, the region will pay the price. And they are paying the price, and they will still pay the price, regardless of the solution being found to this. So what I'm trying to say is this: federal government need to step in. I'm glad what Tinubu is doing and his administration is to buy time. Because if he seems perceived to be too forward, he will be seen as, oh, he's out there to kill people in the southeast and all that. And if he's getting too delayed, he will be seen as, well, look at you. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. You're not helping the southeast. So he has to find a balance. And to me, it should identify the critical stakeholders, because there's no matter how bad it is, there are still some elite, there are still some people. This is like a sociology 101. You use small group to control the largest group by trying to identify the loud mouth, the loud piece among them, and use them to your own advantage. You sell this stuff to them, they buy it, and then amplify it to their people. Then that's how you find solution. And Nnamdi Kanu will go quiet. But if you choose not to go quiet, I tell you what, there's always solution to that in the long run. But if that if that is not the case, yes.
Yeah, just wrap up me 1 minute, please.
So, like I said, there's always solution, and to me, I believe it's not about being applying a soldier dimension to this. Identify the stakeholders, talk to this guy, perhaps trying to slow down, let him, there's a way things fizzle out in such a way that we go quiet. But at the end of the day, because no matter what, he will be the one to lose. And if the government decided, we're going to use a martial approach to this and brigade approach and crushing enemy, guess what? It's not going to speak well for the administration. Yes, we are tired of all the shenanigans, we're tired of the killing, we're tired of all those nonsense. But you cannot use that emotion to find solution to what is going on. You have to look at it politically. Look, identify. We have Wanyan there. Bring all the state governors, including Alesoti in Abbey, and bring them together and other stakeholders, not the one coming to the Arise News and saying balablu stuff. No, those are not the people you want to bring in. Those that work behind the scene, that actually they have a bigger voice, they have bigger platform. I'm not talking about Charlie Boyd and Co. Those are the people you use to speak to the boys, and then they will slow down. And then before you know it, Nnamdi Kanu probably will be released in such a way, and they will find there's always a way. I'm telling you. But the bottom line is that to find the state is not the best, because state will crush you. But no state at the same time will want part of the country to be inflamed. Never. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, thank you, Adewale.
Thomas.
Remy, before you talk, please. Adewale, Remy, do you hear this adage before? Ọmọ tó bá ṣípá nìyẹn máa ń gbé. You know the meaning. So,
Of course,
Remy, the floor is yours.
Okay, Adewale, thank you for all your oratory, and I think we have spoken well. But you forgot a lot of things. If we just oppose it with what happened in the Northeast, when the Boko Haram started, the indigenes support them against the state, thinking that things would be fine. But when they started killing their people, killing them is source for the federal government. That means the people came together and said that, hey, government, come and help us. This is getting out of hand. We are not seeing this from the Southeast. They are discussing.
That's not true. That's not true.
Can I just finish, please?
Uptown, please. I'm not doing that.
Discussion from the Southeast, and you are advocating for a soft landing. But do you ever ask yourself a very good question? Fine, we can give amnesty to Nnamdi Kanu, release him, let him go scot-free. Do you think that is the end of the case? Don't you think that there are 10 Nnamdi Kanus waiting to pounce on because they see it as a business? Some say that the only way they can get out of Nigeria is by force. And if you also take the other guy in Finland, take him out, don't you know that Simon Epa already waiting? And I'm sure that some of their leaders know all of these people, and they are also supporting them. And if you wait for a long time, whether you like it or not, people will die, and they will still continue to kill one another. If Tinubu continue to wait, even wait for the buying his time for the next 1 year, it won't turn things around there. Because these people are not obeying their governors anymore. Because the governors know, some of the governors are also supporting this agitation or supporting these terrorists. I'm not going to call them agitators anymore. I will call them terrorists because they have been prescribed as terrorists. If you find yourself in this situation, and now if their leaders coming into their senses and they speak in one unison, they will probably go to the federal government I don't think they should release Nnamdi. Let it continue with the court case. He should be jailed, even life sentence, or even more than that, because through his action and inaction, a lot of innocent souls have been killed in the Southeast. And from this Simon Ekpa now, they still continue to kill their people. They still continue to do a lot, which is not a good optic for our country. Because as you rightly said, and I agree with you on this part, if an investor wants to invest in your country and some part is in turmoil, of course he will be skeptical. It will be, who knows? Maybe another region will be in turmoil before we even know it. Maybe this country will go to civil war. And as a president of a country, you cannot fold your hand. How many months will he buy his time as the president of a country? Buy his time for 1 year, for 2 years, for 3 years? It can be seen. We all know the governor, they don't have authority. They don't have that control anymore in that region. That's the truth. Because if they do, how can somebody from Finland or wherever they call themselves say sit at home for 1 week and everybody will sit at home? And everybody
but Remy, are you not scared of people losing their lives?
So when Adewale was talking the other time, I was just like, I thought like 6 or 7 months ago, there were so many federal government assets that were being burned down. A lot of policemen were killed. Some are not Igbo. They are from different parts of Nigeria serving in that region. They were murdered, they were killed. And they also murdered this former politician from PDP. They murdered that guy. If the Northeast have retaliated because of that murder, that would be another case entirely. I think, to me, I still believe in one thing. If the situation is not abating, I think it's the right time to just send the military and let the governor steps aside for 6 months and let the sanity be there. Because if you are still thinking about the soft approach, we talk to them, the leaders can't control them anymore. If they can control them, if the leader can control these boys will have stopped. It's arguably true that this leader cannot control them anymore, because they cannot control them now. They now know that, okay, we should run to the federal government to help us. We should run to Nigeria to help us.
Yeah,
this is the bitter truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Remy. Do we have Akim there? I want to close this chapter.
Thomas, sorry, my battery would die. I have only 10%. Can I?
Oh yes, yeah. Of course, yeah. Why not? Yeah.
Sorry, everybody. This is what I was saying. That's still the platform, But the truth of the matter is, I've talked about the Southeasterners now. Why people feel people of Nigeria are not trusting people with power, leadership, even to the Senate president now. It's really going worse now. Even Senate president or speaker, they can't even trust people with that power. It's because there's two sides to it: the build up to the action and the reaction after the action. You people never acknowledge it and accept it. Rather, you blame it on other people. Either is the government or because you want to leave. It's never you guys. You always blame other people for you guys' problem, and which is wrong. Like everybody has rightly said here, they are right, and because his opinion. But the fact is, Nnamdi Kanu should be hanged to the neck to make example to all Nigerians. Biafrans are not bigger than a Nigerian state. There's nothing like Biafra, first of all. You can't bring a ragtag people that are saying under the disguise of secession, killing people, making a state unrest, and the Nigerian government or the Nigerian state is just for their hand and looking at them because they are making politics out of it. Governments are now making money from security votes. People don't know what's going on in Nigeria. Southeast is burning. The governors will continue wait the place will be burning, and their security votes will be doubling. They will request for more security votes. They must show the center why they're requesting for more security votes. So all this we are saying is like we just which word will I use? If the government and the people want to put an end to that insecurity in the Southeast, it will end today. Today. They know the problem to that place. Some chemist boys cannot run out with AK-47 and start shouting sit at home. How can a man in Finland will declare sit at home 2 weeks prior and the government will not do anything? The governor, the chief of that state, if at worst is um, he doesn't have a lot of logistics. But you will show a show of force of that very day. Bring all these military apparatus in that state. Patrol the states where you can patrol, the streets you can patrol, so that people see. You give people that safe that courage that you are out for them. The governor will be sitting inside the room. Everybody will be inside the room. On a Monday, and police station will close. Then you say people are scared. Man, come on now. We know what is going on in Southeast. And we don't start talking like Tinubu should come with stick and carrot approach. There's no approach in that place. With this mindset of these people in the Southeast, you cannot give them power because they always find fault and blame anything you do. That's why they're not getting position. And any leader that is going to Abuja to say release Nnamdi Kanu or IPOP is not a terrorist group, it's like you're making a motor lizard out of a Komodo driver. And from Sam Ekpa, it's like you're making a Mandela out of Hitler. This is just the pure fact. They'll always have a way to spin it. That means if you give people power, then you will be dead. Because it doesn't be all blame. So from today, I'm telling you, this is my word, I've what I said it. From today, if these people continue with this mindset and they're not ready to sit down and blame their actions and reactions that led to what we're talking about, we should never think of giving them even a Senate speaker or even a deputy speaker.
What piece? Do you reckon Tinubu should just ignore them? They should continue killing themselves, or he should send the state minds to crush them? Which one will you reckon?
What about Tinubu? No, you cannot reckon from these people anymore because they don't want reckoning right where they are right now. Because once you also understand their own quest, the people and the politicians are two different people in that Southeast region. The people are looking for, they don't see the country as one. So whatever you think is happening, they are killing themselves. It's not a problem to them. It's we that is having the headache, not them. And the politicians are using that as a bargain to bargain anything they want in Nigeria. If you don't give them, they have something to as a collateral they can trigger. So in any case, there's no win-win. It's not a win for anybody in the rest of Nigeria. It's not a win for us. Because if you see when professors from South is coming out to at one point support either IPOB or Nnamdi Kanu or Samuel Ekpa, you know it's one rope that is holding both three of all of them. You cannot. Let me make, if you don't understand, let me make a simple example to these people. When the Benin, those states were blamed, accountable for prostitution in Italy, did we deny it, Thomas?
No. You spoke against it here. I remember very well.
Yeah, we always go to the Oba, we have to come out and make a pronouncement. And
like
thank God.
I think the Oba caused them or something.
Yeah. It put a cause. So when you put a cause, you cannot stop prostitution anywhere in the world, but you can stop the build up. I mean the traffickers, and they stopped. And people were recognizing the palace and the people because we took the responsibility. We accepted that. Okay, yes. Even though
what please? Even my brother, good morning. Even the issue of land grabbing as well. That was the same thing that was done.
Yeah. Even the issue of land grabbing, we accept it. Even though in the prostitution field, we know it was only Benin people was there. We know the population of people in abroad. Anytime we go to abroad, we know the tribe that is not much. But we accepted it as our own problem. We fought against it. Everybody was fighting against it. You understand? That you have to know people you can trust. Like other people will trust you. People that is watching you. Not what you really do is the problem. How you react to it, that's what people want to see. And the Southeastern, I'm not calling IPOP, I'm calling the Southeastern. They forget that in Japan, what Japanese hate most is argue or come with excuses. That's why I said fact. When you see fact, you condemn it. You don't find a way around facts. When it is opinion, then everybody can be running around with their public opinion. And when it's fact, then you condemn it. You see what's happening in Southeast. Leaders are converging in Lagos, Abuja to talk about governor. The insecurity in the Southeast. When one guy sitting in Finland making orders, and that guy have asked them before when they're petitioning them, during Peter Obi, when they're having Zoom meeting, ask them, is there anything illegal? Is there anything wrong? Is there anything he's doing that Nnamdi Kanu has not done before? They couldn't answer. Some people asked them. And yet they'll say,
that's a great question. No, that's
he asked them. Is there anything that he is doing now that Nnamdi Kanu has not done before? He is fighting for the release of Nnamdi Kanu and he's following Nnamdi Kanu's footstep. That's why they cannot deport him from Finland, because when they go to Finland, they'll say IPOB, we are not supporting not supporting Samoekpa, we are supporting the Kanu. And the Kanu you are supporting is the material that you give to Samoekpa, Samoekpa is carrying out. I don't get all these things. That's why the Finland government don't take Nigerian whatever is possessing serious. If you want to condemn Samoekpa, you must first condemn Nnamdi Kanu. Then condemn IPOB. Then you condemn IPOB will have no ground to leverage on. These people just being clever by half. Sorry, my brother, uptown. I'm not trying to be such intelligent. But if anybody at your capacity come to this place and say IPOB is not criminals, but Nnamdi Kanu and his boys and are criminals, I don't see what you're trying to tell me there.
If you are ready to have this conversation, I think they should give us 1 hour in another platform.
No. I'm not saying to that conversation. I'm just saying. I don't make a reference. Because if you want to condemn,
you cannot.
Hold on, sorry.
It's more than I am.
It's not about knowing SACS is more than you. You're talking about right now. Is you guys' reaction? Hold on.
You can't talk on each other.
Uptown. Sorry. Hold on. I'm not saying I know SACS is more than you. I'm saying the reaction of what happened in SACS is you guys' reaction. What we are saying is not encouraging to us. So you cannot come back and start telling me, do you know what's going on in SACS? I don't get to know what's going on in SACS. I don't get to know, but it's your reaction to it that will tell us, oh, this guy means business. That's what it's supposed to be.
That you have not stated yet. I can tell you that happened now. I don't know if you decided to turn blind eyes to them. Did you turn blind eyes to what is happening in with Ifa and Yoba? Did you turn blind eyes to what's happening?
See, this is the problem. Why you guys keep blaming individuals? That's the problem.
But uptown, Ifa and Yoba is he a northerner?
Everybody.
Is he not still your leader?
Exactly. Is he your leader? Why you blaming people?
And told him that if you
leave. See, let me tell you about that Yoba.
If boys around there again, that he would deal with them. He was
okay. Let me tell you.
Enugu governor came out on a Monday and walked around the whole state, walking around and warned that anybody he catches trying to enforce it at home, he did that 2 consecutive Mondays now. He did it last week Monday. He did it this Monday. And we see what Soludo is doing with raiding forests and bushes. Go to Soludo TV on YouTube and then destroying all of these boys in the forest and all of that. But then you have not given credence to any of those things. You just say that they are sleeping in their bedroom and they are not doing anything and blah, 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 blah. So you want to if there's something they did, say. If there's something they did, don't just go one side.
Uptown. Sorry. Let me answer you about. Just like I gave you statistics. Let me answer if I'm about is this clever than half.
War peace. I'm very sorry. We want to move on. That question should be one, and Uptown answer it quickly. Then we move on.
My batch is almost there, only 2%. Now let me answer you about Ifeanyi is just being clever by half. Ifeanyi has the legislative power to force the arm of the government to look into the problem in Southeast. Why did I say that? Ifeanyi came out on TV and said, Samoekpa, don't come and destroy my time for me. Have my boys. I gave them walkie-talkie. First of all, you already exposed those people. I gave them walkie-talkie. If you come, will be fire for fire. First of all, Ifeanyi is not the creator of law. It's not the executioner, the justice, and president of Nigeria. It's the South is as him that have upper hand to speak about Southeast. He would have gone to the Senate floor and raised the matter that Southeast is on fire. The Senate should do something. They should declare state of emergency. We saw it from the north. Hold on now, please. Hold on now. Let me, when we talk, I gave it. Hold on, let's see. So as intelligent as he is, that move he was making, he was just being, how will I say, which word would I use? That move alone will make people to not to trust him. Because if you want to do something,
take him serious.
Yeah, take him serious. Because if you want to do something that's serious, you will be on the Senate floor crying that something should be done in Southeast. That's what people will listen to, not what you are doing. You have brought yourself, you brought your level so low to some expert level that you are talking with Samaritan one-on-one. Oh, no. You're supposed to be summoning Finland embassy, government in Nigeria to come and see you in the Senate chamber to explain. That's what's called power. Let me jump from here. Let me leave it for just people. Thomas, thank you. I'm out.
Thank
Sometimes
you
it's
so
not
much.
necessarily be friend. I know they attack you. I just say the truth so that we get peace for that artist. Oh, thank you.
I'm leaving to any day I want to have this conversation. I prefer to have it with Adewale, somebody that is interested in finding solutions.
Adewale, you are now
They
satisfied now.
always like all these Yorubas. I like to point out to them. They don't even say anything.
Okra, don't mind all these people,
Okra,
Gary.
those Yorubas, they are deceiving you. Behind your back, they are not saying nothing.
Don't
Trust me.
see. Listen,
To your face,
don't.
they're just saying it to make you feel like they, you know.
No. I'm being
I know a lot
objective
of
and
them. Trust me.
factual.
It has nothing to
Listen,
do.
you cannot be
Adewale,
as
please,
yeah.
hold on, please. You've spoken. Let's hear from Akin. I want to move on. I want to hear from Akin. Then we move on, please. We've
you very
dealt
much.
with this topic enough. I have one video. We react to it and we call it a day. Yeah, Akin, you have a floor.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Sorry, I joined the show early with you, Thomas, but nature called, so I couldn't.
I know, because we were calling you Akim. Yes, I said maybe you go inside your fridge, or you are in the dreamland.
Yes,
That's all right.
it's in between
Good day, everybody. Sorry, guys. Tomorrow.
Yeah, see you uptown. Yeah. Thank you, brother.
On this issue of Nnamdi Kanu, I'm kind of on the side of world peace on this one, because why I'm saying it is the pattern, that the approach that they're adopting, for me, is a wrong one. If what we saw this in the issue of Niger Delta, yes, I understand that one has brought a bad peace, and there were a lot of state revenue that was involved in that at the time. So the government negotiated with non-state actor to create peace. So we are seeing it in the north now, where this Yari has come to Tinubu to say Tinubu should come and negotiate with bandits for peace. So we are also saying the same thing right now when people are calling for, they are attaching the freedom of Nnamdi Kanu to peace in the southeast. So we cannot continue to go. Look, I'm not in favor of Nnamdi Kanu being detained for whatever reason. You understand? I understand that if any other court under this government should grant him bail, they should not delay him for 1 second. They should release him. But for you to go to Abuja to try to tie the release of Nnamdi Kanu to peace in Southeast, for me, that is where I differ in this whole issue. Go to your state, go and set up vigilante in different community. Use the youth, the young men there, set up vigilante, employ them, give them vehicles. And if anything happened in any community, you hold the vigilante in that community responsible. What happened? Who are the people that are involved? Almost like a local policing, right? Go and do what you're supposed to do, and don't try to tie Nnamdi Kanu release. It's almost like like you're using it as an hostage negotiation. And as a state, we cannot continue to go in this direction. We have to look for a way to tackle issues head on. So after this one, what is going to happen next? Everybody, whenever anybody is doing what is wrong, they will come and say, oh, let us go and negotiate. Let us go and negotiate. Let us go to the government and negotiate. We have to stop it. When people commit crime,
Who runs the country like that?
that's what I'm saying. So when people are non-state actors are committing crime, deal with it. When you deal with it,
Akim, do you remember when? Sorry for cutting you in. Cutting in, sorry. Do you remember when Nnamdi Kanu set up ESN? Do you see those guns in those guys' hand? AK-47, AK-49, soft rifle. Do you think a government will fold up their arms?
Thomas, sorry. Do you remember what Obasanjo did to Odi town? Do you
Yeah, I
remember?
remember. Yeah.
What what are we talking
Yes, I
about
remember.
here? What are we
So
talking? Continue,
what
please.
I'm saying is that the governors needs to go back and do what they need to do. When there were insecurity in Edo State, for Esme killing people, but nobody say we should go to Abuja to go and negotiate. They say it's Obaseki's fault. Obaseki's fault. So the man set up vigilante across the state, right? So even Thomas in Benin now, if you commit crime, people don't call police anymore. They'll call vigilante for you. That is how.
There you go.
Yes, they'll call vigilante for you. So people
The
behave
vigilante
themselves.
will now
Look,
hand over you to the police.
that is if you are lucky.
How is that right? How does that make it right?
Yeah,
No, they'll transform them to state police at the end of the day.
Yeah,
There's
we
a
said
policy
that they'll
around.
transfer them to state police. Yeah, but
Yes,
because
apart
vigilante,
from that,
they are the
it
closest security you can grab, isn't it?
Exactly.
It is
Local people, yes.
properly organized. Look, policing is local. You
Yeah.
cannot be. This our system of policing is outdated. We cannot continue with
Oh
this
my, please
nonsense.
come on, it's nonsensical, my brother.
Yeah,
And a
Nonsensical.
good example is the Amotekun in, especially
Amotekun, yes,
Ondo
yeah,
and
the South
Ekiti.
East.
They are doing
My
wonderful
brother,
job there.
my brother, let me remind you something.
Allah there,
How many of you,
they are the best.
how many of you remember the
They are
vigilante
forest
movement?
rangers. They will transform them to
Sorry,
forest
excuse
rangers.
me, brothers. How many of you remember the vigilante movement in Shagamu?
I remember when the
There
courts were
was
there.
a time
Especially in
when
Agowaye, yes.
there was a
Agogoye,
time
yeah.
I remember very
insecurity
well.
was a big problem in Shagamu.
It has been proven
It
over
was the
time.
traditional rulers and the Ogbonis and the organized vigilante. Do you know they were
It
so
has
effective
been
at a point?
proven over time.
They
Once the
said
local people
they
involved,
said you
once
could
the
put
local people is involved,
your
One
money
voice,
outside.
please. Let's
They said that
Patrick land.
they said
Yeah.
that time you could put your money outside, nobody will take it. In
Thank
short,
you.
do you know what happened? What my brother told me, he said one day the vigilante group went to somebody's house to catch one of those thieves, and then one member of the vigilante took one of the shoe from the house of that thief. He said the following day, when they went out, one of the boss just saw that shoe was not the shoe we saw in so and so person's house. Do you know they killed that vigilante?
Hey.
Because of that, they killed that vigilante. But I think that vigilante eventually became an instrument of oppression, and OGD had to step in to curb it. But if they had managed them properly, it was very effective.
No, you know what always happens is that when if maybe there's a change of government and the other government does not properly follow up, then you will see it.
Support them financially.
It will turn to something. It will turn to something else. It will turn to something. Look, even in the southeast, you remember when they have this Sakaba or whatever they call it that then when crime used to rise those people did it. Yeah, they did a very good job to eradicate crime in the southeast at that time, you know. But so later it had its own issue as well. But most of this issue you can always tie them to politics. But let them go and consult their local youth, understand, bring them into it, fund them, give them money. Look, a lot of these guys are idle. Just bring them in, give them vehicles, give them money. Say, look, we need you have to be accountable for whatever crime that happened in your community. Simple as that. And
Sorry, the progressive. I just want you to know one thing. It's not only give them money because you are fighting against some stupid boy with AK-47. Are these youth are going to face them with no gun in their hand? How?
No. They'll have weapons, of course. They'll have. I just don't want to mention weapons. Yeah, they'll have weapons. But the thing is, what I'm trying to say is this. Yeah, let me tell you something. If there is a bad guy in your area when you were growing up, all of you know them.
Of course, we know them.
Of course, they know.
We know them.
Yeah,
For progressive, our problem is local. Then we have to treat it locally. Our thieves are local. Yeah, our criminals are local.
Just look at example of Ekiti and Ondo State with their Amotekun. Do you see the farmers, the others going there again? When they started arresting them and sending them back or arresting a lot of people, that is what we are talking about. If the local people in this region have come together They will have. They don't know these people. They cannot claim they don't know them. They don't
Of
know
course,
them.
look, there's no way. There's no way when you
But
are growing
guys,
up,
there's
you
one
don't.
point you guys are
You,
missing, Sha. See, the issue of this out is you guys have to understand that this IPOBIAM spent 7 years like publicly brainwashing the entire region about forcing many of the youth to believe that they are the one taking them to freedom.
Mike,
You
wàhálà ẹ
understand?
pọ̀ jù. Wàhálà ẹ ti pọ̀
So
jù.
like I'm telling you, like now that you are telling these same youth that have been
No,
brainwashed to believe that
Mike,
Kanu is
I
the
wanted
savior
to ask Thomas
to
to give
now
me
go
something.
after Kanu's boys, it will be very difficult, man. Like
oh,
Thomas,
but
So
they are
that
the,
is
willingly
why
staying at home.
Thomas,
but the
it's
Thomas.
not so
IPOB
easy
are
as
saying
just
that they are
reporting.
not involved in this. They say they are not
That is
involved
a
in
lie
this.
now, Kim. Now
It's a
that is
lie.
a lie from the pit
It's
of
a lie.
hell.
See,
That is a lie from the pit of hell. You know that,
Thomas.
Akim. Yeah.
Thomas,
Thomas,
You know,
the root of the
Let me
problem.
tell you something. One of the things we don't understand is that IPOB, every one of them, they are in it. Both the elites, both the rascals, all of them are involved. Let me tell you,
everybody is there is an iPod. All of them are yes.
all of them are
I
involved.
agree with you, AY.
Anyone that is not involved can directly speak to IPOB. But
Mm.
those ones that you see that when you look at their statement, check their interviews, they cannot mention IPOB. They cannot mention, they will just be pleading for Nnamdi Kanu. They won't talk straightly against IPOB. Look at all the statements. Look at it. That's what people are not seeing. That
Even
all of
Obi,
them
even Obi,
are there.
Obi
All
will
of
never.
them.
AY.
Even the governors that we are saying they should take charge, all of them are there. That's what we are not saying.
AY, can you hear me? AY, can you hear me?
IPOB because
Yeah,
if you are not there, your
AY,
father
hold
is
on.
there.
Simba.
Okay, I'm listening.
Yeah,
Simba.
Simba, yeah.
AY,
Simba,
let me tell you what it.
Yeah.
Okay, you know, there was a time, I think about 2 or 3 days ago.
That's why I'm no longer sympathetic. We are just the ones that are sympathetic to their cause. The truth is, what they want first, what we don't know is, Adewale, that's why I'm calling. What you should know that what they want first is control.
They want
They want to
Biafra.
control Nigeria, not Biafra alone. The reason why they are crying Biafra is because they can no longer control Nigerian space, Nigerian
Anyway,
state.
you know, I agree with you on that space.
I will respond to you. Just give me some time. You are pampering them, and they are trying to make a move to come to Lagos after their 2 weeks of craziness. Have you seen that Simon Ekpa's space? Sometimes you don't need to pamper things until you come to your door and start causing arms to your door or start claiming lives of people in other regions. I'm not sympathetic to them anymore because if it's spiral to Southwest, I will be very hurt because I'm seeing this evil. We are seeing this evil outside our doorstep. It's rightly in front of our doorstep. Just by
sorry to cut you short. Just to add to what you are saying, if Labour Party, that Vival, have won Lagos State, what do you think would have happened?
What do you think would have happened?
I'll not go to Lagos anymore. From Australia to Ibadan.
What do you think will have happened?
They will use
the reason why they deflated
their whatever they are planning very well.
Mikey,
if it was up to Yorubas like Adewale, Ajale Kuku, Chinedu have been the governor of Lagos. And those ones, they don't want to leave him. I feel like
they are nice Yorubas now. They are nice Yorubas. You can see the way. You can see the way. Uptown was crazy. Adewale was his head. It was swollen. Only a who, but Uptown crazy. Uptown that has a subtle way of harassing people and malign people, and some people they will be falling for it. And somebody was started. They knew I want to come at him. They started meeting me at the background. You know, I was very happy the way World Peace came, because let me tell you, you don't know the artists of that guy. I'm very sorry to say. He has a very subtle way of abusing people. And then that was what World Peace noticed. It's only the only thing I noticed. War Peace was very angry and he came and he said something that was actually not, but I didn't have any regret for, any regret for what War Peace actually did to him this morning. Believe me, he deserved it.
But
Simba,
listen,
the truth about them is
see,
Adewale,
none of you here are
Let me tell you, Adewale, before that, he said, how can you call a group of people very unfortunate? He said, unfortunate, very unfortunate APC people. You understand? But we didn't,
The
nobody
first time
noticed
I
that.
encounter Uptown, you met me in this guy
You
show.
call a group of
The
people
guy
very
thought I was
unfortunate. And
wait
you
now.
are saying somebody and saying something about you.
Simba,
one voice, please.
the first time I encounter Uptown was on OVA show. The guy, hold on. The guy didn't know. He thought it was one of these Dosa Yorubas. He was doing that. Sorry. He was doing that.
Mine. You're always
Chinedu,
quick to call people docile. See,
cool
they
down.
said
May I finish? If you are not
a
docile, I'm
lion
not
that
talking to
is
you.
quiet
But
is
wait
not
now.
because doesn't.
The first time I met Uptown was on OVA channel. He was doing that governorship campaign.
Please. Mike
When they are saying Lagos is no man's land, the guy told me, the first thing he told me was, me, I think I'm tough, I'm Yoruba, so if you catch me in Lagos, you slap me. Hey. He only, he said Lagos is no man's land. I said, no, I'm a Lagosian. You can't tell me my home life is no man's land. I say, if I catch you in Lagos, I will slap you. Come on. Hey. That's what he told me, man. When I told me something, you and your father will throw in the lagoon.
You can see the line of thought. Mike, you can see the line of thought for Uptown. Today, it's not telling you that IPOP is a terrorist organization. They don't
We never say that.
They will never admit it's a terrorist organization. They will never admit it. They have a very
Do you realize this guy is an Igbo man? You are not. If he says they are terrorists, how is he gonna go home? How is he gonna go to the village?
So okay, Adewale, this is what
they are scared, right?
This is what
and they want the Nigerian government to help them. Is that what?
This is what I'm trying to tell you, that if you notice their trajectory from their smallest guy to their oldest, they are dual-faced. They will try to come to you to feel that they are superior. When you show them the other side, then they will cleverly come down and pretend to be subtle and start begging. You remember before the elections, what happened in Lagos? They were talking anyhow. After the elections, they are pretending to be subtle and be humble and be quiet. You will say this, hold my statements towards the next build up to the next election. You will see what will happen again. This ugly thing will happen again.
I don't know. Maybe you guys see this thing is going on. We have a Igbo family friend. If you know how this lady is telling us to come and buy his house in Lagos, I said, nobody is chasing Igbo out of Lagos. He said, no. Just bring 30 million. We said 25 million. He said, the lady was just cutting down the price. That he wants to leave Lagos.
We sell it for free.
No, it's not that. Thomas, they can't go home. I've seen all of them. Look at one as look when Ojuku's younger brother first said that they were having a meeting in Lagos. He gave me a pointer that no, something is really wrong. That most of their meetings are actually not necessarily in Southeast. They just say, "Oh, we meet in Enugu in Southeast."
No, those are the meeting of the elite.
No. If so, the elite cannot meet, go home. They are trying to protect their investments and their
the Center for Democracy and the Nadeku met outside Nigeria, right? So why do you
why giving us examples that are not related now? Why
just to make a point?
I was
very annoying, man. What's Nadeku? How's Nadeku compared with
Laleko is not fighting against,
Listen, if
he's
the
not
home
fighting.
front is not at peace, there's nothing you can do. See,
It's not
so
you are saying not at peace as if it's some kind of
they
total
have
war.
to stay. They have. Why did they take
Adewale, you know what? Let me tell you, all the
reconciliation
meeting
to
that they
Abuja
are
in Ghana?
doing, is either they are doing their meeting in Lagos or they are doing the meeting in Abuja.
In Abuja.
In fact, they accuse Uzodima that since inauguration, Uzodima has not stepped Imo State. The governor of Imo State has not been in Imo State since inauguration of Tinubu, almost 2 months now.
He was
let me tell you the
He has
truth
been
about
saying
Southeast.
He was accused of sponsoring those unknown gunmen as well.
exactly.
Simba.
Let me okay, Mike.
Southeasterners, they don't enjoy freedom. They can't enjoy freedom. They are that their region, like they enjoy in other region. I'm telling you, like
No.
they don't. Almost poverty, their best. They run away from that place. They can't deal with themselves. They can't live with themselves. They enjoy living among all that, like especially in Southwest Yoruba land.
So Mike, do you know why that is so? Because they like to compete among themselves and they don't consider anybody to be their leader. A small boy, if he has money, does not give any respect to any leader. He does not listen to anybody. They believe that my money will speak for myself. And that is why they don't have a true leader. Because like in Yoruba land now, everybody knows that even if you don't like Tinubu, he's one of our leaders. If you talk, people listen.
How many of us, Remy, how many of us here we see Tinubu and not prostrate? We will not look at him as an elderly person. Even exactly, we will look at him as an elderly person. We respect him based on that. Whether he's corrupt or
eventually, I will prostrate if I see Tinubu. I will prostrate for him.
Exactly.
Would you prostrate for Obi if you see Obi?
Which Obi?
Why would I prostrate for Obi?
Obi.
A long time for him to even make this kind of statement immediately.
Obi did not deserve any respect now. That guy is the chameleon, man.
He's also afraid now.
Remy, let us be serious. To me, what is happening in the South seems to defy all solution. I think the only way is that if the people themselves has to be ready to solve the problem. If they are not ready, there is nobody that can solve the problem for them. Believe me. In fact, there was one senator, House of Rep member.
No, Simba. No, don't let us end it there. Let's be sensitive. Akim, round it up. I have a video for you that we rest. I can understand Kotimon, so let's just end it. Yes. Akim, round it up there. We have this video, we respond to it, and we call it a day.
Thank you very much. So, like I said earlier, the whole issues have to be tackled locally, right? So, the issue of the sit at home have become a criminal activity. Even right from the one, I see no reason why a non-state actor will have the power to declare a sit at home in a country where there's government, in areas where there's government. It is tantamount to a terrorist act. So for me, the governors should go back, engage their local youth, their local chiefs, and then set up different vigilante group to try to tackle this issue. Let them do that, and if next time there's a new government, if court grant Nnamdi Kanu bail, and yet Tinubu refused to release him, we'll come here and still condemn Tinubu government for illegality. So for me, they cannot tie both of them together. It has to be separated from each other. We cannot use Nnamdi Kanu to negotiate peace in the Southeast. So if you do that, Nnamdi Kanu will come out of prison.
But Akim, before Nnamdi Kanu was captured, there's been unrest in the Southeast, isn't it?
Not this kind of unrest. It was just.
It's the same, man. It started. They killed Gulag. They assassinating people. They assassinated even the husband of Aki, that lady. It was before Nnamdi Kanu was arrested. Now, the moment he created ESN, the violent began.
ESN, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not at this level that you're saying to whereby they
It's
are
the
declaring.
same.
You know, it's
It's
the
the
same,
same.
Akim. In fact,
Even
I
the sit at
remember
home began.
Wiki. I remember they want to spread it beyond Southeast that time. Wiki
Exactly.
resisted them in Rivers
It
State.
would have been
And
beyond
he came boldly. And that was
even
what we were expecting from other governors in the Southeastern.
Simba.
He
Even the
came
sit at
boldly
home.
and he said that he does not have. Yes, sit at home was also they want to extend it beyond Southeast. And yes, Mike, I agree with you. And
Simba, thank
Wike
you.
said
Simba.
no, that they don't have any space that he will kill all of them. There's no, in fact, they wanted to do it with this SACS now, but they resisted it in the SACS.
Simba, do you even know
No,
that
Yes.
you
when
cannot
the
you
Kanu
cannot
started
go
the sit at
beyond
home, the so-called leaders, they are saying if they release Kanu now, right? When Kanu started the sit at home before he was arrested, these same people didn't talk. And they were even supporting the sit at home, saying that it's for the remembrance of people that died during the war. That was their excuse why they support the sit at home that Kanu was given. The same one
Okay,
Wednesday, all these people. They
let's assume
supported
that
it
is the
now.
case.
They sit at
Let's
home,
assume
the killing is
let
started before Kanu was arrested. Kanu started
yeah,
it.
let's assume that is the
What are
case
you
now.
guys
So why you are
talking
saying
about?
release Kanu now? You hand? Are you kidding me?
I feel forgot when they gave him a bill that Abare, what this guy is it Abarebe that
Abarebe.
sorting for him, and they knew he would run away. And when he even ran away, and that nobody condemned that an action.
That's when Abayibe became a hero
No,
again
they
now.
blame government. They blame government. They said it was government that chased him away. It was they shifted the blame on the government again. They said it
Okay,
was
let
Buhari
me
that chased
ask
him away.
you before final. Let me ask you a very good question. Do you think if Nnamdi Kanu still is in UK, the situation will have deteriorated more than this? If it was not unpicked case,
By
then
far.
but
Yeah,
it will
but
have deteriorated more than this.
yeah, but Remy, we would have still be talking about the same thing that we're talking about now.
But the
Governors,
situation
No, we'll be
government,
talking more.
No,
We'll be discussing Somalia.
we'll be talking about we're talking about the situation of governors having to do their job.
No, we'll be
answer
calling
services.
Edo, Lagos, Somalia. Somalia. The guy would have turned the whole Nigeria to Somalia, man. But Kanu.
It will start an uprising that
Uprising, that was his goal now. This guy, Remy, this guy provoked the northern youth to the point that they gave quit notice to the Igbos in the north. That's how far Nnamdi Kanu went. The guy went to the way he was pushing it.
Buhari to go to that extent to pick him up at that place, that means very, very serious.
Look,
his agenda. I think his agenda was to turn the major tribes against themselves. That was what he was trying to
Simba,
achieve
you
that
know,
time.
this is strategy. Let me explain it to you guys. The strategy is to create a program that happened in 1966, like where they're attacking Igbos in one region, whether the north or the southwest, somewhere. That was what he's trying to create. So he believed if that kind of pogrom, the massacre on his people happen, then he can now go to the United Nations and say, look what happened now. Let's divide Nigeria. He believed that kind of situation scenario will cause he believed when programs start happening, all the Igbos will now run to the southeast and south. And when they all run there, which exactly what happened at 1966, but Ojukwu made a mistake. He could have just kept it like that and tell them not to go back to the north and the wherever other part of Nigeria. And that would have been easier for him to, he will create another Buris situation where they will not discuss them coming back, and then they will say, okay, you know what, we are not going
if I
back.
understand
Let's
what you guys are saying now,
wait, hold
hold on. If
on.
I understand what you guys
Wait now. That's the
if I understand what you are
strategy.
saying now,
The
is
strategy.
that yeah.
Well, hold on now, me Allah now. That's kind of strategies to create what happened in the past, where it will provoke a region to attack the southeasterners, and they will create program where southeasterners will all flee to the southeast, and then from there they can now say, we can't go back. Let's split Nigeria. Now they will now negotiate Biafra. That was the strategy, which is a dumb strategy.
Okay. Let's say that is the case, right? How long has the government held Nnamdi Kanu? If they have a case, a strong case, is it not time for them to have prosecuted him and properly sentenced him and jail him?
That's his next case.
He doesn't want to go to trial.
The government is also using me as a bait also. Because
No, Remy, he doesn't understand. Kanu doesn't want to go to trial.
Yes.
The government were ready for trial. So Kanu lawyer are presenting their presidential court is that we can't go to trial because the way he was arrested in Kenya was they didn't follow due process. So therefore we can't go to trial. That was he doesn't want to go to trial.
because you already know he'll be prosecuted. There's no way he win that case because there's so much evidence against him. So what they are using is that way he was brought from Kenya.
Okay, Mike, I think it's enough, and let's just handle their own case by themselves. Because at the end of the day,
Sincerely, I want us to
So, Thomas, please
escalate
just go
this
ahead
thing.
and play your
Remy,
video.
Thomas, I want us to escalate this Southeast thing. There are so many policies we can discuss. There is state of emergency on food security. Why must we discuss Southeast every time? We are moving forward in Nigeria. Please, I'm for Nigeria. Really, I'm for Nigeria. I'm for policies and programs. I want to in that government. A lot of shifts are going on, and we can really discuss it and have more productive discussions, because I feel we should just de-escalate. They just want more attention and more distractions. A lot of good things has happened this week. Even as of yesterday, a lot of good things have happened in that country in terms of policies of the government.
Let's be like Tinubu. Tinubu has been ignoring them. Let's ignore them too, Abby.
Exactly.
That's what I said. I said you should just ignore. Let's
focus on Tinubu. Let's follow Tinubu.
Let's react to this video and we call it a day. Maybe 2 minutes each for everybody, or 3 minutes.
Questions. How did Governor Fauci amass the kind of wealth that he has? Is it when he was in government? How do you explain to the people of Ekiti State that you judiciously use the monies meant for Ekiti people, for the Ekiti people, and not for yourself? Would you one day be able to openly give details of all the monies that were put in your care as governor?
Sheung, that's a very meaningless question.
Really?
Very meaningless.
Really?
They've charged me to court. They charged me to court. Anybody who's not satisfied, take me to court. How can I be explaining how expecting it? I'm one governor that never borrowed a dime. See, today in Ekiti, people cannot forget me for the good works I did. I'm not going to impress anybody. Don't forget, I was governor first tenure. I left after 8 years. I came back. Do you think I'm a pauper? You are a salary earner now. I'd made money before you became a presenter. So don't go there. Don't go there at all. Don't try it. If anybody's money is missing, let them go to court. Call police. EFCC is there now. They were in Ekiti for more than a month to investigate me. So if their money is missing, let them go to court now. That's an insult. You don't even want me to have money. Don't say that.
It's a matter of, if you are a public officer, the issue of accountability, if there are those who are asking questions, if there is nothing to hide,
that
it's for you to let them know that you did your best.
I'm not going to let anybody know. Go send investigators to there where money is appropriated. Charge me to court. I'm not that small boy that somebody is threatening with court. What do you mean by I should start explaining myself? After me, fire me has come. So after 10 years, somebody will come and ask me, how did I spend money? If there anybody's money that is missing, you go to court now. I've done my best.
Governor Fauci, let me show you.
Governors. The issue here is that the moment a governor serves in Nigeria, they are all rooks. That is the mentality. There's no governor that has done well. It's a thankless job. No apologies. And I've advised a few governors that are my friends. Do your best and leave the rest.
Let me show you the...
Adewale.
Well, I know you will call me. I know you will call me.
What was it about to show him now? Thomas, could have been wrong. What was it about to show him?
Adewale is from Ekiti. And see Fayose talking like this. This Fayose is a brave man. So I want to listen to what Adewale will say first before I say anything. Because Fayose, I reserve my comment. Mr. Adewale, please go ahead.
But Remy, Fayose is your brother in Ibadan also.
No.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, I'm not from Ibadan, I'm from Ogun State, okay?
The two of you are not from Ibadan, but you are Ibadan resident.
Adewale is from Ekiti now, so that's why I reserve my comment.
So the two of you are like the same. You are the same in Ibadan. You are Ibadan resident. You are born and bred in Ibadan, the two of you. It's just an indigent of Ekiti State that doesn't live in Ekiti State. So you can't be asking Adewale to talk about A
God
foreigner.
bless you, Simba.
Infrastructure in Ekiti,
God bless
more
you,
than any
Simba.
governor in the whole of Nigeria. They like so much infrastructure in Ekiti State now, and he did very well. You can see they really love him. They will start that.
In fact, the worst stomach infrastructure came from Payoshina.
Of course, now it will start down. They will eat corn. They will drink beer. They will eat ishe. They will eat asun together. He's a good governor in Ekiti State. Oh, that
It was the one that started eating agbado now.
You shouldn't have that kind of question to Mr. Farage. Mr. Farage is fire for fire. So look at the way he just dressed down.
But it was very calm. It was very calm with Shivna.
It was very calm, but he
I
fired him.
remember when Rufai gave him one every question. The guy was crying.
But frankly speaking, because I was working Ekiti from 2001 to 2003 during Adebayo's regime. Then when I left, when I came back in the around 2008, 2009, I think there was a lot of developments that I saw compared to what Adebayo did. I think he did relatively well because I saw a lot of dualization that Fayose did. Because Ekiti State was like a village during this time I was talking. Yes, between 1999 and 2003. I'm not a Kwara man.
Where are you?
Where are you from, Simba? I was going to ask you. I thought you're from
Osun now. I'm from Osun now.
Oh,
I'm from Osun.
You're from Oshogbo,
No, I'm not from Oshogbo.
You are calling me Ekiti.
He's from Ilora.
And I'm from a village called Oyan in Osun State.
Oh, Ejigbo. No, because someone Ejigbo.
No, it's very close to Ilarogun.
Oh, Ilarogun. Okay. Ilarogun.
If not because you are my in-law, I would have said what I had in my mind to you.
So this Kwara,
No, I'm just a resident in Kwara, like Remi in Ibadan.
So àwọn Kwara tó ní kọ́ máa bọ̀ ọ̀ṣun bẹ̀ yóò ṣe wọ́n bẹ̀ ṣé sọfẹ́ rí ìjà ọ̀ṣun ṣá.
No, let me tell you what the man did was to avert a religious war. He was not even the one that asked them to stop the woman. You know what he was? There's some crooks will just go there, deal with that man, then it will now spark. It doesn't want if they did that into the man, if they actually dealt with that woman, the reprisal attack was what the emir was actually afraid of in other parts of the country. And that was why he said no, the woman should not go ahead with the celebration. It's not actually Osun. It was not actually Osun, or the woman is not the Osun. It's actually an Obatala. It was Obatala, not Osun. It's Obatala. And what they want to do is that it's not actually even Obatala alone. They just want to do like Yoruba traditional worshiping generally, and they rented an event center that they want to use it. They want to do it for 3 days. But
you know
if you
the
are in
funny
a
thing
space,
about
if you are
those. Tó funny about those malam, those àwọn wèrè tó máa ń pera wọn ní Muslim yẹn. Wọ́n máa make threat yẹn. But táwọn olóríṣà yẹn máa ní gòkè ẹ máa bọ̀ ẹ máa fọ́kàn wá. Wọ́n máa sá lọ. They are afraid of wọ́n máa ń bẹ̀rù òrìṣà gan. Wọ́n máa ń bẹ̀rù àwọn olóríṣà yẹn. Wọ́n kàn máa ń lẹ́nu ni. Wọ́n máa ní òkè. Ó ṣẹlẹ̀ lóṣogbo náà. Wọ́n ní òkè òrìṣà.
But you know the funny thing that even the Yorubas, the so-called Yorubas that were even fighting for Ilorin, they are not against it. This woman is not an Ilorin indigene. She's just a resident in Ilorin. The so-called Yorubas in Ilorin are also not against what they are against the woman. So sometimes when we talk, we are just speaking from our own side, but the people themselves, we ask them what they wanted. That is the issue. Because I spoke after that day, I went out and asked some people about what is happening. And I have some Yoruba friends. But most of you can say, I don't even the Lawrence I know. I asked them and they said they don't want Orisha in Lawrence. That's what all of them are saying. So I've never seen any of them, but we are the ones looking at it from, say, freedom of expression of religion or whatever. Yes, it's right. But the people themselves, the Lawrence indigenous, But nobody will come out. Nobody will come out frontally and say no. They actually in support of this woman. That is the problem.
What annoys me about Yoruba people is they were Christians and Muslims. We hate the Olurisha, we hate the Kinikon, but now you're like, okay, this is my shrine. Somebody on this one, I'm a salon because we are afraid
know
of.
what, Mikey, is you know it as you see we have this double face when it comes to religion, and whenever anybody, either a Christian or Muslim, whenever there's any problem, if they feel that the help can come from this traditional worshiper, they go there freely to go
They are the one
ask
that
for
go there
their
all the
help.
time. They come to
Yes, they go
the
there to
number
go
one
and ask for
customer
their
of
help.
Babalawos are Christians and Muslims. There was one
So we are just hypocrisy is the problem.
hypocrisy. There was
is the
this one
problem.
imam to suffer. He was suffering from stroke, and he went to this Baba. I forgot his name. He went to him, and the Baba they all dafa for him. Ask for solution. Ó padà wá ó wá sọ fún wọn pé ẹjọ ẹ má jẹ káwọn jọmọ àwọn most people find out that he came there. Stupid. They are the number one customers of Babalawo, but they really want to go and be talking. It's just
And you know
hypocrisy.
that their solution is always cheap. It's always cheap and affordable, very affordable.
You know, Thomas.
Yes, they don't charge more.
When situation is different, they always come. At the end of the
Thomas.
day, they resort to the tradition.
Thomas,
Thomas, don't sleep. Wait till one talk.
I want I nobody. You want me to condemn my own brother? I won't do that. However, Sheon Okinbalo, or whatever his name is. You see all these new century journalists. I don't know where they learn their trade from. They are not like the likes of all those NTA journalists or even independent print journalists that we used to have in those days. But you see, when you have to ask people someone question, you don't go direct and attack their person. You find a very subtle way to extract the truth from them. But when you are asking someone how he made his money, is he going to tell you that, hey, of course I stole their money? What do you expect? Do you expect him to tell you, oh, I didn't spend the money judiciously, I just I did what I got to do, I stole the money and here I am? That is the stupid way to ask question. I'm not a trained journalist, but I know for a fact if you ask me that kind of question, I will come at you. No doubt. Stainless has been, let's just say, a millionaire before. It's a little bit, I don't know, it's echoing back.
Otherwise, you are echoing. I don't know if you are listening to double device.
It's not me. It's not me. It's from Thomas or someone. It's Thomas. Thomas, I can hear Thomas talking. Thomas.
Okay.
Okay, now
otherwise, I agree with you. I think there is a general decline in the standard of everything. Maybe in Nigeria or by extension throughout the world.
No, it's Nigeria. It's this upfront and personal way of asking questions. See if you have something personal.
It's not only.
Thomas, mute yourself. Every time we talk, Thomas, this thing is echoing back in the modeling stuff.
You know why I'm saying this, Adewale? Because I've observed that not only in journalism, across all professions, especially in Nigeria, there is a total decline. Even in my own profession, you discover that the people that were training are actually not as good as the old ones.
Mike,
and the question I used to ask
now is echoing back to everybody.
And the question I used to ask people is that you look at yourself as a parent and you look at your children, are they as good as you? So, because we used to deceive ourselves by saying the children of these are very smart, but to me, they are not smart at all. It's only that they have the opportunity, but the way they are even making use of the opportunity is not to their
So
own
you're saying
benefit.
there's a decline in the moral standard across the
Not
country.
moral, not only moral, in everything, everything.
Well,
Everything. And that is what you see in journalism and all those areas. Even you go to hospital, the way the health personnel will attend to you with their means,
the,
that
the,
this
the
one,
the guy
they have any
confessed that
training at all.
the guy confessed that he doesn't even come to Ekiti. It was only politics that brought him home. But on him has always been a grassroots person. So the fact that they combine street smart mentality with politics endear him to the people of Ekiti. And they saw someone who speak not like academic or somebody who is refined, not necessarily docile, but kind of with cool personality. They don't doesn't have that. So they're seeing him like an area boy, kind of different from the banner blues they're used to before. So that and with the money to back it up. So that was how he got himself into the pocket of everyone in Ekiti State. And if you listen to him, you know that this guy has nothing to offer. Yes, Obasanjo ran him out of the state, and he found himself way back again, despite that they belong to the same party, right?
But
So
how did he got to that? How did he got to that stage in the first place? This is somebody who was not born in Ekiti. He did not resident in Ekiti. So how did he get that acceptance? That is what is
But
still baffling me.
you also remember then that after 1999, a lot of people were still skeptical about joining in, putting their foot into that murky water called politics. So they were trying to be on the fence on one hand, but this is the guy that studied that, okay, I think this is the time. So after 1999, 2003, when the PDP took over the entire Southwest except Lagos, a lot of things that played out then. So it was easier for him to be able to find himself way to the government. So him being the governor, of course, even if someone, if an entity is the governor in Ekiti State, you will be surprised how that individual will be widely accepted. I mean, a couple of days ago, the governor was in my town celebrating with my king birthday. So, and that is how that state is. Unlike states like Lagos or George that are very exposed, that are always eager to criticize, always eager to tackle their governor. Yes, the people of Ekiti State are always too eager to hide behind pen and all that to write petitions and criticize, but they won't be upfront in your face and say it to your face, unlike people in Lagos and Oyo states. So he was able to find his way into the heart of every single one until, when the National Assembly in Ekiti State and the politics in Ekiti State was going south. And Obasanjo used that opportunity to get him out of the state, and he still found himself back again. So, and that Obasanjo's act alone for imposing state of emergency in Ekiti State was what actually, I believe, what brought him back, because people felt that this we are now in a democratic system. No federal government should use their minds to truncate democracy in the state, and he came back. But if
But
you listen.
he was not the only one that came back. Fayemi left and came back also.
Yeah, but at the time Fayemi came, things were beginning to take shape. What I mean by that is that there's a court cases that have already able to define how things will go and all that. So it was pretty much easy at Fayemi time. But Fayose had to leave the state house in, according to him, in a trunk of a car. Because they were ready to eliminate everybody if possible. So, if you listen to Fayose, you could tell that this is a guy that is just an average person like you and I. Let me put it that way. With the street cred and all that, so he was able to use that to his advantage. And how come it wasn't that? It's still relevant, but I mean, if you look at it now, how come his candidate then his deputy was not voted into power? Because people could see beyond that and then embraced Fayemi now.
Hmm.
So me, I won't criticize him because he's my brother. He speak his mind. Sometimes he talk too much. The person that is currently in government now is more like his predecessor. Very cool, calm, temperament. I mean, less temperament like Fayoshi, and at the same time, he's more um, in terms of knowledge. Well, don't let me just say that. In terms of how toward engagement and all that, is very measured on like Fayoshi. So that is one thing
I
is
think
known for.
I agree with you because that 2003, Obasanjo just used his federal might to bulldoze all the AD governor out of that space. And he didn't even mind of who, he just wanted to seize power in that Southwest to
Oh
prove a point
yes,
at the federal.
it was
Yeah,
power
so
drunk.
exactly. So he just used that one to show them that okay, he's from the Southwest and he's the president, so he has won the Southwest for his own party.
Yeah.
But be that as it may, if you compare the present governor with Fayose, what is the educational level of Fayose? And then look at him. When he came in as a governor, he was still very relatively very young. The useful exuberance is also, I think, is a factor in what actually affected him.
Yeah,
Now, I think Fayose is
you're
a
right.
better person than a Fayose of 2003. I think he's a better person now. He's more matured now. And then, to me, even when you listen to him talking now, you say he's getting old. That what else does he
Yeah,
actually? I
yeah,
think if he
yeah. I
becomes a
beg you,
governor
Gary. How
now,
old is 63? How old is
he's a,
63?
63 is old though in
I
Nigerian
beg you.
situation. He's an old person now.
I beg you. That's how we always make ourselves look as if we're an ancestor of Methuselah. 60 in America is still having the young lady in the street.
Yeah, but Nigerian situation, no, as
But
63
the
year old,
thing
if
is,
he dies now,
but
they
the
will say
thing is
our
that
father, they will
it
say our
was,
father, our grandfather.
yeah,
He probably is a grandfather now.
it was. I mean, I beg you, it was right for replying that guy and responding to his question that way because what audacity do you have to ask how he's able to uh, make his money? This guy was already established millionaire. He was known well in Ibadan then, so he was an Ibadan boy. Yeah, I'm not saying that he didn't embezzle money or he didn't was not corrupt, but if you're going to ask questions, be factual. Unlike his brother in Sleep TV, that is always eager to shove things down the throat of.
You cannot be another person cannot become governor in Nigeria. Before you can say you want to become a governor in Nigeria, you must be a millionaire because you can't just get
Absolutely.
it on a platter of gold. So the issue, the way I agree with you, the way he ask that question is a stupid question. That's not the way to go about asking somebody.
No.
And he has the right to fight back. So in fact, I know if it were to be your friend in Arise TV, I'm very sure that he
No,
will
you
have
don't call them
responded
alive.
in a
You say
worst.
asleep TV, asleep.
You can see that he was a little bit calm with Sheung.
Yeah.
If he were to be the other guy, he would have come at him and then
You
just made the whole
whenever she
session
asks
rowdy.
one question, be like she.
Exactly. I think he has a subtle this thing for Sheung.
Of course, Theo too was trying to chase clout. When before the election, he too was trying to like imitating his brother in their sleep TV. But you see, these people has a long way to learn. Whenever he finishes his show, he's trying to insert his own view by trying to remind. Well, you can educate the public, but you don't have to.
You know this guy that was in channels before that joined the Rise TV. This
Who?
lady.
Who?
What is in Abuja station of Arise TV. What's the name of this guy with white beard?
Oh,
He was in channel
yes.
something
Not.
lady or something like that.
I think it's northerner, but let's say is it? I believe it's a northerner. I actually saw the guy here in
I
America. I
think it's
saw
an
him.
Edo guy. I think it's an
Yeah,
Edo guy.
It's an Edo guy. Sorry, I beg to pick.
Hmm.
I saw
I
him.
think it's from the northern part of Edo.
No,
The
it wasn't
house
him. It
beside.
was Chamberlain. Chamberlain that I saw here in one of our store. He was trying to get a phone. I saw him briefly, and I was like, "Are you Chamberlain?" And he said, "Yes." And I greeted him. I saw him in one of our store here in America, way before
Oh,
the
okay.
election.
If you look at the guy when he was in China, he was relatively doing well. Then even now he's still in the Abuja studio of Arise TV, and whenever he has an interview with any person, he did it calmly, and he will extract whatever I wanted to extract from. I think he's being more professional. But all these people, I think they are more of following sensationalism more than the professionality of their
They are
work.
following the editorial tone. If you are told this is how than your producer, and you have to listen and follow the direction. That's the way it is. It's as simple as that. I mean, we're talking about the power of the owner of the media. If the owner of the media said this is the direction I want to take my company, who are you to say no? Just like Fire just said, you're an employee, you're a salary earner. You're a salary earner. So if you say, you know what, make sure you hit this guy hard, then you have no choice than to do his bidding. It's simple as that. You know? And I want to believe Obagbena, the crook himself, knows what he's doing. You know? Yeah. But Sean was wrong for asking that question that way. Because we've
But
had
what actually prompted that question? Sir? Somebody who has led government for only God knows the number of years.
I
Why
mean,
is he asking such a
there's no
question now?
statutory limit. There's no statutory. Anybody can still be investigated. But the
And
bottom,
it's not even Adibin is even asking for any political office now. Then you can be asking such a question. But it's just another citizen now. It's not
so
it's not in any political post.
he said he wasn't looking for political posts. Now lie, now really lie. Don't mind him. When Fayose say he wasn't looking for
He's looking for a post for his child, his son. You know, his
which
son
side?
lost.
I'm on 31 years. So I beg you, where
No.
is
You know,
31?
the boy was meant to contest for House of Reps in
Well,
Ekiti.
don't take that down.
And it was IU that blocked that guy. So he's trying to find a way to maybe the son should head
Apart
the
from
poll.
that, like, the state won't vote for him. You see the most for you and your father and son should continue to chop and chop. Some people has been in the party for a very long time. The people can be very, very patient. Very, very. As a matter of fact, one of my classmates in secondary school, I found out on social media that he too is contesting for councillorship. Seriously? After how many years? Well, he too want to chop money now. Olividi go call who?
People say
We can't hear you.
I'm muting each time I want to talk.
We can't hear you
Okay,
now.
I said people in Nigeria they see politics as a means to an end.
Oh yeah.
They see it as a quick way of becoming millionaire.
Oh yeah, it
But
is.
what I've realized that is only if you are able to sustain yourself in that politics. Some of them, if they have one political position, after exiting that post, they cannot sustain whatever they have made from that, and they always go back to square one.
That's correct.
And that's
Because
why you
I
see.
agree with you. You know, one of those things, most of them can't run business successfully. Most of the money they pump, maybe they use money laundering through their businesses. For instance, for a senator, you have access to use your company to get contracts, which you are normally not qualified for. If you know, Nigeria's Public Procurement Act is terrible. They're just trying to amend it. So imagine you have that, you're not competitive, and after you leave the post, you don't have access to it again. The company
Even
dies.
the
They
AY,
fire
even
you,
the
sack
smart
you,
ones
and
among
all of that. So
The smart ones among them, they are the one doing that. Some of them, I have a friend who just left Osun State House of Assembly. The guy was a businessman. He was importing apple, and he had a very big farm. In fact, he was making it in his business. Then he joined politics, and before he left, that business crumbled. In fact, he crumbled it himself. But now he was even thinking that he would be able to get it second time. He was not able to get it. And the guy now, I don't even know what is happening to him now. He's not doing well at all. So even the smart ones who are using their political post to actually even get their business going, they are the smart ones among them.
Simba,
But the ones, some of them will not even do it at all. They will abandon that business. They just focus on that politics. And then when they finish, nothing to go back
to.
Well, I agree, but you know that policy is also expensive. For instance, if you are trying to contest something and your business is doing fine, there is high chances that you are going to take your profits to invest in politics, in your campaigns, hoping to win. And when you win, you want to recoup back your funds. And you know, Nigerian politics is really expensive, very expensive.
Yeah, but the experienced one do not use their own money. There's something I've noticed. There are some that actually party members in Nigeria that have been with that party for a very long time.
And they won't take any political position.
No,
Yes,
they persevere. But when the opportunity comes for them, probably might make them the chairman of the party, maybe in their ward or in the states, in the local government. There's a way they usually do that. And perseverance is the
Hello,
key
Adewale,
because
are you there?
yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I think it's Thomas.
I thought I wanted to talk.
Yes, so I wanted to say something like, of course, everybody should know their place in party politics. There are some people that are very good in the party. There are some people that are good in governance. There are some people that are good in, taking positions like contesting for gubernatorial and all of that. So, and there are some technocrats that all they do is they sponsor business guys, parties. Some people like Dangote, they don't really necessarily, they are not necessarily partisan, but they just invest in candidates, hoping to reap from the policies. So there are different strokes for different folks.
You know what, AY? There's this guy, the one newly appointed special assistant on media aid or whatever to Tinubu. This guy, I followed him on the Twitter. I also followed him on Instagram. He recently joined Trade and has followed him as well. This is a guy that I've been with the party for a very long time in Ikorodu. And even during the time of Buhari, he was there. And eventually he got tapped. Recently he paid courtesy visits to his boss or a political boss in Ikorodu. So sometimes they stick with it because they know that even if they don't get anything now, something might happen. I think he said he was surprised too that he was going to be picked for to head that space. So yeah, sometimes you don't necessarily have to spend your money, but just be active, be there, and lending help when it's necessary. Someday, if you have the prerequisite or qualification, you might be tapped. Even though you're still going to have the grandfathers or what do they call them? Baba Sales, to back you up and because they are going to be the one to second you and say, no, this is the person we are bringing for. That is how you have the likes of Sanwo-Olu becoming the governor of Lagos State today. He was there and he paid his own due. Some that are using their own money are kind of ignorant about it because it's 50-50. There's no guarantee that that money will yield or you will be elected, even selected at the primary level. So If you are not sure of yourself, that's when you start borrowing. Only owo abula fi n se abula lejo. And that is how it's true.
but
Majority,
everybody cannot be like Tinubu now.
yeah,
That
but
sponsors.
most of the time, the party usually assist contestant. So when those candidates now came forward, they would do the bidding of the party. But when you most of the party that knows what they are doing, they don't actually let candidates spend money like that because they know they will not listen to them in the future. So they try as much as possible to make sure that at least they partake in the finances of that person candidate election. So at the end of the day, we'll be indebted to the party, indebted to his godfather, indebted to virtually everything. So he won't have a say. He will do the bidding of the party. Remember what happens during the election of the principal officer in National Assembly recently. One of the representative members said, "My heart is with what is it called? But I'm going to vote for Tajuddin Abbas, right?" So what does that mean? Because he wanted to do his own party, his own mind, but because it's tied to the directive of the party, so he had no choice. Even though he said that publicly, it means he had no choice, or say it's going to be finished politically. So those are the things that are important. Usually people don't. If you are still a councillor, yeah, you can spend your own money. If you're a local government chairman, you can spend your. But you are a member of National Assembly, and you are the real candidate of the party. Like you have majority of the stakeholder in that party behind you. Definitely, they will extend the hand of the good hand from the party to finance your election. But if you are financing it yourself, forget it. There's a possibility that you are not going to make that election completely. You know. But at the local level, yes, you are going to spend money too because they sees the contribution and effort of those party members at the grassroots level. And sometimes, and see, this is the reason why education is good. Can you imagine someone who has been in politics for a very long time but never have the qualification? For example, Alafin Molete, before now, despite his antecedent in politics, he was not learned. And that worked against him. If not, he would have easily won the governorship of Oyo State. Easily with his followers, like was it Tokyo or what is his name there? You know,
Wadewale,
Auxiliary.
auxiliaries and all that. So
Wadewale, I think education is even required now because the way Nigerian politics is going, those little basics of your certificates and NYCs are really very of paramount importance now going forward.
another, sometimes ago, I think it was 2016 when I finished MBA. My brother said something to me and said, "Look, whatever certificate you want to gather in America, keep adding it up." And I said, "Why?" They swear for us in it. He said, "No, maybe someday, one day, somebody will remember and say, they are asking to bring somebody forward, and he'll say, Mulaburo can be kanke, kilo,
That's how some people came from abroad from
kilo
outside.
car. You will sit down there, and you that you have your certificates from abroad, and this person that went to Usman Danfodish University, he said
That's
they
what
will look,
happened. That's what happened to some
they will
folks in
look at your,
Nigeria.
they will look at your CV first before they look at the person that graduated at the Usman Danfodish University. I laugh. He said, keep adding it up. Don't worry, you'll be surprised. Maybe your one classmate or the other say, I have somebody somewhere. So
And
certificate is going to be made.
you too become an expatriate. They will say, okay,
No,
these are
you see,
the
they will appoint you
technocrats.
as a
Then
direct.
they will say technocrats. They will call you
Oh
technocrats.
yes,
Exactly.
oh
Simba,
yeah.
that's what's prevalent in Lagos. Look at people like no Simba. Look at people like MC Olomo. His child went to my MIT. I think he did not go to school. MC Olomo is not going to school. But, but imagine in later years, through his connection to Lagos politics, Don't one should not be surprised when they could recall his son to come and head the ministry.
No, you know, all his children are schooling abroad.
Yes.
His son graduated with flying color. I think it was a valedictorian in his school
Yeah.
then.
Mm-hmm.
One thing you cannot take away from that guy, let
No.
me tell you, that
It
guy,
was
you are looking at
Pasuma's
him
son.
as a rogue. To me,
It was
he doesn't.
Pasuma's son.
He's not a rogue. To me, the guy knows what he's doing, and when you see him, he's very humble.
See,
He's very
see,
humble guy.
Simba. You see, this guy, life has a way of refining people. Like, you see, the way you were 10 years ago is not the same way you are now.
Yeah.
In fact, by the
You
time
might,
money comes, you
yeah,
become more humble, and then you know that
yeah,
life is better
you
now.
know better. I mean, I'll give you an example. Look at Wasiu Ayinde Masha. Wasiu Ayinde was installed the Olori Omoba Akile Ijebu 2 weeks weekend ago. Who would have thought, compared to Chief Shibomi Balogun that died, among all the elite in Ijebu, he was the only one that was tapped to that position. But you see, life has a way of changing people and make them refined. See, we may not be privy to their lifestyle when they were younger in their 20s or 30s. These were touts. MC Oluomo was a tout,
Yeah.
pure tout, garage boy. But you will see, when you move with good people that can easily rub off their good uh, character on you, you will learn from them. And you are now becoming. There was a time that Oluomo could not even be a accountant on the street. You know, there was a documentary one time. One of the filmmaker from it's on YouTube, I believe. That was years past, like 10, 15, 20 years ago. You know, his followers they carry gun. He may not be carrying gun, but you know, there's a way you're trying to you package shit. You make it. You call it manure, but it still smell like shit. You know. So I'm I'm telling you, it's a pure tout, like real tout. But like I said, he's getting mature, he's getting older, his children are going to school. So he has no choice than to change and to be refined. That's why you see but not tomorrow he will become a governor in Lagos. It's not going to
He
be
cannot
possible.
be. What I'm saying is he cannot be. But by virtue of his influence, he can easily is in a position that to recommend his son. You understand?
No, Afobaje ló máa jẹ́ yẹn. That's what they call Afobaje now.
No, it's not. No. What I mean is, you don't get what I mean. Even Tinubu knows those guys that there are some levels that they cannot follow him to, even if they like him. And I think they realize that no matter how good Mr. Olomo is, he will never be an SC. He will never be an SSA to even a common board member sit on a board of. So I think education is a very big qualifying factor.
But AY, let me tell you, Adewale, there are different level of politics. And there's still room for all these people that have got out or the uneducated ones in
Yeah, but
politics.
sometimes you will not
Because
be able to
they might not have that political post, they might not become senator or become a governor or whatever. But they are still relevant and they still benefit from politics. Some of them they don't even have any other work. They are the background, yes.
Is it not crumbs that you be eating? If you cannot be a senator, you cannot create a legacy. Sometimes it goes beyond money. You understand? It goes beyond money. You can start with money, looking for money, look at what. But sometimes you just look at legacy.
It depends on what you are looking for in life. Some people believe that once they have the money, they say everybody is looking for comfort. So once you have the money, you can make yourself comfortable.
But men's hierarchy of need. At some point you need money, security, you need. But sometimes you just.
It's not everybody that will get to stage 5. It's not everybody that will get to the 5th, the last stage. Some people are contented at stage 3. Some people are contented at stage 4.
But it's now the Olori park and garage.
But you know, if you look at the elite, if you look at the way the elite also flock around this guy that we are talking about, you'll be amazed. Even the so-called educated, well-educated, they still flock around him and give him that respect. So what else do you think?
Is a good example of what I think Babati called benevolent. Okay, it was two Nigeria. It's a benevolent dictator. You know, Abunije to Mafate Gosi. You know, you will terrorize, but at the same time, you will be nice to some people. So, at least he's heading something. I think the court, there was a court judgment that, you know, remove him as a head of the for park and garage or whatever.
But Lagos State has appealed it.
They have no choice. MCO
But I expect to see a reform though.
Everything is now becoming democratic because what I used to know about all these garage leaders is a coup that they used to do that time before. You just carry cutlass, carry bottles,
Yes,
then you go and overthrow and you become. That's what they
once
used to
somebody
do.
dies like this, you know that a new person is in town. So
but now that they are going to courts and then they are becoming more democratic, I think. So everything is improving. But to me, politics, if you are educated and you have your work that you are doing, I don't want to encourage anybody to venture into it. If they give you a political appointment, take. But for you to go and contest and become a real politician, I think it's very, very dangerous, especially in the Nigerian space. I've seen several examples. Some of my colleagues, let me tell you, doctors who have ventured into it, and they are nothing to write home about now. I'm very sorry to see them.
Yeah, but you see, to me, I still believe that if you are not cut out for it, don't do it. But you see, if you are not a people's person, politics is going to be hard for you. If you are not that kind of person, then you have to have Babang Bejo, the Godfather. But if you don't have that, then you have set yourself up for doom because you are not a people's person. You know, somebody like Agbodigba, like Dele Momodu, who is like a parasite. It leashes on people to feed, you know. Without him doing all those high service, he won't be able to feed his family. You see, I really been to be in coming. Because how many people buy Ovation newspaper? I was subscribing to
how
them.
many people read Ovation newspaper? That's true.
You know, all this.
No, but but now, how many people are buying it again? Nobody is buying it again.
Remember that how much is Ovation? It's
when people can go online and do all those things.
It's doing PR. It's doing PR for the politician.
Do you know I've suspended this guy, Dede Momodu? He just used this political time to reschedule to ascertain his ovation back. You know, ovation has died a natural death before, die a natural death before.
Ovation is not dead. It's just that people don't buy it again in Nigeria.
It's dead, no, yeah.
No, social media took over, but it's still in existence.
No, the issue with Dele Momodu is just like a photographer. If you are a photographer these days, then there's no market for you because everybody has a phone that has camera now. Nobody is printing pictures again.
You have to be, but I moved out a photographer. If you are a real real photographer, professional one, you go sell. You go and ask what is this case? Obi, is it Obi? Even Buhari's chief photographers from my state, from my hometown,
You have to start using drones and all of that.
I mean, you just have to be better at it. It looks like that boy is going to school just too because he was building school. He built school.
Now, what are you talking about?
He renovated school in my hometown. This is somebody that wasn't even born in hometown. His father is just from there.
If you want to be a politician in Nigeria, you have to kowtow to the leader for some years.
Damn.
Yes, if you can kowtow, I mean bend down. But if you are the one that are too arrogant with your money, they will rubbish you.
Oh yeah.
It's so easy.
Guys,
What is his name?
to
Abadi
go.
was credited to have said that he's not into government, into politics to go and do charity. He's there to make money and to take care of his own family. I don't know how true that
You mean
statement is.
Abati? You mean Rukai
Yeah,
Abati?
yeah.
It's a terrible man. It's an hypocrite. This is the person that is a deputy governor to Kasuno.
Hmm.
Oh my
The
God!
but
Now he's on TV spilling rubbish most time.
Kì í ṣe òun náà ni ntẹ̀gẹ̀lẹ̀ wa.
Olè burúkú
Ṣé òyìnbó níyàwó ẹ̀ ni? That woman is too. I don't understand.
No, see, bọ̀dá Mufu tó fìyàwó ẹ̀ lé ni. Èyí tó hàn bí òṣè òun lè. He went and marry a nice fine babe. You see,
In fact, see how dark and horrible that Abati look. If you see the wife, it's one pretty fair. I don't know. In fact,
That's so nice. It's just like what's his name? Oshomole's wife.
the Beauty and the Beast. The Beauty
Oh
and
yeah,
the Beast.
exactly. Oshomole look around and say, so you know, see Nigeria. I think his former wife's name is Bosse or something.
in fact, that Abati is wife. I think that is an investment. It's an investment.
They need to probe that guy for Dasuki's money. We need to find out because it's not living like asleep TV.
And that, in fact, I agree with you. That's why I pity that small boy where they with him, where they just talk rubbish.
Just
You
like
think that is the same
he's a
category?
salary earner. He's a salary.
That one would be. That one would be.
Investor with salary earner. Yeah. But the thing, do you know that Asleep News, Asleep TV, it's only one channel that they have. I mean, only one studio. Hardly you will see them using one studio in Lagos. It's like one room with just maybe a couple of cameras in one room. That's it.
Yeah, they don't have space. If you look at channels have better
They don't have studio. It's just one studio.
Guys, we have to shut it down. We have to shut it down.
Ìjọba ológun ti dé.
I just want to speak on the background. My guy is telling me to let it go. We don't want it to pass 8 hours. Yeah, my guy will talk now.
Tell your guy you should go to court.
My guy the talk.
Tell him you should go to court.
Your guy, what your guy is doing to us, Toma, is not good though. At least we are even before he left, he was skeptical. He thought that I will not even be able to push it. We help you push it to this, and then you came now. You are saying that we should go. Don't worry, we'll go. We'll live for you.
Yesterday, I was trying to join because I was in a noisy area and I didn't want to, make it look so noisy. But if I come back, everybody was already. I was like, seriously.
I said, if you leave, my candidates are coming, and immediately he left.
At the time he started, it was like a 105, 120 or something. I was like, no, you can't shut this thing down. Because people are listening, man.
I know. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Remy, thank you so much. Adewale, thank you so much. AY, thank you so much. Fumi, thank you so much. Simba, thank you so much. And we have come to the end of this section again. You guys know we are here to just talk about our country. We love that country, man. I love Nigeria. We are here to better our country. And let's keep on talking good about our country. There's no how. Every country have their own peculiar problem, but our own is not the exemption. Thank you, everyone. I say peace. See you at the other side. Thank you, guys. God bless you all. Thank you. Yeah.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Kiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, The venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹ̀mí tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.